Hey everyone, welcome back to another TCG NA Online League Weekly. I was every single time. I always want to say Yeti. It's still in the back of my mind. But welcome back. I am Isaac. Joined with me is Herman. Herman, how you doing today?
I'm doing amazing. I love GA. I love new TCG League, and I have doubled audio. Give me 1 second.
No problem. Yeah, I'm excited for some Grand Archive myself. I always like watching these and just watching the gameplay and looking at some interesting decks. And I'm excited for what we've been at least whispered to what might be coming up. And we'll maybe bring that up in a second, as long as soon as it's locked in, and it'll be a good time. But yeah, I'm excited. Excited for GA. I mean, GA right now just feels really exciting with both
Dude,
actual gameplay, RDO, Pantheon. I mean, there's just so much.
so much stuff is coming out so
Yeah.
soon. It's actually amazing how I think the biggest thing is so much of the stuff is for new players too, or people who are just like more casual, and I think that's
Yeah.
actually crazy. We're getting like an insane amount of stuff. We were just yapping about Pantheon just before this.
Yeah.
You got the chance to play it. I have not touched it yet, but heard really good reviews so far.
Yeah. I fully endorse Pantheon. I mean, I feel like I endorse GA quite a bit just from happenstance, but no, I mean, I really have enjoyed Pantheon. I mean, I'm a casual player at heart, and so getting to sit down and play some of that has been amazing. I'm excited for LA coming up, and if I maybe scrub out of for day two of LA, then I'll definitely just go play some Pantheon games. And especially with the announcement they just made today about like how it's making it easier to just like join games as soon as you're done with one. That's really cool.
Yeah, Pantheon Pod is actually kind of crazy because I just
Yeah.
remember that was one of my least favorite parts of like playing these type of huge multiplayer pod kind of things is
Yeah.
I lose and I'm just kind of sitting there. I'm like, now
Yep.
what? Yeah. And the games usually go like 3 more hours or
Yeah.
something, and I'm like, I'm just I
Yeah,
can
yeah,
only
they definitely
yeah,
can last a long time. So
yeah.
far, I feel like the longest game I had was maybe 3 hours. But everything else which is a long time, but everything else was shorter than that. And like it's 3 hours, but most of them were we all lost within, one or two turns thereafter or something like that. So like it wasn't like I was sitting around too much waiting for it. But still excited for the pod making that they have going on. But today we do have the deck list that we are having for our first round, and you and me were both excited about this. What was hinted to us, alluded to us about what we're seeing, and I guess why don't you talk about it? Because I think you mentioned you kind of played something similar at least.
All right, so we're going into this. There's a lot of Terra cards that don't get enough love, so we're going to see a bunch of this.
Yeah,
Even though from a Terra champion choosing not to do any Terra things, honestly, we're getting a Wind level 3 Daochan coming out right here.
yeah,
Very interesting kind of win condition, which is Buffeting Hurricane. If you guys haven't seen that card before, it's the do damage every time something gets suppressed, and very specific to Daochan or Clerics in general.
yeah.
So this is sort of like a grown-up version of Razor Gale, I would say. I think that's a good way to. right?
Yeah,
But
it's it's grown up for or it's a Razor Gale for grown ups for sure.
yeah.
Although funny thing about this list is they actually are also playing Razor Gale. They're doubling up on
Mm.
everything. You know, they want to make sure that they no matter what they'll have something to deal damage with when they play it, that wind card to suppress something.
Yeah. So I was like, when I was playing this last Monday, actually for my locals, I was playing it as Kongming, and the way I
Mm.
described it to my friends was, "I am taking you hostage for an hour." And looking at this list, it's very similar because, for
Yeah,
example, I played against Genbu on Monday, and he kind of just watched me play my own game. Like this, my entire turn took like about 10 minutes of just me doing things. And I think we're
that's
going to see a lot of very similar things here.
gross. Yeah,
There's a lot of things to resolve, okay? You play one card and you say Razor Gale trigger, like maybe buffeting trigger,
yeah,
on enter trigger when it comes back. You're playing Imperious Scalebind, which suppresses three, so you have three on enter triggers maybe you have
yeah,
to do. In between the on enter triggers, like, oh wait, I want to do something else too. Or you'd be like three visits in between. It's
yeah.
wild.
Yeah, you have to definitely have to be on top of your game on like what you have to remember. Like, don't miss your triggers because there's going to be a lot of them. You can see
Yeah.
Buffeting Hurricane right there is that Cleric Fantasia Cleric spell with the class bonus on enter, draw a card into memory. Then also class bonus when you suppress an object, deal 2 damage to target champion. So, uh, like you're mentioning earlier, very similar to like Razor Gale in the fact that it's just going to be dealing 1 damage or dealing constant little bit damage as you're doing stuff. Razor Gale, although, is with win cards and dealing only 1 damage, but definitely, once you get these online, you'll definitely have quite a bit of consistent damage. I'm going to assume here.
Mhm. The hard part is getting it online because Buffeting
Yeah,
Hurricane is exalted.
yeah,
And one of the weaknesses of Daochan and why we haven't seen her go Terra very often is when you go to your level 2 doesn't help you get cards back. Your level 3 doesn't help you get cards back. You're
mm,
just going -6 to go to level 3, and it's very hard to get your influence back once you get there.
yeah.
Unless you open what looks like multiple cakes and an Imperious Scalebind in his hand.
Yeah, the multiple cakes is definitely gonna help out. I mean, this deck is running, I mean, like 12 cakes basically. It has the 4 forest cakes, it's 4 mnemonic charms, and then 4 poisonous breeze caps. All of those are drawing cards. Forest cake probably being the best one because it draws it directly into hand. But the other ones, you know, can do other things. Obviously, they have different effects on them aside from just drawing directly into hand. So that's why, you know, while this is better probably for the specific unique case of using Imperious Galebind,
Mhm.
it's still a very all these other ones will be very, very good.
Yo, Galebind is such a good card. All of like I think a lot of people have seen decks like this show up recently because Galebind just exists. It's actually crazy. Just say suppress three things, draw three cards for the cost of like one card. Just have to get to level 3 first and not die. That's
Yeah, yeah, it's super cool. I mean, I haven't. I saw. I think it was in London. I got to see someone bring it into like their Syrio deck, and I got to watch someone get pretty wrecked by it, and definitely ruined the person's game plan because they did not play around it. And it's hard to play around, right? It can do allies, items, or weapons. So definitely multiple things we can hit from that. But we haven't talked about the deck that
Mhm.
this wind Daochan is playing against, which is water Daochan, which is just fractals. And
Mhm.
wow, the classic triple fractal start is definitely a very, very solid start for fractals.
Yeah, and this is the deck that got you to Worlds last year, right? To go through to the Gauntlet through
Yeah.
EU.
Gauntlet, I did Gembu, and then in
Bamboo. Yeah.
actual world, I played Fractals along with my other teammates. Yeah, so
Yeah, but I
Fractals
have to
was
remember it was
very
Fractals and
prominent.
EU that got you there, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, you're correct. Yeah, got me to the Gauntlet. Yes.
Yeah, because hey, I was there. I was judging you. I remember this.
Yeah, you're right. You honestly, you're gonna remember more things than I ever will. My memory's horrible.
No, that's it. Yeah, so we're very, very. What do you call it? I'm sure a lot of people watching this are very, I guess, familiar with the Fractals deck. Just very minor changes, I think, since that time back last season, right? It was just like
Mm.
unmake and Looking Glass to replace the QSG, and then any other real changes. Do you think it's the same kind of thing from last year?
It's pretty similar. The biggest thing, like you're talking about, was Unmake and the Looking Glass, but acquiescing rejection being a thing now. Like almost every single fractal list is playing it at a 4 of because it's such a solid start card. Like if you don't draw your fractals, you can just play that on against like if for instance an ace is about to be dropped here for this windmill or something like that,
Mm.
it'd be one of the best things to do. Or if obviously if the water fractal player had cards up in hand, but like it's such a power play because you're either going one for one and probably negating something that is really beneficial for you to negate, or you're going to get a plus one. And a plus one in a non-setup card, like a a card that you just get to play and you don't have to play anything else, is really, really big. So I think those two things are the biggest difference makers. I mean, there's small changes that people like to do with like the toad troll, or not toad troll, sorry, the Thronekeeper
Throne
bullfrog.
keeper. Yeah.
Yeah, which is really solid as well for fractals because it just gives them that survivability that they need from aggro decks. And it has helped for sure. But for the most part, I think the deck just runs the same. I think you just have maybe just like a slightly slower game plan than it used to. Fractals used to have
Mhm.
like just this huge burst potential, and it still has burst potential, but they used to have like literally turn twos or turn threes potential, and
Yeah,
that's just
you
not
like
there
you
anymore.
pop off with a QSG to like get a draw one out of nowhere just to get the extra card,
Yeah,
right? Just to blow people up. Yeah,
yeah,
or I
yeah.
remember, I guess it's been long enough that I'm finally allowed to say this because I remember talking to Terry back then too about how I guess you guys had a secret like channeling stone that I was also testing. That was an easy way
Yeah.
to get the cheeky like turn two, turn three kill. Just put it under the
Yep.
QSG. And now we're
Yeah.
no more of that. Now we're in the draw more cards meta, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah. We realize, what's really good, more cards. So
Yeah.
just do that instead, and you're fine. But yeah, this is. I mean, we were talking about this earlier too. I mean, here's another mnemonic charm for the Wind Daochan. I mean, just already has that board set up. So when they go to level 3, they can use that suppress 3, the Imperial Scalebind, and just use it on all three of those. You know, basically 3 cakes, and just one we were just talking about getting, with Aqueous Judging, playing one card to get +2, although speaking of playing one card and getting +2,
Yeah,
Zhang
yeah.
Zhang Zhao, Way of Peace is one of those as well. The Imperial Scalebind here will actually turn into a one card, get +2 overall. You're spending one card and then you're going to draw 3 cards. That's pretty sick. So I'm excited to see uh, that as a whole. We see
I
this Reclaim coming out to pick up this Windmill
yes.
Engineer. We'll see if we get like an Acquiescer injection here.
Or just any negate in general. I think it'd be pretty
Yeah.
worth it just to get this off the board and not give what do you call it, the floating memory over it. Or even more devastating is to pay for an acquiescing rejection and try to pay for
Yes.
another negate after.
That's what I was thinking
Yeah.
as well. Yeah, because I think we do see a flash in hand there of a
Glimmering
glimmering
refusal.
refusal. Yeah,
Yep.
so we'll see if this is an
Yeah.
acquiescing rejection, and they do have that backup. So we'll see if they allow it to occur or not. They do
Ooh.
not. Okay, so
Yeah.
think smart choice,
Yeah.
because that can be you're basically going one for one, and yeah, you lost a windmill engineer, but you're hoping that your opponent has less playability on your turn. Although they still have 3 cards up, which is unfortunately enough for a glimmering refusal, which we were just mentioning.
Yeah, Glimmering Refusal only for 3 though, thankfully, because at
Yeah.
least the acquiescing puts cards down. You can't set up more fractals. But Zhangjiao definitely becoming stronger and stronger of a card, in my opinion, because win decks like these Imperial Scalebind lists, I don't know if you've seen the trend, but even like things like Seiryu or like I think Tristan is the only win deck I've seen that just keeps all of their stifling traps now. Everyone
Oh
else is sort of
yeah.
just like dropping them entirely. Zhangjiao just says, I'll always. One of my locals doesn't say tap three Zhangjiao. He just says, draw two.
that's
I'm like,
that's a,
okay.
that's some disrespect.
Yeah, but he's not wrong. I was
Yeah,
playing Wind Luxem into him, and I don't have stifling traps.
yeah. I want to bring up this card that's up on screen
Yeah.
right now, which is Ventus Staff of Zephyr. Super, super cool card here. Uh, Ventus is one of those cards that honestly, in my opinion, just like needs to be answered pretty quickly, in some way, shape, or form. Like a fracturize or a reduced dash or whatever it might be. Fracturize in this case, um, because it's just such a solid card to slowly gain you value. And of course, in this deck, with the effect that it gets, it has a suppress on it, is also very, very good. And the fact that we're going to, I think, you'll start seeing Razor Gale's strength here with this Ventus, which is doubling up on triggers, right? You'll get a trigger from when you play like a Wind Mage spell from both the Razor Gale and the Ventus, and these are just going to constantly stack up into each other and give you just more and more value, which is just insane.
Yeah. So a big thing about playing this as a cleric though is like traditional Razor Gale has a lot of damage potential, like burst potential out of a Tempest Downfall, which unfortunately is class bonus locked to Mage, so Daochan can't do it.
Mhm.
Otherwise, Death by a Million, that all like Death by a Million paper cuts is effectively the strategy here, especially with buffeting Hurricane. Do you think it's even worth going to level 3 in this kind of matchup? When yeah, yeah.
It's gonna be hard, right? Yeah, like if you can find the razor grails early, I don't even know if you need to.
Mm,
You might do it because you might just like want it for the survivability, but like you're not going to be turboing there because you have to just like slowly survive. You're gonna want to hold up cards if you think you're gonna die in the next turn for like with the calming breezes to stop the burst
Burst
ascenders,
Thunder? Yeah.
but the it's gonna take you like, I think in this list, they're not even running dungeon guides, right? So, like, they don't need to rush to level 3. They're going to build up the resources they necessary to do so, which is a lot of winning decks do this, right? They
Uh,
start with
mhm.
uh, windmill engineers and just, like, slowly build up an influence. And, is there dungeon that's
Yeah,
the first card.
I was gonna say, yeah, there are 4 dungeon guides. Typically, when you see these, like, suppress lists, they really like to play dungeon guide, and they like to double dip, especially when
Yeah,
you have
yeah.
a Ventus. That's one of the biggest things, right? Being able to say dungeon guide, and then 3 Ventus charges just say, "Hey, can I suppress this?" and just level up again.
Yeah,
It's
I didn't
actually
see it, and I
crazy.
was a little surprised, but it's just because it's the first card, and I just
Yeah,
breezed
yeah,
over
yeah,
the
of
first
course.
card there.
Ooh,
But yeah, because double dipping on the suppressions for the on enter of Dungeon Guide is very, very good. And the scary thing with doing that is, especially against a water deck, is in like a fractals deck, is the gates, right?
yeah.
The gates are going to grow and grow and grow, and if you're trying to rush there immediately without building up some kind of protection or resources or whatever, it's going to punish you.
Yeah. Well, that is one of the benefits of Ventus in that that's a suppress that doesn't cost cards from hand. So if you've resolved the dungeon
Yes.
guide originally, you can't negate that. I'm just going to say
Yeah.
suppress on that. What are you going to do? And
Very,
an
very true.
interesting, I don't know how much experience you've had with this because if you remember from, I believe, Ascent Seattle was the first time where we had Fractal's debut and everything, and we had, I believe it was Chess Club doing Fire Terra Daochan. But
Yeah.
realistically, the Terra part was just to go to level 3, put a Wither counter on every Fractal, and say you have to spend everything this turn and be completely vulnerable, and then I will kill you.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Ooh," he just went for it.
We see him just go for it here. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, it's there might be a thing about something here, but like we did see that glimmering refusal in hand, so like it's they probably have I think they're just going back for the Ventus trigger, that there's a trigger on the stack from the Fairy Whispers. And it's going to give that Ventus a
I
counter. So we're just missing,
yeah.
I think they're just trying to get that result.
No,
But it does look like
I think they were flashing the burst asunder, expecting to pay. I believe I saw 2 put down into memory and PS so that they could hold a glimmering refusal. And they realized that they're level 0 and
gotcha.
you won't be able to do that because very clearly they will have a something, right?
Yeah.
Doubt most players typically wouldn't sit in front of a fractals list who is like I would say very firmly set up at this moment and just stay at level 0. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, no, Frostborn.
We do see the Frostborn. Yeah, Frostborn's really solid here. We have that floating memory in graveyard, so this is just going to be a nice little beater. And we unfortunately did flash that burst asunder, so we know what's coming out from from the wind Daochan side. Making sure we're going to have to have some protection against that. But yeah, the Frostborn Paladin here is going to represent some damage every single turn if we want to use it, or we can just leave up as protection. And as we're just waiting, we can then slowly get to our win con or make it more guaranteed here.
Interesting. Do you think that you like keeping it standing up is for any particular threat that you're expecting out of this, or is it just just abundance of safety, or no need to turn it sideways if you know you can burst asunder and kill?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Uh, I feel like I would swing, but maybe you're thinking. I mean, I know deck lists are open um for the online leagues here, so to help prevent any kind of shenanigans from happening. So, but maybe a lot of times people don't necessarily read over them that much, and they don't really necessarily care. So they're not 100% sure if there's gonna be like a Cloud Striker coming out. Not sure if there's gonna be like an Ace coming out, and so they just want to like have that protection just in case. That's my only thought behind it. And which is like fair enough because like if you've been playing on the online leagues, this is a pretty recent change, and so if you're not 100% super used to it, then you might not realize how important that is actually.
Ooh, time to
I
do
like
some
this.
looping. Yeah, yeah.
Yep. I like the suppression with an ally and also triggering Razor Gale. This is going to be really fun here. Well, maybe not for the Fractals player, but for the Win Dao Chan player, I'm sure it is that case.
I mean, this is a good now that the Frosthorn is standing, this is
Yeah.
actually good for the Fractals player because yeah, a big thing about this is Death by a Million Paper Pets. You're at like a level 0, level 1 deck primarily. So
Hmm.
every little bit of damage really matters, right? Turning this baby green from 2 damage from like one for Razor Gale and one for just face into just one is actually pretty significant when you only have like 15 to 19 maximum health for the entirety of your game.
Yeah. And it does look like we're going to level up here. Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting here because now we can even like threaten just to attack with the Way of Peace into there. And if they try to save it, let them save it. And then they have less cards to try to, for trying to pay for the negate for the Calming Breeze, which I think was flashed there.
Yeah,
So,
Calming Bruce has been flashed the whole time, so we do know that Win Daochan has it. I believe that's only 6 cards in hand though at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. One, two, three, four, five, six. 6 cards in hand is very risky, in my opinion, because a Burst of Thunder can still go through that, right? You put 3 down for a
yeah, it
Calming
looks like it.
Breeze, and then a Glimmer
Yeah.
Refusal can't pay 4.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be. How many cards do they have there? Six or they have
6.
six or seven
So if you
cards?
play the no, I think it was 6. So Calming Breeze puts
Okay.
you down to 3 cards, and then a Glimmer and Refusal with 4 fractals
Yeah,
just
yeah,
means can't pay for it. Kind of
yeah.
just blow up. But it looks like they did go for the baby green, and the favorable winds kept it open. So yes, they did try to save it. Are we going to see exactly the line that you were saying? Like we do know there's a Burst Asunder and a Glimmer and Refusal in his hand.
Yeah, yeah. We're threatening lethal right now. Although this Ventus is going to stop the 3 damage from the Paladin. So we're only going to do 10 damage with a burst right now, which obviously is not lethal. So we need to find 3 more damage somewhere.
But
Whether
won't
it
you
be
just swing
um,
the Paladin first and just
yeah, yeah. You'd sling Paladin first for sure, and then I would probably see what they do. If they play the calming, negate it, and then I don't know, follow up with another couple fractals or a missile and then a burst, or which I'm sure is I don't know how much influence the fractals player has. Oh well, there they go. I'm
that
counting
looked
on
like
it,
7 with
but
4 fractals. So they're playing with 11 cards effectively.
yeah, I think they have enough to do everything they want. Then
Yeah, yeah.
will they take the
So
3?
ooh, taking the 3 means you're just open to just a burst. Burst and a are you ever afraid of Veiling Breeze here instead?
Well, now with was it 4 cards in hand? No.
Or cards in hand. Yeah.
I feel like you just go for it. Yeah, just double checking the numbers here, making sure we have lethal in the bag.
Mhm.
As long as we have that glimmering eye, which I think we both saw that earlier that
Yes,
it
we
was in
saw
our
the
hands.
glimmering
So
earlier, it didn't get popped. It was definitely part of that the why we got the burst asunder flashed earlier because we really thought there was a burst and a glimmering behind it.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You also have more fractals, so we should be pretty set here. And I
I
do
also
want to
see
clarify
a
earlier.
fractal missile.
Yeah, yeah. I do want to mention earlier. I think I said deck lists are open. They're not actually open for this. So yeah,
Oh,
that is for the larger events. The
mhm.
weeklies are still closed deck lists, but that would also be definitely a case like holding out Paladin for like I said earlier.
A
Those
Cloud
aces.
Striker. Yeah,
Yeah, Cloud
When
Striker.
you see a Razor Gale, you definitely expect a Cloud Striker to come down. That
Yeah,
is not wrong.
and we do see that burst coming through. And I think
Oh,
this probably is just game, and we'll go to game 2 here. We didn't get to see the uh I was gonna say the down shell player, but the win Daochan player get to do too much of their game plan. They got a Razor Gale down, but one Razor Gale is probably not enough to, especially with the lower amount of wind we have in this deck, right? Like a normal Razor Gale list have a bunch. Just the acquiescing.
maybe it was an acquiescence this whole time. It wasn't a glimmering refusal. Maybe we're just crazy.
we both saw wrong. Wait, let's get
Wait, if he lets it get negated, he just
gated.
dies.
Yeah. Oh, from memory, another calming
Oh,
breeze. I totally forgot
oh,
that
I
that's a
forgot
thing.
that's a spell reaction. Oh,
Oh,
okay. No, there was a glimmering. There was a
they're
glimmering.
just better than us. Listen, they just they know what they're doing, man.
Okay, wash. You know, we're casual players. That's why we're going to go to the Pantheon. Am I right?
Yep, yep. It's Pantheon for us. That's game 1 going to the Nico or the, Nico player, the Water Fractals player,
Mhm.
well done, well played with the acquiescing. I mean, and remember that the, Calming Breeze is a cleric spell reaction there that they can play from memory. Uh,
Yeah,
super, super cool here.
you never see Diaochan plus Win together, so it's kind of
Yeah.
one of those things you just forget. Right? I'm like, oh yeah, you are allowed to do that.
Yep, very much so. Now as these players are sideboarding, the Wind player actually has quite a few cards they can actually bring in against this Fractals player. They have those Veiling Breezes in there, and they also have Safeguard Amulet as well, which is pretty cool.
See, the sad part about this is that if I was in this place, I unfortunately take out the really fun part of the deck, which is the buffeting hurricane. I'm pretty sure. I don't
Mm,
think you don't. I don't think you get there versus fractals. I don't think you need it versus fractals. Um, feels kind of like dead if you draw it in early because fractals is trying to kill you very early.
yeah,
And if
yeah.
they're not killing you early, you kind of don't need those to kill them anyway because yeah, it's only 19 health, really. You can just push through
Yeah.
that pretty easily.
I think that's a very fair thing to bring out. Yeah, you bring out the buffeting or dungeon guides as well. Like you're not rushing to level 3, maybe you're just going slow. And you can keep a couple in because like
Mm.
you're only bringing in probably 3, maybe total of 5 cards. Like they don't have much of actual cards they'd want to bring in. Um, so sure, take out just the worst cards from your deck. Things that are going to be your level 3 game plan, and hope that you can just, like you said earlier, burst them down with a couple Razor Gales on board. And I think that's gonna be the really important thing here. Obviously, Razor Gales, as we saw here, the Wind Daochan player, um, they actually had a Razor Gale start in their starting hand, but it's something you want to put down early because you probably are staying level 1, and as that Fractals player builds up more and more of those Fractals, then obviously their Glimmering Refusals become better, and there's going to be negating your best, well, your win con against that deck. So those are kind of one of those things where you have to recognize really early on, okay, can I get a Razor Gale down and survive my next turn, and
Are those
have it and make
magnificent
sure that
banquets?
that Razor Gale doesn't get negated.
Oh, I didn't even notice Magnificent Banquet was in there. Oh, okay, yeah, that's definitely you cited out. That's going to take way too long to turn on. Complete.
Yeah, I didn't see that either. There's a couple cards you could take out for sure.
Yeah, I mean they're all pretty much. You just say, hey, I have 5 cards I want to put in. Let's take out all these Terra cards that I kind of probably won't get there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean the Fractals players didn't see the game plan of going to level 3 at like almost at all. So maybe they just thought they were like a weird just Daochan Razor Gale, and that's all he knew. And so there's a chance where you could play around with still going to level 3 and catching them off guard. I mean, the
well,
Fractals player has. I'm trying to figure out what would be good. And they didn't see a Veiling, but I think you would have to assume. So you're probably bringing a Nullifying Mirror. You might think about the Cyclical Breeze. You could play like Nullifying Lantern, and then I think the only other thing you could probably bring in would be the John Yu's Fate's Premonition, and maybe name
yeah,
something specific. I don't
just
know.
name a
100%.
breeze that
Yeah, Veiling
you
Breeze. Yeah,
do.
Veiling Breeze
Yeah,
or Calming Breeze. Yeah.
yeah. Or like you bring it, you materialize lantern. I know sorry, you materialize mirror. You turn
Mm,
off the breeze and just
yeah.
play the gen. You say calming breeze, and like now I win.
Yeah. Very smart. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's that's definitely the best way to do it.
The only interesting thing though is like how we could see how Moog was sideboarding the entire time. That means your opponent can see how you were sideboarding the entire time. And I did just watch him go through his entire deck, like card for card, like whole time, like 3 times, I think, just looking for cards to side out.
Oops.
Yeah,
that's
so
just that's just some weekly fun.
yeah,
I mean, this whole thing is that's the nice thing about ELA weeklies, right? There's low risk, but pretty good rewards if you manage to go 4-0. So a lot of people just do this for as basically as their locals and just get to have fun, just
oh
playing
yeah,
and testing out their fun ideas or cool new ideas. In the case of this Wind Daochan with buffeting Hurricane, which I do hope we get to see though, at least.
at least once. Yeah, he did not side them out. He sided out the banquets instead. So like, and one of them's foil too. I saw that. So I really hope we
Ooh.
get to see the foil buffeting hurricane come out.
That'd be very, very cool.
We have a good chance now that don't stay at level 0. Don't stay at level like low level versus fractals. Maybe you want to level up and don't pray that your defensive spells are enough versus a Clipping Refusal. Clipping Refusal's nuts of a card, man.
Yeah, yeah. Lemon Fuse is very, very good. We do see Razor Gale start at least one in hand, if not two. I can't quite tell if that's a Reclaim or another Razor Gale. It looks like another Razor Gale. So we might have a double Razor Gale in hand, which can be very, very good when you want to play Razor Gale, and can be very, very bad in the sense of if you don't get the follow up cards to rebuild your influence. If you're just going, double Razor Gale, one this turn, one next turn, like what are you doing on your future turns? Because they just cost so much.
Yeah, like a big reason why we see Razor Gale stay at like level like traditional Razor, you'll say at like level 0, level 1 decks is because you need to fit all these draw 1 regalias, right? Just
Yeah.
to refill your hand. You don't have a lot of these because there's a lot of Terra regalia that I assume has been swapped out, but it's still there. I don't get to play 3 baubles. I don't get to play like a cleric
Yeah.
robes and like flicker it over and over again.
Yeah, very, very true. I think we're sitting here thinking maybe about the possibility of an acquiescing here. I mean, acquiescing would be like, I feel like you just instantly drop it here. You see Razor Gale, like, yeah, acquiescing. If it gets negated, perfect. If not, you get to draw two and you're already like ahead in that
It was
case.
horribly annoying to me. Last locals was I put a windmill down and they acquiescing to that. Like, that was, like, my turn 1 play, and I was like, "Are you serious right now? That I actually have to let you draw 2 because." And I learned from that you actually have to act a little better because they only acquiesced in me because it very clearly looked like that was the only play I had,
Yeah, yeah.
and I was like, gotta poker face this."
Yeah, you definitely gotta do some poker faces when it comes to acquiescing and stuff like that too, for sure. Yeah, it's acquiescing into. I mean, if you're worried about like, especially in that case, I don't whatever deck you're playing. I mean, the going to windmill engineer and follow up into an ace, and you're like, yeah, I guess I just do this right now because they're not going to have anything to reclaim. Hopefully, they don't have another windmill engineer on their next turn, and I just basically stop their like we are just talking about that those constant plus ones that you can get from like reclaim and playing the windmill engineer repeatedly.
But instead, we don't see the rejection. I think it's just because I think fractals, even if they're nice +2, I think you do want to use this, like, I guess, free turn to, set up your triple fractal open if you have it. I think it probably feels a
Yeah,
little better.
you can. The nice thing about with acquiescing, especially specifically going second, is that if you do acquiescing and they do allow it to get negated, you still have enough cards to play at least one fractal or hold
Mhm.
up three and go like backup charger, and so you're like fine with that play most of the time because, like I mentioned earlier, like fractals yeah, would like to do a triple fractal start, obviously, because obviously you're just, like super far ahead in that case, and you can go for like really early kills, but you don't have to. You can play a slower game. You can go for the uh, just a longer game plan and survive longer because you have more protection now and have more uh, just general, like the negates from acquiescing and the Thronekeeper Bullfrog I was mentioning earlier that just kind of facilitate this whole just tweak to the game plan, I should say.
Yeah,
Play
good old
style. That's why I
mushroom.
want to say play style.
Mm, makes sense. Well, good old mushroom comes down, triggers Razor Gale, starting the death by a million pings. I love it.
Yeah,
Dude,
it's
I think mushroom is really underrated, especially against a deck like
that's
fractals, because you know
that's
what happens
exactly what I
once
was gonna
you
say.
yeah you put down all your fractals and all of a sudden you only have like what 3 or 4 real influence.
Yep.
S- suppress the mushroom and just say let's get rid of those.
Yeah, the additional effect of Poisonous Breeze Cap is really, really cool. For those who don't know, this card, you can play it as an on-enter. It draws a card into memory, and then it has, I believe, or I think it can have a draw into memory, or when it's suppressed, or when it comes back. I'm trying to remember which one it is. You can choose to sacrifice it, and if you do,
When
opponent discards a
it's
card from
when
their
it's
memory
when
at
it's
random.
suppressed when it's
When it is
suppressed.
suppressed, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, super cool card. I think it hasn't seen enough love and it hasn't seen enough playability. The ability in this deck, which I think is insane, once you get to that point in the game where you are able to do like Imperious Galebind and Buffeting Hurricanes, and you have way more of these kind of effects, right? The unentered draw card or draw card into memory effects on board, and you can just go, cool. I don't need to have six of these on board, so I'm just going to use these poisonous recaps just to minus you several cards and while I'm also drawing cards.
Yeah. Feels it always gets overshadowed by Mnemonic Charm. Even in this
Mm,
deck, it kind of gets overshadowed by Mnemonic Charm because one of the primary win conditions for Moog was Leeching Bolt, just Terra
yes,
Fireball.
yeah, very very good.
But hey, Mushroom's got its own or Breeze Cap, sorry, it has its own little niche. I love it.
Yeah,
Ooh. Is this enough to lower for a gentle respite?
it's 5 to
Like
5. Oh no, 5 to 6. So not quite enough. I think just doing it as a level up outlet here, right? Farewell wins. You get a trigger on the Ventus, and then you also just get to level up and just you're burning a card, but you're not minusing a card from that you don't want to hit from memory.
I was even thinking about this week. I was just like, oh, I haven't seen someone say favorable wins level up for like 3 seasons. 'Cause, like that was a
Yeah.
classic.
that definitely was the classic. Oh, the dungeon guide does come out.
Ooh.
Ooh, so we're we do believe we have enough to pay for a glittering refusal, but we're just using this to basically get to level 2 quick, and then we might even see this into like a turbo level 3 possibly. I'm not sure what the rest of the cards were in hand. I know there's a reclaim in there. So we could be thinking about something with that. Maybe we have a suppress for this dungeon guide already. So maybe we're just going to, like we were mentioning earlier, suppress this dungeon guide, get that on enter effect twice.
Well, we do have the Ventus on board with one charge, so it could just be like a
Yeah.
slow. Because the big thing about this is to just get out of range of fractals, right? And the other one I want to say that's important though is to not go to level 3 too early because that level 3 Daochan on enter um, pretty much just says against fractals specifically says I get a free turn.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it is actually worth it to just delay it a little bit if you can help it. Just to say on this is the turn I will try to kill you. So I would like to go to level 3, make you say give up all your fractals or like rest them all to protect from wither.
Oh, did we miss our level 2 level up?
I think we did. Did
Oh
we
no.
just banish 2 for fun?
I think we might have just banished 2 for fun and forgot to level up. I mean, it's technically not a mandatory effect, but
Yeah, and
uh,
turn sideways with the dungeon guide.
yep, it was the attack after the dungeon guide. Uh, so it's up to them whether their opponent, Alex here, Nebula Star Alex, allows their opponent to get that level 2 Dao Chan. Technically, you can fail to find when doing dungeon guide. On enter says you may banish 2 cards at random from your memory, and then if you do, level up your champion. Technically, since the material deck is a hidden and private information, uh, fail to find can occur, and if you do miss the trigger of that, so that might be, we'll see what's happening here. It looks like Nilasar
Okay,
is
Alex.
cool with it, uh, and he is bringing it onto the board here. It's very kind of Nebula Star to allow Moog to bring it out. And obviously, we were mentioning earlier, this is just a weekly, so it's just mainly for people wanting to have fun and test their decks and aren't usually taking it too seriously.
Dude, even worse is if you fail to find, and then when you finally manage to get to level 3, you also fail to remember that you have a lost providence. Because not naming names, but someone who might be part of this call right now might be doing that every once in a while. Calming breeze, doesn't that not
I was gonna say I
block
don't think
enough?
that's me. I haven't played a Lost Providence in a deck yet.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe it is me. Maybe it's the guy that was playing Wind Terra Kongming on Monday, and yeah, did Dungeon Guide displace into oops, I have a Lost Providence. Let's not bring that out for literally 6 turns.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That is my greatest fear is is the yes, forgetting Lost Providence. I mean, to be fair, it was the same thing with Looking Glass, and I just had to eventually learn it. But I do feel like Lost Providence is more likely to happen because you're just somebody, you're in the game, you're doing multiple things, and so forgetting Lost Providence for multiple turns definitely can it happens to the best of us for sure.
Yeah, forgetting Lost Providence for the level 3 Daochan is actually pretty common because you do things as soon as it hits the board, right? And then
Mm.
half the time you're explaining what Wither does to your opponent. And then once you're done explaining what Wither does, you just completely forget that you're supposed to do something else.
Very fair.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or it's
I
like,
don't.
yeah, you go to level 3, and then you're like, you're explaining Wither, and then you're like, oh, I'm also supposed to play Imperious Scalebind before I forget, before I go to end phase. And you say Imperious Scalebind, then you say go to end phase, draw 3, and you're like, I forgot my other draw 1.
Yep. The first time I played Daochan was actually in the Critter Summit in Pantheon, and so I had to read all her cards. I was like, "What does Wither do again? What does this do? What do these flowers do?" I can't remember. Like I looked at it when it came out, but I haven't touched it since. So
Ooh, are
we
you
use that
weak?
safeguard amulet from that sideboard coming in.
I guess yeah, with 4 influence, what can you really do against fractals? You just try to wait and gather more, right? I'm assuming I'm going to make a safe. I want to say a safe guess here. I think his next turn is probably materialized Thurible.
Thurible would be a very good materialization here. Just to basically use as a backup charger. I started doing that. I also started doing it where you just bring it out. You don't pop it in your recollection. You just hold on to it.
Yeah,
And the second they put like a floating memory in the graveyard, then that's when you pop it. Usually on this turn or like the next turn. But like I've done it where it's my whole turn. It's just Thurible. I just bring it out. I go, yeah, put 6 cards down. Like I minus you like 2 cards and maybe some other cards from graveyard. And yeah, I took my whole turn, but I got to draw a card, and honestly, I'm fine with that. It's usually such like a strong play. Although,
Yeah, uh, this is actually very interesting to put both refracting missiles into the graveyard in front of what you expect to be a thurible turn next turn anyway, because you're
yeah.
kind of just going for it at this rate, right? Otherwise, why did I give you two floating when I can only rip one at most?
Although, do we just have maybe like a possibility of lethal? Like,
Yeah, I mean, I
we've
just
already done
assumed like,
so much damage.
yeah. Well, from this point, if the safeguard wasn't there, then burst
Mm,
asunder is lethal. But it might just be a bait the safeguard, and then just kind of blow them up with something else after.
yeah, yeah. I think that's very fair. I mean, there's lots of nice thing about Daochan, Fractal's Daochan, is that these missiles, these shimmering refractions, are just going to even outside of the burst asunder. If obviously just get a big enough fractal count on board, those just are a win con in and of itself. And so you can kind of use that burst asunder to force them to pop the safety element or force them to use a card from hand and then follow up with the shimmers and refractions after that. So if Alex is over there sitting with a bunch more of those in hand, then they might just be fine with doing exactly this.
Yeah. Or I think another play that commonly gets done is you sit there, you try to put more fractals down just to make sure that your one singular missile that you're going to play on top of the
Hmm.
safeguard trigger will just be lethal on its own,
Yep, exactly. Yeah, very, very, very true.
which only has to do 9 damage, I think, at the moment. So we have one, two, three, four fractals. We'd have to make three more for a refracting missile, or four more for the shimmering to instantly be lethal on its own. Ooh, that's not a terrible turn.
That is not a thurible turn, and this is scary. I mean, this is saying in your recollection, I'm going to go to like no cards, and if you like, if Alex has lethal here, then that's just it. Although I always forget I said that last time, and calming breeze from memory is still a thing for the Dow Champ player. So, or the Dow Champ player, geez, the Wind Dow Champ player, the Razor Gale player. That's a better way I should be saying this, maybe.
And then we're
Yes,
well, at least
the
the reclaim, yeah, triggers Aventus here. So even if it gets negated by this acquiescing, which is what we
yep.
saw, you still get a little bit closer to just saying, "I'm just going to Aventus this dungeon guide, even whether you like me or not."
Yeah, very, very true. I mean, it has to be a mage wind spell, right? So,
Mhm.
uh, we're not going to do it probably. I don't know if there's anything they can activate from memory here that is a cleric or not cleric. That is a
It would
is it
have to
just
be
spell
cleric,
reaction?
mage, spell reaction.
Yeah, yeah. There you go.
But yeah, Daochan can only play cleric spell reactions. So it'd have to be a cleric mage spell reaction, which I don't off the top of my head because I looked at a lot of reactions.
Yeah.
I don't think one of those exists yet. There's definitely cleric mage spells, but I don't think reaction.
I I'm pretty sure Daochan level 1 is only a reaction spell. I think just almost
Yeah.
all the reaction spells that are played are cleric.
Uh,
So
hey, you know a fun one that we tried to do until we actually read level one properly is incapacitate is a spell, is a reaction, right? So we tried that and we're like, oh, we can't do that. Then you know what another spell reaction is? Veiling
what?
Breeze is a spell reaction, but it's an
Hmm,
assassin spell reaction. So that's how that one card alone is how I realized that you can only play cleric spell reactions.
really? I felt like
Ooh, one mage cleric mage spell reaction in the game. Thank you, once in love. This is our trivia moment. Who can figure that out without looking it up?
that is not gonna be me, honestly.
And it's a DOA apparently.
Ooh,
Yeah,
build
I
up those
have.
fractals.
Yeah, filling out those fractals. I'm going to assume that this is the what do you got? This is probably going to be the line of I'm going to try to just have you die to a single missile on top of your safeguard amulet
Mm,
activation, so you can't do anything about it.
yeah. I'm trying to think of that card, that single DOA card that's a mage spell reaction. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that. D
Ooh, I like this. So I think a big reason why they were trying to reclaim, even though there's like a dungeon now you can suppress to go to level three, is because there's already a calming breeze in the bin. You probably wanted to try to get the reclaim in there too, and then two floating and one card to go Dow three. But going Dow
mm,
three right now with the one and two, also reasonable because it does just say I take another turn because fractals like I said, like you put the withers on everything, fractals all of a sudden just says, you want to lose all these, or you want to just say, give me another turn. Unfortunately, I
Yeah,
just don't think I don't know what another turn will do because you still have 14 damage to go.
yeah. This is it's not that much damage to go, and then also like I think Alex can just pay for everything here and just like take a
I've
turn
been
to uh pay for all this and just like maybe play one fractal after that and just say, yeah, pass. I'm just gonna chill. I know I'm not gonna die for the next at least 2, 3 turns, and they'll be fine.
chat. I've been lied to by my own locals because I don't read. You can use what I call Veiling Breeze with Daochan 1. Oh my gosh, time to go back to
Oh,
cooking.
yeah, okay. So it's just spell reaction.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna do the back. Oh, and it's water barrier, of course. I actually should have known that.
Oh, water barrier is the mage spell reaction.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a cleric mage spell reaction. I should have known that because it's cleric mage floating
Yeah,
memory.
yeah. Class bonus
Yeah.
or yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Oh look, did not forget your lost providence. So that is a good. That's a really big benefit nowadays for Diaochan 3, especially in this kind of matchup because the withers gives you that extra turn where Fractal's just going to say I'm not going to do anything. So
Yeah.
that extra turn is the turn you need to wake up your
Mm.
lost providence.
This is a cool thing here for the uh fractals player here, being able to purposely sacrifice the unstable fractal. So now you're gonna have to pay for that wither counter that was on it anyway, and you get to destroy the safeguard amulet. I believe a flower bud token is still created because you can choose to banish the fractal
It
when
does.
it's
It's not.
destroyed.
It's not because
Okay,
it has to go to graveyard, right? So things
no,
are
for the unstable fractal.
no, no. For the Diaochan 3, like breaking something, it has to be stuff that is. Oh, you mean? Oh, wait. For the to sacrifice for the
Yeah,
sacrifice and stable fractal.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah. The
well,
unstable fractal, blows itself up, and so it's
yeah.
destroyed. And I believe a bud would be made there, but
If they chose to,
yeah, but and I think that's important. And thing we were
I didn't even
mentioning
think about
earlier,
that.
this deck has a lot of
Yeah,
triggers, and so the flower bud tokens, and honestly, it might not matter. I mean,
yeah,
I don't think this Wind Auction player is playing anything that would come up where
yeah.
where you're using those flower buds. And actually, you
I
don't make
don't
it,
think you
yeah.
want to give them their Fantasia back.
Exactly, those flower buds are Fantasias. I just remember that too. I think we both
Yeah.
started at the exact same time.
Yeah, I was like, I was thinking, it's like, I'm pretty sure you only do that if you can make the flower bud for yourself, because your Diaochan level 2 effect will give you more glimmer counters based on how many what do you call it? The
Mm,
difference between your glimmer and your Fantasias on board. So sometimes, yeah, you make your own flower buds, but I'm pretty sure you should not make them for
I definitely should
the
not.
because I do remember playing this at locals where someone gave me I think it was like 8 or 9 flower buds. And at one point I said glimmering refusal for 22.
Jeez,
And
that's
there's yeah,
sick. I think we're just having a looking up a card here. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening, or how something
a
works. Yeah,
flower
flower buds,
buds. They're just
the
looking up
flower buds.
Oh, is he looking up to see that it's a Fantasia?
It's pretty funny, but I think the Daochan player, the fractal player, water fractal player, it just paid for everything and
Yeah. Hey
probably
Pat.
has the ability to maybe even go for a lethal play. I believe Wind Daochan player only has 2 cards in hand, so like only would be threatening a veiling, but obviously wouldn't be able to pay for any negates of any sort. And we do definitely see a glimmering refusal in hand. So um
It's also only availing for one, so you're like, well,
yeah.
whatever.
Although veiling for one is all you need against a burst asunder. Just being able to stop half of all the damage that would be coming in. Fractal of
Only
intrusion. Don't think. Oh, there is a floating. That's right. We do have those missiles from
there,
earlier.
yeah, but there's 0 cards of memory. I was just like, do you know how baller a play would be if you just be like, hey, I'm gonna missile for lethal on the stack of the fractal of intrusion, force you to do that veiling, and then to be like, ooh, okay, that works.
Yeah. I
Noble
mean, I think that
dissolution. Ooh,
is it. I think that's going to be
that is
game
it. Yeah.
for this match. Water fractals, I think, is
Too
I mean,
fast.
it's yeah, just a little too fast. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the buffeting hurricane that we wanted to see. I'm sure that would have been a really fun combination. And of course, with the Imperial Scalebind, I know we both, I think, we're hoping we got to see some of that occur. And actually, I think Game One had the best start with the triple cake basically setup,
Mhm.
but just couldn't get to level 3 to make that happen. But Razor Gale, still pretty cool. Fractal, still pretty cool. It was cool to see Daochan v Daochan, but finally in a different color. And this is the trifecta of Daochans. If we can just get that win Daochan to be decent, then we can see all of, 3 lists start topping events.
Yeah, if they can release more than 2 total, playable Wind Fantasia allies so that the archetype can actually function and exist, then
Yeah,
I could probably see that happening. Until then, I
yeah,
was like, your Fantasia allies are just whatever your Scepter of Awakening creates. So what if you
yep.
lose your Scepter of Awakening?
Yep. It's the other day I looked back at the Wind Fantasia allies. I was like, there's nothing I can do with these now, right? Like there's not something better, like more of them in. And no, there was not, unfortunately. I was hoping, but I think that would be a very fun like deck archetype to see. I mean, I'm always about you're mentioning the Scepter of Awakening that turns a Fantasia, not a Fantasia ally, but turns just straight Fantasia into an ally based on its reserve cost, I believe, right? It gets
Yeah,
power
and
and
it gets
attack.
buff counter.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's right. It does get a buff counter. Yeah,
Yeah,
so that's pretty cool. I
yeah,
I love cards that turn something that's not an ally into an ally. We get to see, was it Potion Infusion Animate is coming
yeah.
out in
The
RDO.
7/7 potions are going to come out.
Yep.
For
It's
people who
super
aren't
super cool.
on the Arisana chat in the GA main Discord, you might have missed this, but we spent a lot of time just saying, it changes your on deaths into like, or sorry, yeah, it changes your on sacrifices to on deaths.
Yes. Yep.
So we spent a lot of time just being like, how do we infuse it and then sacrifice it? And Silidar had to come into the chat and just say, can you guys stop trying to kill your 7/7 and just swing with a 7/7?
Yeah. Yep,
It was
just
really
swinging
fun.
with the 7/7 is pretty good, and then they have to deal with it, and then, you're pretty okay with
Yeah, they
that.
deal with it, and you're like, "Oh, on death, I guess I do 4 more damage to you and draw a
Yep,
card," or like whatever,
yeah.
I guess. Yeah,
It's pretty sick. The only thing that I was sad about is that it can get fracturized, and then just stops becoming an ally, and I'm like,
I,
"Okay,
I'm
well."
I'm really excited for those rulings. Remember the good old rulings of what happens if you fracturize my Fate Stone while it's trying to flip,
Yeah, yeah.
and you just have a fracturized panda on the board.
Yep. I'm not looking forward to that, for sure. But I am looking forward to just being able to, actually, I don't know, because you're mentioning you actually haven't seen a lot of the Pantheon stuff, and like I don't know how much RDO stuff, but in the in one of the decks, I believe that the Arsana starter deck, you get to see a 12 cost potion. So getting a
Oh, I did.
12/12 ally would be pretty sick. I mean, that's an expensive. It's really expensive to brew, so it's probably not happening unless you just happen to just somehow we get to do like a bunch of herb generation. But getting a 12/12 ally sounds pretty fun. It's right up
Hey,
my alley, at least.
you did say that Pantheon games take a long time. I have
Exactly.
found out that I am what I call a hostage player. I will take you to 1 hour BO one timers. I will play as many defensive cards
Oh
as possible
no.
just to do that. So you're telling me I can stall the game, brew a 12/12, and just say now I'll start playing the game?
Uh, I feel like I shouldn't mention this then to you. Tomorrow we have a video coming out talking about some good cards, and some of the best cards that you can play in Pantheon are these hold hostage cards,
Yeah.
basically.
Oh.
Like Chibi, Redcliffe, the Battle of Redcliffe or
Oh yeah,
whatever.
yeah, yeah, so good.
That
So
that
good.
card's
I love that
so
card.
good.
Uh,
And then what's the other one? Crystalline Ruins is really good.
that's yep.
Zucheng's really good.
Yep.
Uh, they're brutal, man.
I'm just
And
hearing
then
tax.
yep,
Yes.
taxes are very, very good.
Pay your taxes,
Especially
guys.
yeah,
Oh.
especially if, they both come out like, I play one and then you also play one, it's over. It's like everyone just like the game goes for hours, I'm pretty sure at
Dawn of
that point.
Ashes hits everybody too, right?
Yeah, Dawn of Ashes would as well, yeah. I trust me, I'm gonna make a Norm Pantheon deck for sure.
Oh, I'm so excited to keep everyone hostage. I already played Wind Umbra Alice in a regionals and kept everyone hostage. And I can't wait to
That's
do this too.
that's brutal, man.
It's so
Yeah,
fun.
I hope you find a good pot of people to play with, because it won't be me.
What do you mean? I'm gonna scrub out what like and just join your pod, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we're gonna do the instant pod sign up, and it's just every single time you and me just apparently get into a pod together. I'll have to take a break or something in between there somewhere.
Yeah, but hey, they confirmed that it'll only happen once because they'll try to match make you away from
Mm.
people you've played with before.
Yeah, we just have to, maybe we just, well, you know what we do? We just drop instantly, and that way we're guaranteed to be in the in a pod together.
Yo, duo queue, let's go. That sounds,
Duo Q at Pantheon pods. Yeah, there you go.
that sounds pretty fun. That's what a
Oh, yeah.
yeah, duo queue Pantheon pods, but your partners tries to take every game to 4 hours.
And then you are trying to end the game as quickly as possible. That's
Yeah.
the duality, the yin and yang.
That's the farm strategy. Yeah, we're having
Oh, yeah.
fun. This is
I'm excited for
uh
Pantheon. It's gonna be a good time. I'm excited to see all the spoilers. Spoiler season starts in 5 days, which is pretty cool for me. I try to I've done 2 different ways, right? Like, do you, and personally, Sir Herman, do you try to keep up
yeah.
on spoilers, or do you try to, like, wait till everything's mainly out? Like, you don't care if things do get spoiled, or do you, like,
I'm
you like to wait?
I'm a once a week. I don't want to
Mm,
read every single card as it comes out, but you know, when I have a hefty amount, or when someone like next to me at work, for example, just says, "Hey, you should check out this card. This card's kind of busted." Then
yeah.
I'll go read it. Otherwise, I'm like, I don't need to read one card at a time because then you kind of just release 180 cards at once, and I'm like, well, I had to read all of them anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've done it where I've waited, like, right where so initially, I followed along. Every single card that
mhm,
came out, I would read every single time instantly right away. Start thinking about it. But then I started getting more and more competitive. I'm like, okay, I gotta stop thinking about these cards while I'm going to a competitive event and like trying to deck build for the next event. And so I started like following less and less. And then one season, I think it was probably the season we went really hard before Nats or at Nats or whatever. Um, I followed along with everything. Or sorry, I didn't follow along with anything for like DTR, and then as soon as DTR hit, I was like, I have no clue what's in this set at all. And I was like so unaware and I hated it because I was like, I don't even know what to look at. It was just so overwhelming. So now I'm back to every single time I see a card, I'm just gonna read it, try to think about it a little bit, and then try to do my best not to think about it for the next event, like Los Angeles. Like I see all these Pantheon cards and I want to play with them, especially the Neos cards, man. Dude,
yeah.
I'm so excited for Neos.
That's a you're got me a good you made a good point because I used to follow along a lot of these cards until I was just like, man, that's a really good card. Too bad the deck it goes into is borderline unplayable. Like that
Yeah.
was me because I got the privilege of being able to spoil and reveal mana resonance on the Serene
Mm,
balance like productions like last year, and I love that card. I think that card is insanely good. It's just against most decks, that's just Daochan's
yeah.
way of just saying I get a free +1 and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
But you have to be playing a water Daochan level 2 or higher deck, and um, doesn't matter how good that card is. I
Yeah.
just raised my expectations for nothing.
Yeah. Hey, maybe in a Pantheon. Actually, Pantheon card's pretty sick because
Yeah.
everyone's playing cards, and most likely they're going to be playing some high cost cards here and
It's
there, and
yeah,
high
at
cost
some point,
spells.
someone says 5 cost or higher spell, and I'm like, "Done. I get to draw 2, finally. I've been holding on to this forever."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Acquiescing's amazing in Pantheon, because usually you go, "I'm gonna negate your card," right? Like, they don't you're not actually negating it because the person goes, "Yeah, you can draw 2, I don't care," care because everyone just lets things happen until it all culminates to the final, I feel like, 3 or 4 turns where everyone just starts killing each other
Yeah,
in a
it's like
row.
the super long stack. If anyone's been traumatized by Arisana stacks, ooh, get ready for Pantheon, I guess.
Dude, also, if you're playing Arasana, we were talking about Polaris earlier. I think we were talking about this maybe just before stream. Is that how good Arasana is, and because you get that Polaris and you get the Cosmic Bolts. Well, just know you should bring a lot of Cosmic Bolts for if you're gonna play Pantheon with Polaris, because I was like, I have 10, or maybe I had 12 Cosmic Bolts. I'm like, that's enough. It was not. I had 18 counters on my Polaris, and I was like, I really wish I could shuffle in 18 Cosmic Bolts, but I didn't. I only had 12, and if I did, maybe I would have won that game. But it is what it
Y
is.
There's already a Cosmic Bolt shortage. I
Yeah,
really hope they make more somewhere. I think
yeah.
I assume the Pantheon has the Pantheon deck comes with at least some?
Yeah, it's at least 10 for sure, like guaranteed 10
Oh,
because that's
10?
how many
Okay.
were in my thing. And then yeah, and we're getting over the head the headsets here is that there's one in the deck and there is. So that's 11, but you need of course the extra ones for sure to shuffle in outside of it. So
That's
getting
better
the
than
10
it was
there,
2 a deck before, right?
yeah, it
I
was
was
not many.
I have 4 Arizona decks just because I own 11 Cosmic Bolts over 4 Arizona decks and 3 from ALC Alter. It was really hard.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I had a couple. I'm pretty sure Caban stole some from me at some point. Because he was running short on them. But so at one point I had a decent amount, but I'm pretty sure those have worn thin. But so I'm glad I got my Pantheon deck to help refill those. But definitely I'm gonna bring probably if I play Arosana, a minimum of 25 Cosmic Bolts just to be on the super safe side. I feel like that's a good benchmark to hit because with how long those games go, you can get quite a few herbs popped and
Are
counters on that thing pretty
are
easily.
you are you one-shotting with Cosmic Bolts? Please say yes.
I didn't get to that point ever because I died, but
Oh, okay.
I got to 16 damage with the cosmic bolt, which was, or I should say, it would have been 16. I was digging for it by glimpsing, and I didn't hit it, but it would have been a 16, which is 16 is pretty sick. I haven't had that
Yeah,
before.
yeah. I definitely have, but that was a brutal, fight against a Luxem Xander.
Gosh, yeah, that sounds horrible.
That was at your
In a
regionals,
normal,
just so you know.
I was gonna say like a normal match, like a normal Grand
Yeah,
Archive match. Yeah.
yeah, normal
Ooh,
regionals. He said Dust Like Communion. I'm -1 level, so I'm slowed down massively the entire game. It's
that's pretty
water
sick, dude.
Luxem Xander, healing
Your
constantly. Healing,
your
but no
regionals
Light
sound
Weavers.
horrible.
This is your regionals. I was at your I went to you guys.
Yeah, I didn't play in it. That's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
me.
yeah. But I'm pretty sure this is a regionals where you walked next to me and saw me shuffle 12 Cosmic Bolts in my deck, and you said, "Whoa, that's a lot." I'm like, "Yeah, I use
I,
Polaris to kill in a Majestic Spirit."
that's that's pretty sick.
Yeah.
That's gotta feel pretty good.
Not when I couldn't kill him for like 5 more turns.
Hey, as long as you get there, you did what you got to do. You know, as long if the game takes 45 minutes, but you get the one win, you did
I'm
it.
so happy you're finally subscribing to my mentality, you know? If it
Oh,
took 50 minutes to win game 1, um, and it's a really long game too, it's your problem if you don't scoop, just saying.
yeah.
Just
I
concede the second one.
I have the cool thing about Fractal of Insight. I was just looking at this the other day, which is you can go on there and you can see achievements for your under your account, and one of them is a win a match by going one win, like 1-0.
Mhm.
I didn't realize I did that. I think I did it. I think it was Utrecht, and it was a very long game one of surprisingly, you know, we haven't seen it in a while, but the cleric mill, where
Mhm.
you're just building up fractals and milling them out. But it was just a very long game one. We haven't seen that in a little bit. I wouldn't mind seeing one of those OG style tamer or not Gembu, but old, you know, Vanitas, Arasana, or Sylvie mill out decks to, you know, to grace our presence one of these days again.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you didn't know about this already, you can actually tell exactly when you did it. Because
Oh
when you go to Fractal of Insight, you click on the achievement itself. You can scroll down to see like achieved like players who have
yes,
achieved this achievement. Search for your name. It'll tell you
yes.
exactly when.
I always forget that's a thing. I every single time I don't look at my account that often, so
Oh yeah,
it's
yeah,
not
yeah.
a thing I do too well. But it was a Cent Taipei.
Yeah,
Oh, that's crazy.
round
I don't even know what that
3.
would have been.
I know exactly what mine was. I was playing Arizona.
Yeah,
I achieved that a long time ago, and I achieved that at least once in an event. I am a menace.
I they need a count on your a counter on your your account that says how many times you achieved a 1-0 win in a best of three. Just
It's they need a counter for how many times the entire venue is held up because of my match, and half the time it's not my fault. I'm just saying. Half the time it's my opponent has to make a judge call because I'm doing something insane with like cards that people don't see ever.
I just it just feels like your fault then.
I'm just like, sometimes you're at Ascent Akihabara, everyone's like waiting an extra 10 minutes for this round to end, and realistically it's just my opponent's asking what happens if I say if I play Ascension against my Genbu with 0 cards in deck and I reveal a water card, but also the 3 damage from Ascension will kill me. It's like I
Oh,
know the answer.
you read an order, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, it's
They
like
the
it's not,
the,
not necessarily that you die first. It's just that the game doesn't check if I die to damage until
hmm,
after the card fully resolves. But you can't resolve the card without trying to draw. And as soon as you try to draw, you just lose.
interesting.
Yeah.
Well, that's a very unique case scenario that I hope I don't have to encounter, but we will be right back
Yeah, yeah.
with the second round of the weekly. Stay tuned. That'll be happening very shortly.
Have fun.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the second round of the TCG NA Online League Weekly. I am Isaac. Joined with me right now is Jim the Eternal. Jim, how you doing?
I'm doing great. You know, these events are always a trip. I've very much enjoyed casting these events, and I always see something that I've never seen before. So I'm
Yeah,
I'm thrilled to be here.
yeah. I'm always excited to do some casting of casting in general, but the weeklies are always really fun, and it's cool to see what people brew, what people like to mess around with, especially as we get closer to the end of this season. Right, we're just before RDO and Pantheon, and it's this is like some of the times where people are like, this is my last the last time I can actually play this type of deck with these, certain set of cards. So let me just try to do whatever I want to do and just see how it works. And maybe if it works well, then I can, really build it up even better in RDO. But let me just try this. I know, like at a regional, it was the first time we saw Luxem start doing really well, which was the one of our Michigan regionals. It was Chess Club brought a list of for Luxem that had like Fractal of Insight. It had Serum. What was it? Serum of Wisdom.
Extreme wisdom. Yep.
And yeah, all these just like basically anything that just like net even as they went to level 3, and but it was at the very end of like the season, and because they didn't want to spoil it for the season before, but this is exactly that kind of that kind of feeling. We have the Michigan or not Michigan, the online regional 2 about a week from now. I believe it's on the 14th. So in less than 10 days here will be the next online regional. So if people out there want to play in that event, maybe they missed the first one or they just want to play in this one again, another one again, then definitely check that out. Tickets are live. I think the tickets are live right now. Yeah, on our website. So if anyone wants to join that, definitely check that out. Jim, is there anything that you're excited for RDO though?
Oh man, there's so much stuff coming out in RDO. I love that they are going hard on advanced element support. Like
Yeah,
this is,
yeah,
I think, one of the thing that makes the game as fun as it is the way the different advanced element cards kind of upend the usual power scale of stuff that you do at level 1 or at level 2, stuff that you can do in basic elements.
yeah, yeah,
So being able to get to these like really high synergy cards and just generally high power level cards, I'm always thrilled to see more of those. And
yeah.
I can't wait to have a meta where people are going to 3 more regularly, but also not like
Mm,
ending the game immediately, right?
sure.
Like that's the kind of meta that I'm hoping that we'll be able to get to where you like, fight your way up to 3, like there's some back and forth, level 1, level 2 stuff, but then you get to 3 and you're still fighting. Like that's what I want to see, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
want to see kind of an even combat at that stage with the more powerful cards, with all of the different cool effects that you can get at advanced element.
Yeah, yeah, I'm super excited about all that too. Yeah, the angels that have the imbue advanced elements are super super cool. One of them that I think is insane is like the basically the windmill engineer, but with advanced elements, is really cool. I'm excited for that because I get the feeling we get to see Escape the Wreckage played again, and I love that card. I don't know about you, but Escape the Wreckage is just like yes, there's Reclaim, and it's always been there, but for some reason, Escape the Wreckage just speaks to my, maybe it's because it draws a card, and I think just, yeah, it gets that maybe be a little bit better than the Floating Memory, so maybe that's why, but I love playing that card, so I'm excited to play that with the new Angel. No clue what the Angel's name is, but it's basically, for those who don't know, it's a 2-drop 1/1, and Advanced Summon Imbue 2, and then it draws a card into memory. So it's just a very simple ally that I think will definitely be played in almost every deck. I don't see a deck without probably advanced element deck, of course, that
Right, yeah.
won't be playing that card.
No,
Uh,
it
I'm
seems
ex-
like it'll be very cool, and,
yeah,
I think Escape the Wreckage already we're kind of seeing a little bit into the meta as it stands right now, so I think I'm happy to see that card come back. It's always been very, very strong.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm excited for that. I'm excited for. I mean, you know me. Actually, I don't know if you know this, but I do really like Neos. I never get to play it, but because it's usually not the best element, but I'm hoping. I'm knock on wood, dude. I hope that in RDO it's actually playable because there's some really cool cards that we get to see in that. It has a one big. I forget what the domain one is called. I shouldn't be forgetting. It's like a 3-letter name. It's like Rin or something like that I can't remember, but it's just a shit. Yeah, whatever it's called. It's a really big domain, siegeable domain that can attack like an ally, but I believe it's not an ally. And so like it can't just die to like ally like effects, which is pretty cool. I'm super down with that.
Yeah, that one looks massive. I'm okay,
Yeah.
so you are allowed to be a Neos fan, like that's totally cool.
Okay.
I have always been a bit of a Terra fanboy,
Okay.
and it's interesting because Terra has been alternately reviled and dismissed. Like, Terra was kind of a non-entity, and then Slimes happened, and everybody's like, "Oh,
Yeah.
Terra's busted. Look at all these Terra cards." I was like,
Yeah.
"They've been busted the whole time. Where were you?" And now it's like, "Oh, you're playing Terra. Why would you do that?" Like, imagine going to Daochan 3, or imagine going to Kongming 3, and it's like, I mean, I guess technically a legal thing that you can do, but why would you?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I'm excited to see if Terra can really make its mark on the map
Oh,
again.
dude,
That would be
I
great.
hope so. I really hope so too. Because I mean, I like Caven makes fun of me. Actually, a lot Dan also makes fun of me. I'm the biggest Timmy he's ever seen, who just wants to play like the big allies, is like on board and all that kind of stuff. I love Geldis, love the Tor is the name of that domain,
Mm.
and Crawl, right? The best
Yup.
the best boy in
Absolutely.
Terra. So I'm hoping that we've gotten quite a bit of preserve. This card has preserve on it cards now,
Mhm, mhm.
that you can actually like legitimately build a deck that just has like crawl and like preserve cards that like draw themselves like Terrasite, and the new, I think it's a one cost one that also just like that's basically the same thing as Terrasite. But I'm really looking forward to that because I'm hoping with the advanced element support, with the strength of Terra and Crawl specifically,
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
uh, we can maybe make something happen where we'll actually get a Terra deck that isn't broken so everyone complains about it, but is good so maybe we can play it.
Mhm, mhm. Yeah, I honestly, Crawl is when they started revealing stuff for the level 2 Alice, the Umbra Alice, I was like, "Oh my
Mm.
god, I could play Crawl in this deck."
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I'm with you. I'm with you all the way. I'm with you all the
Sick.
way.
All right, perfect. We'll have to mess around with that as soon as RDO is open and available to everyone. But we do have the deck lists for the upcoming match here. So for round two, we have a Fire CL versus another Fractals, Water Fractals. There's a lot of Water Fractals running around, so it makes sense we're going to see a couple of these. But kind of want to talk about this CL list, which is uh, a little bit different than we've seen a lot of CL lists be, which is like it's running a Beguiling Coup and it's running like this still into level 3 advanced element stuff where obviously it's doing stuff with its omens, but definitely to less of a degree that we've seen in the past, right? It's really, and advanced elements wise, we're only at a count of 9, and 3 of those is Cheshire Cats, so more like 6 uh advanced element cards that we actually have this deck playing with. So I'm interested to see how this runs. It's probably gonna be like more of like a mid-range, maybe stay on level 1, stay on level 2, and then eventually get to level 3. um of course, depending on what the cards are in hand, sometimes you just got turbo level 3. You don't got a choice because that's what that's what the draw is and what your opening hand is. But I'm excited to see this because um, CL has been oddly like it was ignored at the beginning, as soon as it was released, just because I think for I know a lot of people wanted to play it, but they just were like worried that it wasn't good enough. But like slowly, it's just like slowly and slowly and slowly, as people have figured out more and more, it's gotten a little bit better and better and better. And now I feel like people who have been experimenting with CL and really playing it definitely just understand the ins and outs and the intricacies that's needed to play it super well. Um, and we started to see more and more variants, right? We had the Baleful CL, we had just Beguiling Coup CL, we've seen this version of CL. So I'm excited to see how this plays and what the matchup looks like for this Fractal VCL list combination.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the variation in CL, I'm actually surprised to see no pastiche in this list.
Mm,
Right? That's some tech that we've seen kind of variants have sometimes,
yeah,
right? As more of a controlling build with using the power of Regal and Pastiche.
yeah,
But recently, I think I've seen a lot of the coolists also have one or two pastiches in there. Sometimes the full complement of four, just because it gives you an additional end game. And
yeah,
one of the
yeah,
things that CL does really well is a powerful end game. And having,
yeah.
varieties of different options at that level seems like it would
Yes.
be a good idea, especially with, the kind of healing you get out of abnegation. Like there's a lot of really, really cool things that CL can do.
Abnegation,
So
dude. That's one heck of a card.
it really is.
The recovery you get from abnegation is huge, and yeah, it pairs so well with CL, of course, like you're talking about that end game and just like the survivability of CL, right? Guardian in general just has innate built-in survivability because of just how much life they actually do have, right? You're at that level 3 champion, you have 30 life,
Hmm.
which you're like, 30 life, yeah, Lorraine has 20. That's not much big of a difference. But think, yeah, Lorraine has 28, but Arasana, Sylvie, Daochan, like all the other champions pretty much have only 25. And that 5 life is a huge difference. I mean, the amount of games in
Yeah,
Grand Archive that come down to like the difference between 1 and 3 damage or something like that, just like a little bit more, uh, it is huge. It makes like all the world of a difference. So, yeah, the
absolutely.
when you
I
when you
think that
factor in, go ahead.
Uh, I think that health is actually really going to make a difference in this
Yeah,
upcoming match, right? Up
yeah,
against fractals, up against the sort of the fairly typical Diao-Chan fractal list here, but that is sort of known as being a more aggressive deck, a deck that can kind of steal a win
mhm,
early on if you're not prepared for it, and that's
yeah,
much harder to do when your opponent goes to 20 at level 1, when your opponent goes to
yeah,
25 at level
yeah,
2, right? Like it's a lot of it's a lot of health to chew through, and
yeah,
even though the more recent lists, kind of the more late game fractal lists, the kind of influence bully lists that we've been seeing around, that's still a lot of health, right? Like that's still a lot of
yeah,
health. I think it's potentially going to make the match a little bit more difficult. And I think in general, the defensive capabilities of CL really serves it well in this kind of matchup. We'll
mhm.
see though if the CL is in a good position to deal with the kind of spell damage assault that Fractals is known for.
Yes, yeah, it'll all depend on what they draw. I mean, factoring in abnegation, right? We are just talking about that, recovering so much for the Fractals player. If they try to go for like a lethal line and they go abnegation, and even if they negate that, I mean, this list is playing a card that we've seen a lot currently in the meta, which is Topsy Decree. Topsy Decree, I feel like it's fallen off a little bit, but it's such a versatile card, and I think it really shows its true colors in a deck uh, like CL, where you have that slower game plan and you can just go, yeah, I'm just going to use this to survive and then also starve you of a little bit of resources at the exact same time. Or if not, like, if you're not able to imbue it, still just getting Spell Shroud for the turn, still very, very good, right? I believe Coronation Ceremony is the card that Topsy Decree is being, compared to, where it's
Mhm.
like, okay, Topsy's just like straight power creep of that card. Kind of, obviously, coordination ceremony has a couple other lines of text on there that is usually ignored, but it is obviously top two, very, very good card. And so, yeah, we'll see how well this fractal list does in against this CL list, and we're going to jump right into it. Just rolling for who goes first. And this is, I always think it's funny, the double Looking Glass start. Looking Glass being such a powerful card. I think one of the best Divine Relics currently in the meta. This and Lost Providence right now. I feel like you see
Yeah.
these, one of these two cards in a deck, and with a deck like the CL, I feel like can flex into either one, right? They can flex into that Looking Glass, or they can flex into the Lost Providence. But with this list, looks like they're going a little bit slower, right? Like they're going for like that game plan of, I don't need a rush to level 3, so let's build up a big influence, get some cards in my graveyard so I can make them omens and go for that game plan.
Yeah, I mean, it's got, the traditional kind of CL now, traditional package of Cremation Ritual and Library Witch, but it's also running Undeniable Truth. So it's
Mhm.
got yet another way of getting those witches into the graveyard, yet another way of getting value out of the allies that are present. And then, like you said, with the Looking Glass, a lot of the time, Looking Glass means that they're going to be unmaking duality. And
Mhm.
in this case, it's actually to support the Cheshire Cat, like you were talking about before, but also all of the various swords. This CL deck has so many different ways to attack. So I think it's really going to be looking to kind of build up those omens and play kind of that mid game for a while before necessarily going up all the way to 3.
Yeah, I really like that you point out the undeniable truth. It's a really cool, like, in a list like this. Like, so undeniable truth, right, is just this one cost, sacrifice an ally, and you draw a card, and then you also get a prep counter. So in of itself, you're using one card to get one card. Not great, but the fact that in CL, if you can just like cycle a card and you're not losing anything, and you just get to make an omen later on, you're very, very happy with that. So
Yeah,
uh
absolutely.
it's a really good card in CL. Going kind of back to what's happened on the board here, though. I mean, we just have the simple stalwart start into a backup charger, and we also have a just a single fractal start from the fractal player. So not an amazing start, but also not necessarily the worst, because you also, what we're seeing here, which is going to your own backup charger, and we're definitely going to have that slower game plan from both players. It looks like here.
Yeah, I actually, so the intrusion start I think is really important to call out because this plays really well with the sort of new technology that we've been seeing in fractals, which is acquiescing rejection.
Hmm.
Not a card that necessarily we're going to see, but the intrusion start, especially going second, really to me says I am holding back exactly 5 influence or pseudo influence in order to be able to react to whatever my opponent is doing here.
Yeah, yeah. I think it has a very good lookout on this, which is, and I do want to point, we did see that undeniable truth onto that stalwart, which we're seeing.
Mm.
So, super good start. It might not seem like, okay, yeah, you just SCL, you basically just netted even overall, but you get to go to level 1 for net even, which is fine, and then you already have that omen in there for your very first turn without having to play anything. So, uh, I think this is a very, very solid start. I'm sure you'd rather see Cremation Ritual, right? It's just a slightly
Mhm.
stronger, uh, you know, +1, but against fractals, it's not that bad because you're not worried about, like we saw here, you're able to play that undeniable truth at fast speed. And I think that was like a crucial thing about this, where it's, it's not going to get negated, it's not going to get acquiescing because my opponent went backup charger, and so now I'm guaranteed getting at least one omen here. We do see though on the opposite side the triple fractals on board now, which I feel like once there's 3 fractals, that's where you're like, okay, now I actually have to start playing around stuff, right? I have to start being worried
Mhm.
about these missiles, these shimmering refractions, these glimmering refusals, because they're starting to already be relevant in this match.
Yep, and, it's also the key turning point for Zhang Jiao to be able to get the
Yes.
draw 2
Yes.
off of that, honestly, extremely powerful 1/2 unique ally, right? Just being able to
Yeah.
draw 2 cards off of an ally like that is, usually the kind of thing that requires you to be an advanced element and return a regalia to your material deck.
Yes, very, very true. Honestly, I'm actually excited because you kind of reminded me that RDO, we do have another ally that's basically going to give 2 influence as well. It's the new blue of diamonds, ace of diamonds or whatever. For the new suited ally, so I'm excited to see new suited. But sorry, get a little off track here. I saw water. You said unique ally. You said draw 2. I was like, hey, we got a new one.
Absolutely. But yeah, pretty
Just
typical starts here, right? We have
yeah.
the 3 of hearts coming down for a CL player, kind of very typical, being able to discard a card is almost always a pseudo +1 for this kind of deck. And on Sola's side, we have just more fractals coming down, more card draw, more fractals, playing a Prism Spire Scepter, using those regalia as card draw, building up that influence, and kind of waiting to get to the point where they have enough critical mass to just bowl over their opposing player.
Yeah, I actually really like Sola's material deck, which is, we saw the backup charger, we saw the Prism Spire Scepter. There's also one of each resonance bauble, so wind, water, and fire, and then they also have that Scepter of Fascination. So they got plenty of card draw in their main,
Mhm.
their main material deck here in their game one, which is probably one of the best things you could probably have against CL, because there's gonna be a longer game. So you're like, I'm going to need to build influence. So I'm going to just start drawing cards, start building up that influence, start playing all these fractals that hopefully I have in hand, because I know I'm going to need all that damage later on. And we see, talking about drawing cards,
Yeah, right?
that unmake duality, very, very good here. This is why fractals is playing the looking glass for this one reason, where you can get a +1 in your main without having to, like, fractals played like the Quicksilver Grail for a while there. Before that, it actually did play GCR at times here and there, but GCR is just not needed when your other materializations are better, and you can just do unmake duality in your main and basically get the same effect that GCR would without having to materialize it.
Yeah, being able to play that extra +1 out of your main deck instead of out of your materials, right? Doesn't
Yeah.
cost you a material and it gives you a play, it gives you something to do with your cards that's not just sit back and play fractals. This is
Yeah.
really the kind of card that fractals needed.
Yes, 100% agree with that. It is very good. It's what brought fractals back. The beatdown, though, coming down from
Whoa.
CL, the double three of hearts. Each of these can actually still have their activate ability on them. So three of hearts, very, very cool card, has been seen in fire level 3 decks pretty much since it was released in DTR. It has cardistry, pay 3, draw a card, then discard a card, and this ability costs 1 less for each suited object you control with a different reserve cost. So in this case, this ability almost always reads, and will always read, pay only 2. We do see the acquiescing rejection coming out in the 3 of hearts. Makes sense. We
Yeah.
recognize that this board is getting a little out of control, especially if that last 3 of hearts is going to drop on board. Uh, and I'm sure we might be a little bit regretting it now,
Oh boy.
though.
Yeah, that's a
Uh,
massive life swing. And I think this is actually really, really good for One-Eyed Owl. Not only just because obviously it's good to put damage on your opponent, but also kind of turning the tempo of this match on its head.
yeah,
One-Eyed
yeah.
Owl has said, okay, you could probably kill me if the game goes long enough. I have a great late game. You have a better late game if the game goes that long. But how about we just put all the damage in front and see what happens?
Yep, exactly. I mean, I don't even know what you can do at this point. You can try it. They can pay through a Terrafring, so it's probably not that. They have 2 swings already represented on board for lethal. So, one from that 3 of hearts, one from just the champion swing. If they have another ally, I believe the Fractals player is at 14 life here. So, like, just a single attack from any ally will do. So I'm
And the
sure
sword already on the field.
right, exactly. Yeah, and I'm sure the Fractal player is like, okay, let's just see what I can draw, what I can get, see if I can go for lethal on the crackback here, right? Because and we might be seeing that right now. We have, I think, 4 or 5 fractals. I mean, with this, yeah, it's 5 fractals right now. So a burst asunder is already dealing 12. We only need a little bit extra to actually go for a lethal play here. I mean,
Yep, and
a
he has the
missile.
influence to do 2 damage spells plus Burst Asunder even without the class bonus.
Oh, does he
So,
really?
oh yeah, absolutely. It's 2 and then 3 and then another 4 and then the 3 cards in hand. Yeah, I think he has like just enough, maybe 1 more, 2 more than he actually needs, but he's got a full grip there.
Yeah,
The fact that he hasn't just immediately started running out damage spells makes me think he doesn't have it, since we know that One-Eyed Owl has his hand almost completely down, right? He went full aggro here.
yeah,
So,
yeah,
Sola doesn't really need to worry too much about being interacted with. But
yeah,
yeah, so that kind of tells me like maybe he doesn't have it, and that makes me really worried because otherwise, how is he going to survive a swing here? He needs to find some intercept. He needs to find a taunt. Maybe he has one of the frogs coming down or a
Oh, we
Frostborn
see.
Paladin, but
I'm
otherwise he's
assuming
going to be in
not.
a lot of trouble.
Yeah, we see this Fractal of Insight with the Unenter 2 glimpse actually too, so I'm going to assume that we do not have a lethal play like you're mentioning. Maybe we're gonna try to drop like a Frostform Paladin. That would help soak up some damage here. Maybe we can kill off the 3 of Hearts, play a Frostform Paladin, and then we're just hoping that there's nothing that this CL player can do to us to that will obviously just kill us on our next turn because we are playing a risky game here
Yeah,
for
and
sure.
there is the defensive card that he was looking for. Frostborn Paladin coming down, eating the Fracture Eyes from the graveyard, getting the extra draw, getting the extra buff counter. So this is a 3/4 defensive unit that actually One-Eyed Owl might have a little bit of trouble dealing with,
Yeah,
right? He needs to find another 2 power on the board or another attacker that he can play from his hand. And if it's just an attacker, Sola definitely has cards in hand that he should be able to use to interact with that, right? I
yeah,
would be extremely surprised to find out that Sola doesn't have at least one form of instant speed damage that could clear, say, the 3 of Hearts or any
yep.
other attacker that One-Eyed Owl would drop.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure we saw a slight flash of the refracting missile. So on the very, actually, I think you see right there, the very, very far left there. So
Mhm.
we definitely have a way to kill off an ally. We're just going to try our best to, yeah, just try to survive this next turn and make sure that we can maybe kill on the next turn. And I'm sure from the CL, one-eyed owl side, we're going to be thinking, about, okay, do I need to level up here? Do I just need the life to survive? Because can I get rid of this Frostborn Paladin? And even if I can, is my if I can threaten it, sure, but like you mentioned, can I? Is this 3 of Hearts just going to die? Is my card that I'm
Right.
about to play to also help kill off that Frost Paladin just going to die? So, yep, we do see the level 2 come into play here. Makes sense. I mean, we're just trying to boost that health, and boy, does it boost it by a lot. 5 extra life here from that level 2 CL.
Yeah, it's a health boost. It's a little bit of velocity, a little bit of card, not exactly card draw, but kind of seeing more cards out of the deck
Mm.
because of the
Hmm.
level 2 on enter, which is very strong. With 2 omens currently omened, so this should give him quite a few options here. Um, and just generally kind of building up to the more powerful effects that he has. Maybe he's seeing at this point, all right, my lethal line is not as lethal as I want it to be, so let's build up to the more powerful cards I have, really engage that sort of top end, that late game that this deck is famous for.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I only saw the 2 cards that were banished from the level 2 level up. It was a Dungeon Guide and a Few, which both those cards would have been very, very good against a Fractals deck where you can go Dungeon Guide, and if they negate it, if they don't have a negate, then you're good. But the Few, the fact that the Few says, cards can't that you play can't be negated this turn. That effect being gone now. Maybe there's another one in hand. We're not 100% sure here, but that is definitely a bummer to no longer have that as an option.
Well, going to level 2, it looks like it made the difference for him. Able to clear that Frostborn Paladin with just the attack. I think
Yeah.
I see what happened. I missed that there was the Guardian class bonus on Inert Sword, which is
Yes. Yes.
very strong. So he was actually
Yeah.
just attacking for 4 on its own.
Yes, yeah, the Guardian class bonus, which you don't think about too much on a nerd sword like Bulwark sword. It gives it +1 power, so 3 from that, and then +1 extra from the mastery. It's a total of 4, so able to clear the paladin on its own, and then with 3 of hearts. Yep, makes sense. Probably going to die to that missile,
Mhm.
and then we just need 1 extra damage, and if we can
Dungeon Guide for the win?
Dungeon guide, just play a dungeon guide. Yeah, that'd be very funny. I mean that few, we're probably more bummed about that few being gone more than anything.
Oh,
The
Library Witch
library witch.
doesn't have power. That's so unfortunate. Are we gonna see a cremate though?
Oh,
Oh!
undying onto the library witch.
Somehow Library Witch has developed some power. We're seeing a temporary buff on the Library Witch, 1 damage potentially coming through because of this Undying Dreams. I don't think I've ever seen a Library Witch come into the red zone like this. This is so cool. Are we gonna
I'm-
is,
it's
is
getting
Library Witch
negated.
gonna win the
Okay.
day? No. We have the refusal. Okay, understandable.
Very understandable. Unfortunate because that would have been a hilarious end to this game one, but it does go on here. Uh, Although we do have, I believe, 2 float in the drop from the CL from that level 2 on enter. So definitely could see a level 3 here. And as soon as we go to level 3, I mean, that damage from the omen, from that, the passive effect of level 3 will be coming through. But I don't know. Solo's moving fast. I get the feeling we might have a, a lethal line here.
Yeah, the card draw coming in instead of going to level 1. I think Sola's looking for something very specific and or looking for exactly that one more influence because
Mm.
otherwise this seems like a really good position to go to level 1, get that extra health buffer, get those class bonuses turned on. But Sola's just looking for that card. I think maybe he thinks he has it.
It's looking
Ah,
like it. I think we're seeing a missile here for. Oh, no, it's a frog. Oh, yeah, sure.
the frog.
I mean,
Okay, okay.
it's a little protection. Still not going to
Mhm.
stop the omen, deal 2 damage from coming through, unfortunately.
Yeah, if
Um,
One-Eyed Owl makes it to level 3, it's kind of over, and there's nothing stopping him from making it to level 3 in his Materialize here.
it's gonna be it's gonna be tough. I will say though, there could be a slight. Well, we'll have to see what specifically Eye Owl does here, because if they level up, go to level 3, and use both those floating memories and try to play something from the hand that would oh, you can just make an omen from hand, can't you?
You can
You can just
definitely
make
make
an
an
omen.
omen from hand. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah, so never mind. I'll retract my statement about earlier, and we do just see that level up happening here. As I think is what's occurring. So, um, yeah, this might just be it for the game here, game one. But kind of crazy that that water fractal player had the ability to kill, but this is just one of those things about fractals that can occur where you just draw a lot of the fractal stuff. You draw a lot of the interaction, but not a way to kill, right? And
Mhm.
part of that way to kill, obviously, the factoring in of life, and something we mentioned at the very beginning of the game, which was this guardian class that has so much life just built in, and it's just insane.
Yeah, One-Eyed Owl going for Carter here, getting the extra card draw by sacrificing the Library Witch. Carter obviously with the cleave potentially very strong here, potentially lethal just on the board right now. We'll see whether or not Sola can do anything about it. Sola looks like they have a reaction, but I'm not sure whether or not this is going to take Sola through the end phase. Like, there's still a 2 damage omen coming in at the end of this turn,
Yes,
regardless
yeah,
of Shimmering Refractions or no.
very very true. Uh, I'm pretty sure the life totals are correct, so I'm pretty sure it is a 14 damage on to that spirit champion. And yep, that looks
Yep,
like it
there
will
it
be
is.
game
Yep.
one there. Just playing through the motions, making sure that our opponent isn't forgetting that damage
Right,
that might
right.
come
Yeah,
through and all that kind of
absolutely.
stuff.
Absolutely. You got to make your opponent have it. You got to keep your opponent honest. You got to if you think that you can play it through, then play it through. And it cost Sola maybe 30 seconds to actually play this one through
Yes,
and
yes.
look as if he had a chance. And
Yep.
you know what? That's 30 seconds well spent.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, that game was very quick. You already know that you still have plenty of time left in the round, so might as well just double check, make sure our opponent knows how to play,
Yep.
and play their deck
Absolutely.
well. Makes sense there. So I'm kind of excited for the sideboard because, well, I wasn't gonna say excited because I actually thought that Fractals, with the start that Fractals had there, that they were going to be able to get a win there. Although, my goodness, did CL go faster on the damage than I thought they would? But they also get to bring in, though, this time is Safeguard Amulet, which is just like the
Yeah.
classic card to bring in to your material deck against Fractals.
Yep. Yeah. Safeguard is a classic. It completely shuts down one instance of Burst Asunder. And I think the Fractals player almost assuredly knows that it's coming, so we should expect to see a Crystalline Mirror come in from
Mm,
from the Fractals player as well. And kind of looking through the Fractal board, the Crystalline Mirror, Captivating Opulence, not the worst choice here, especially if our CL player wants to be using some amount of their Regalia. And
yeah.
I see a Song of Frost in their board as well, which feels like an
Yes.
auto include.
I feel like Song of Frost, yeah, the Captivating Opulence, might as well bring it in. The Crystalline Mirror, I think, is a good one as well. The two Thronekeeper Bullfrogs, I think, are coming in for sure.
Hmm.
And then maybe even that John used Fate Premonition, maybe naming something that we're scared of, that few that we saw get banished, maybe even a dungeon guide to try to keep them, one-eyed a little bit lower in our level for just even one more turn might be worth it. Uh, or even the Topsy Decree. Like I don't think Sola saw the Topsy Decree, but maybe if we see one in this game, maybe it's flashed or something like that. Like or like it one was played earlier. Like okay, maybe I need to name that so to make sure they don't get Spell Shroud. So definitely lots of things that John Yu could be used to name and help prevent some annoying things from happening. But we'll have to see exactly what occurs in this game. I'm excited for game two of this match. Uh, Fractal's going first.
Hmm.
I honestly, I will say, not necessarily like even that much better. I feel like Fractals did used to really want to go first, but because of Aquastic rejection and the change of both players getting to draw their seven, their opening hand right away, doesn't feel bad to go second. When like I mentioned earlier, you can do that. Even if you acquiesce rejection and they let it get negated, you can still follow up with a 2-drop fractal or still go into backup charger in your next turn when going second. So we'll probably see Solo just going first as well, just no matter what though, because CL does want to go to level 3. They do have that ability to go level 3. So giving them extra materializations is probably just worse. But I wouldn't necessarily like call out the Fractals player from saying like they want to go second.
Yeah, I think Fractal's kind of uniquely in the meta is a deck that values that extra card more than it values the materialize because the materializes are mostly going to be used to gain extra cards
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah.
So you essentially have the power of your materialize immediately because you start off with that extra card. But in order to get that, you have to cede the materialize advantage to your opponent. And like you were saying, for a level 3 deck like CL, that's really, really dangerous.
Yeah, it's the scariest thing. I don't think we've seen it's been a while. I think that there was like a one meta where it's like, yeah, you could go first or second. It really didn't matter at all. Like, but I think ever since then, I feel like it was like maybe ALC for like one moment. Uh, and but now I feel like it always is just better to go first because as
Mhm.
regalia become more and more prominent and better, and just different options occur and like I said, RDO's coming out. There's just more decks wanting to go level 3. The race to level 3 will be even more real. So the materializations are just like I think skyrocket. The fact that you want to go first is just going to be like almost always the right play.
Yeah, absolutely. Just 100%. We live in a world where materializes are just that much more important than almost anything else you can do. The main deck for a lot of these decks is going to be fairly consistent, so making sure that you get the power out of your materials on time and in advance if possible is really just kind of the most impact you can have on the game state.
Yeah, yeah, I 100% agree. I'm kind of curious. I just looked at when I will sideboard again, and they do have the Regal Acquisition. I don't think those are going to come in, but I wouldn't like be 100% surprised because One Eye Owl has two like resolutes. So like, what else do you want to bring in? You bring in the Crystallized
Right.
Destinies maybe as well, but like you could also bring in Regals to just like if you get to level 3 and you just want to see if they have a negate, or and just it's like basically a negate check. And if they don't have it, then you just get rid of their best cards. The cards are about to kill you, and you just go, cool, I'm good for the next couple turns. And of course, you just get information as well.
Yeah, Regal Inquisition is one of those interesting cards in this matchup specifically because you never know what the tempo of the game is going to look like, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You don't know if it's going to go to turn 15 or if the Fractals player is going to go like 4 Fractals, damage spell, burst asunder, and kill you before you go to level 1, right?
Yeah.
Like there's so many different ways for this game to play out.
Yeah, I agree. We're finally off though, drawing our 7, and we'll get to see exactly who did choose to go first. I'm sure it is the Fractals player.
Yeah, almost
Uh,
assuredly.
yeah, getting the Fractal start and just getting to play Fractals also and now
Mhm.
like, hey, I can already negate for 1 now with my Glimmering. I can already deal 2 damage with my Shimmering. Maybe possibly deal 3 now with my Shimmering or not my
Ooh.
Shimmering, refracting missiles. But yeah,
Yeah, so
this seems like a
go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say this seems like a pretty good start. Getting a double fractal, getting to set the top of our deck. We definitely see a card we want to keep. Uh, I mean, this is Fractal's bread and butter.
So this is really interesting to me because this telegraphs no acquiescing rejection this turn,
Sure.
which One-Eyed Owl has already shown they are willing to play around these negates, around these sort of effects that Sola has holding back. We saw with the timing of the Undeniable Truth, right? Making sure that the cards went down during the materialize, so there was no chance of an acquiescing rejection coming down. And this kind of opens the door to One-Eyed Owl maybe getting a playoff that he wouldn't otherwise be able to because Sola's not holding back anything in order to kind of defend himself.
Yeah, yeah. I think. I mean, the fact that we don't get to acquiescing the 3 of Hearts, I feel like is huge. Fractals is going to have to spend a kill spell. I do think Sola had a refracting missiles in hand, so this 3 of Hearts probably is only going to last 1 turn here. I wouldn't be
Hmm.
surprised if it dies on the next turn here, just to instantly make sure that we're not going to have to deal with it. But that will have to require Sola to definitely hold up some kind of influence. Maybe if they want to drop more fractals this turn, that might not be the case. We could also see. I want to be. It would be kind of interesting to see if we do just see an instant refracting missile plus a one of those fractal intrusions, and
Hmm.
just seeing if
Hmm.
we just kind of rip down the influence of the CL player. Uh, Definitely think
This
about
is
playing something for 3. I think though.
Yeah, I mean, this is also a decent board just to see a frog in, right? Just
Yeah,
hold
yeah,
back that 2 of 3 until One-Eyed Owl commits a little bit more to the board, commit
yeah.
something that he's able to kill the frog with, and even then you get the floating memory out of it. So whether or not Sola feels like he needs to kill this, or whether Sola's willing to kind of kick that can down the road, I think both are viable options, and a lot is going to depend on. And there it is. Right, a
There
lot
you
is
go.
going to
Yeah,
depend on what he has in his hand. So
yeah.
seeing the frog here makes a lot of sense to me. And that lets Sola kind of retain the kill spells that he has and maybe turn those into spells that are directed at the champion instead of at the units on the board.
Yeah, yeah, I 100% agree. I wonder if we're going to see. We do just see the backup charger player, so we're not worried about dying. Actually, what's the influence of Solo? We're at 5 influence. We don't have another straight normal draw. Um, I was trying to figure out if there actually is a slight lethal line here, but I don't think there quite is. I think we're 1 fractal or 1 card off, or how do I want to say it. So
Mm.
we're definitely safe. So we don't have to go like the safeguard amulet. We can just go for more influence. Maybe go for safeguard amulet next turn, and maybe just stay at this level 1 for a couple more turns, so we can start building up some of those omens in graveyard, and or sorry, cards in graveyard for our omens later on.
Mhm, mhm. Yeah, and I think going to level 1 versus going to the safeguard is a very interesting decision that One-Eyed Owl is going to have to make, and a lot of
Hmm.
that is going to depend on, like you were saying, whether or not he thinks Sola has a kill line, especially as that fractal count starts to grow. Definitely looks more and more intimidating from the other side of the board.
Yeah. When I see a fractal player have 4 fractals on board, I'm like, ah, geez, I might be dead here already. Like, no matter what. Like, I don't care what their influence actually is, but if we do see a terraframe, that's kind of
Yeah,
interesting.
that's
So,
a fascinating defensive play from Sola, right? Just holding back, want to keep this frog up a little bit longer, want to keep the defenses up a little bit longer, and ZJ makes a lot of sense here. Zhang Zhao giving the extra card draw. So Sola just buying time, right? This is not something that's like an aggressive play. It's not something that really feeds his influence, but it does put off the potential kill turn from One-Eyed Owl a little bit longer. And
definitely.
that's a really interesting kind of line for Sola to take here.
Yeah, I like this a lot. This feels like, okay, I'm going to go a little slower. I have the ability to go a little slower, so I don't have to try to like just rush play fractals on the board and go for a kill. And honestly, solo might not have a lot of fractals in hand, but we have this terraforming to keep this bullfrog alive, to technically even keep this Zhang Zhao alive, right? It's only 1 damage right now, but that 1 damage will probably turn into like 2, 3, 4 damage as long as this bullfrog stays alive. And in fractals, that's a lot. Like having that
Yeah.
just extra chip is usually all you need in fractals.
Yeah, I mean, if you actually get 3 damage out of this Zhangjiao, that's about as good as having another fractal on the board.
Yes,
So
yes.
that's not bad. That's not bad at all, especially one that pays for itself by giving you 2 cards back.
I do see the Kratos shock, which I couldn't tell how many cards One Eye Owl had in hand. He might have had 4 cards in hand. So, but I think that definitely shows, yeah, like you mentioned earlier, definitely telegraphs. Still no acquiescing rejection in hand. Although does Solo only have 4? He might only have 4, so still might not have enough to even cast it if he or activate it if he needed to. So, the Kratos shock finally down, getting that +1 essentially, allowing the CL to come into life and start making these omens, start getting this damage from that mastery up. And I think it's
Yeah,
very solid.
I like this play more than I like the more defensive safeguard amulet play,
Mm,
because he really needs to start playing to his advantages if he wants to win this match. He can't just turtle forever,
yeah,
because the Fractals player does eventually build up an overwhelming force. There's a level of fractal power on the board that once it's reached, you really can't defend yourself against. So One-Eyed Owl really does need to start building up these omens like you were talking about, building up his offensive power so that he can get a kill line before Sola really goes to the moon with the fractal count.
yeah, I really like this a lot. Another 3 of hearts. I
Ooh,
mean, this
this is
is
good.
we did see the terraforming popped, so this would just be a 3 of hearts. That's yeah, and we just see the pass rate to the end there. That's just threatening. All this
Right?
is doing is just constant showing that there's threat on board. That hey, I'm going to kill your throw keeper bullfrog next turn for sure. I already have my champion plus like a nerd sword swing for a total of 4. So I don't need much to threaten a lethal line here.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is representing a lot of damage, right? Because
Yeah,
we know that One-Eyed Owl is going to be getting a weapon on his next turn. And maybe he doesn't, but like he could. And that's sort of the most obvious threat that he could be presenting. Along with
yeah,
the 4 damage already on the board, maybe even a heavy swing from hand. That's a ton of damage. And
yeah.
Sola needs to be aware that that damage is coming. He's not like sitting back and, hoping that CL doesn't have it, right? That has to be part of his understanding of how the game is going to progress.
For sure, yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, nice thing about One IL is like he's like, okay, I'm sitting in a good position, right? Like I can go level 2 if I want to. I can go weapon, that sword to threaten just strength, the pressure on board, or I can go a little safer with a safeguard amulet. And I just they have so many options here that they can go.
Mhm.
And that the Fractals players definitely just have to think about, like, how many cards do I have to hold up here? How many, like, if I have that Song of Frost, do I have to hold up this Song of Frost? If I have this glimmering refusal, I have to hold this glimmering refusal. And in this
Right.
case, how many fractals can I play without it getting out of control and me just getting to a too close of a lethal life total?
Yeah, absolutely. Because every fractal that he plays is one less piece of interaction that he can hold up that turn,
Yeah.
right? Playing a fractal is aggressive and holding back is defensive. So it's an
Oh,
interesting, whoa, talk about defensive. All right. He's ready for anything that One-Eyed Owl is going to be throwing at him. That is a tough wall to get through.
Yeah, 8 total life. Double Thronekeeper Bullfrog, Taunt, Floating Memory. So even if we kill these, we're giving our opponent resources. We just played 2 more fractals this turn, so we're at a total of 6 fractals already. I think we have. Do we still have at least 3 cards in hand? So we're still threatening some kind of interaction too. So,
Mhm.
yeah, Solo in a very good position. When I realize, okay, I can die here, and I'm not
Yeah,
winning
safeguard
this turn.
absolutely necessary.
Yeah, and I'm not threatening lethal really anytime soon here. So I'm going to have to go for the safeguard amulet, play a little safer.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. Man, the safeguard choice here versus the weapon versus going to level 2. Level 2 probably not the materialize of choice here, but it just really hammers home how important the materializes are to One-Eyed Owl,
Hmm.
how important the materializes are to CL in general, right? He's got so many decisions to make about, okay, do I make a defensive materialize? Do I make a materialize for velocity? Do I make a materialize that's more aggressive?
Yeah.
something to further my game plan or further my board presence. There's a lot of different choices that he has to make, and all of them are important.
Yeah, yeah. Something I want to point out real quick is that that Three of Hearts effect was used, and a heavy swing was discarded off of it. So, kind of showing that we don't have like a lot of like floating memory plays and things that we actually want to get rid of. So our
Mhm.
hand is probably like a lot of just like force or board pressure, maybe attacks, whatever it might be. And so I'm sure One Eyed Owl is just gonna be like, okay, I just have to get through these because all that's left in my hand is essentially gas to deal damage to my opponent. So I guess there could be like a dungeon guide in there too as well, because like what you don't really want a dungeon guide
Right.
necessarily, and we do see a dungeon guide there with the Topsy Decree in view here.
Ooh, this is a really cool Topsy. So this is denying Sola a lot of the advantage that he was trying to build up, right?
Yeah,
Getting rid of that floating memory from the Bullfrog, and with the Imbue, probably getting rid of a card from hand as well. So the influence that Sola's been trying to build up, and the discard isn't even going to help him because it'll immediately get removed by that second effect from Topsy Decree. Woo, tossing a Burst Asunder.
yeah. So is the Burst Asunder from? Yeah, because you have to choose a card from hand or hand or memory, and they
I
choose
might have been from
hand.
memory. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think they only had one card in memory, and so I think
Okay.
that was one chosen from hand. Uh, kind of scary to choose one from hand because you're going from 3 influence down to 2 influence from hand, but that one in memory must be very very good. Maybe it's another Zhang Zhao. So you're like,
It
okay,
looks
I'm
like he
gonna get rid
still
of this
has 3 or
burst.
4 in hand, I think. So maybe
Oh, does
not
he? Oh,
as
yeah, yeah.
lethal.
He definitely has 3. Yeah, okay, so it makes sense. I have 4 in hand. I can get rid of 1 and still go for this Prism Spire Scepter here. But yeah, Topsy
Mhm.
Decree, 1 being used. So that's like Solo now definitely knows, obviously, that Topsy is a thing that can be played against me. And so definitely gaining that knowledge from Sola.
Oh, this is cool. Okay, so the same thing that he did last game, in terms of making sure that his card draw spells won't get interacted with, right?
Yes.
Playing that
Yeah.
Flamme Sorcelle now while Sola has his entire hand down, while he can't interact with it, and then the same way that he played the Undeniable Truth in the first game, making
Yeah.
sure that the card draw goes through.
Very smart. Definitely abiding his time and making sure that he knows, when to play these things, making sure I want to get this effect off and not get it negated because like we saw earlier, I mean, also just now got rid of a cremation ritual. So definitely still doesn't have that floating memory. It still doesn't have that card that they want to get rid of necessarily. But just using it to cycle because we need to find better cards.
Mhm. Yeah, speaking of cycling, here comes another Zhang Zhao from Sola. So really rebuilding that influence after getting a little bit taken apart by the Topsy, but
Yeah.
still looking like he's in a pretty good place. You know, the material this turn just being the card draw spell, the Prism Spire Scepter, and now just playing more card draw, getting Zhang Zhao down on the board, and just continuing to build up this force. It makes me wonder what he's holding back, whether or not he's actually holding back any defense, or if really all he has is gas, because he's definitely playing this. And now that he's done playing bullfrogs, he's definitely playing this in a more aggressive way.
Yes, very true. I'm assuming it's because of that safeguard element is now on board. I'm assuming actually Solo probably has. I mean, you saw the burst center get discarded, so I'm assuming we
Mhm.
have a decent amount of actual damage in hand, but we are just trying to figure out a way to get rid of the safeguard amulet. I mean, if we go to level 1, we do have the unstable fractal that can blow it up. But maybe we're looking for a fracturize, and of course we have that Zhang Zhao and something that we can just use, and we also have the ability to draw a card and we're still not worried about dying. So we still have at least one
Mhm.
more turn here. We're thinking, and so we'll probably go to maybe level 1 here on this next turn, and then deal with that safeguarding on the next turn thereafter.
Honestly, it's kind of a funny situation, because if he had kept that burst and played it, then it would have
Mm,
threatened lethal. One Eyed Owl would have had to have used the safeguard amulet then,
yeah,
and maybe Sola has a second burst asunder that he just plays on the next turn.
yeah,
Because at this stage, if there's no safeguard amulet, One Eyed Owl is dead on board. Just
yeah.
without anything else, burst asunder just kills him.
There's plenty of fractals built up for now, for sure.
Yeah, yeah, this
Ooh,
is really, really dangerous looking for sure.
do see the fracturize come out though onto the safeguard amulet. So we definitely had
Mm.
the swing with the nerd sword come through, and then the fracturize on the safeguard amulet. We're hoping that we have enough interaction, enough negates or whatever it might be to deal with maybe the Topsy Decree. We definitely saw a Crystallized Destiny, so we definitely know that's there. So our missile or shimmering refraction that might come through, uh, it can be blocked. So definitely going to be thinking about if we can actually go for a lethal play here, or if not.
Yeah, it's a really interesting position because Crystallized Destiny is terrible against Burst Asunder, and Sola
Yes.
Sola looks like he's doing the math now, counting the fractals out after playing the Scepter Fascination in order to get a card draw. Uh,
Yeah. Let's just nothing in recollection. So we're not
mhm.
playing a missile or playing. And I'm trying to see how many fractals we have on board here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, so a missile into that Crystallized Destiny would actually if doesn't happen often, but Crystallized Destiny has another text on there that doesn't just prevent the damage. It's if 7 or more damage was prevented, all their cards play the opponent plays that turn cost 2 more. So we hopefully are recognizing that and realizing, okay, I can't just do that in recollection because uh if that tax does come through, I won't be in a good position. So we'll see if this missile is going to actually connect, if we have a negate up in hand from Sola to have an out to this Crystallized Destiny or not.
Yeah, I mean, One-Eyed Owl definitely needs to defend himself somehow because this refracting missile is coming
Yeah,
in for 9, so there's no way that just goes unopposed.
so much damage. So many
Yeah,
fractals on
and
board.
Sola's absolutely threatening lethal with, especially with all of the extra cards in hand right
Who is
now.
it? And I think it's another Topsy Decree actually coming out. So this would be Spell Shroud. And One Eye Owl still has 5 left in hand. So even if this gets negated, has enough for that Crystallized Destiny.
Yeah, I mean, you could always Sola could be in a position where he has enough direct damage spells, fast speed, that
Hmm.
he could come in under one piece of interaction, right? Okay,
Yes.
you've
Yeah.
interacted with my first one. Now, if I have 2 more, that's still enough to just be lethal, right? If it's another refracting missile, or even if it's 2 shimmering refractions for 8 and 8, that's still exactly lethal on this
It's,
level 1 CL.
I think
But One-Eyed
Shimmering only
Owl
coming
is
for 7
representing
too.
more than that.
Yeah, yeah. I think Shimmering Refractions only come in for 7. So like this first refracting missiles might get blocked, and then double 7 wouldn't quite be enough to put them to exactly 18 because we have,
Did
unless I'm missing a
I did
fractal.
I miscount? I thought I saw 8 fractals.
I think I only see 7 currently, but maybe one's hiding somewhere at some point.
Mm,
Like one got
okay.
slightly shifted underneath one. We'll have to see here.
Yeah, I mean, so the exact count actually does matter at this point because that makes the
Yes.
difference between 2 spells or 3 spells in order to come in for
Yeah.
lethal. And with the Topsy Decree coming down for Spell Shroud, the Burst Asunder is no longer playable since that is a slow speed spell.
Hmm.
So,
Hmm.
we'll see whether or not Sola goes for it. He's kind of hemming and hawing a little bit here. I think he knows that there's a Crystallized Destiny in One-Eyed Owl's hand.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a difficult decision. Like, if I negate this, do I still have the resources to play all of the other things I need to play through the other pieces of interaction that we know that One-Eyed Owl has? This is a rough position for Sola, actually.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to figure out. I wouldn't instantly know what I should do here either, personally. Like
Hmm, hmm.
what how much interaction do I have to play through here? Uh, if I let this turn go, like I don't try to attempt something on this turn, am I just dead on the crackback? Because it's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, we already have the 3 omens down, so any attack that One-Eyed Owl does is +2.
Yeah,
On top of the 4 damage and allies on the field, and the inert sword already on the field. That's a lot of damage when Sola still is at level 0, still at spirit. So only 13 more damage to kill Sola. And One-Eyed Owl is representing what? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on the field already?
yeah,
Ooh.
that
Yeah,
is a
that's one
lot of
attack card
damage.
away from death.
Yeah. We do see the Frostborn Paladin though coming down on the board using that refracting missile. Now we have a 3/4. We can clear off a 3 of hearts if we want to, or we can just leave this up maybe. Uh, I personally would feel like wanting to do more of clear board, but I definitely understand just leaving it up and just waiting for something to attack into it and then retaliate back at whatever is attacking into it and kill off something or deal 3 to the enemy champion.
Absolutely, yeah. That the being able to retaliate definitely seems like a pretty strong hit here. Because if you just go in and clear, you're kind of wasting the extra health that the paladin has.
Yeah. It's all I think it all depends on what Sola has in hand here too. Like, do I just need to
Very
use
true.
these if I have more kill spells, I might just be able to kill off the 3 of hearts as well, and just wait for that champion swing to come in. We do see the level 2 coming in though.
Hmm.
So threatening, kind of like just so much more. And this is 3 cycle. We get to look at 3 new cards here
Yeah, that's kind of
from
wild.
when yeah, I don't see that too often. I really like how this deck is playing. I think I mentioned at the beginning of the match, I was excited to see if this is how it would play. We're just going a little slower, right? Where we're able to actually get more omens at level 1, so that when we go to level 2, we really like get so much more effect from that level 2 on enter.
Yeah, and I appreciate the pace of this also because it feels measured, right? It feels like it is a direct response to how much damage Sola is threatening. We brought out the Safeguard Amulet fairly late, going to level 1 decently early, brought out the Safeguard Amulet a little bit later, and only now going to level 2 because only now is it really necessary. And
Yeah,
just like you
yeah,
said, the longer he puts off going to level 2, the more advantage he gains from it.
yeah, yeah. And that was, I think, a huge advantage there, just getting to cycle some allies. Seeing that Frostborn Paladin just retaliate on against the 3 of Hearts here, thinking actually on that retaliation, maybe we have an undenying dreams or undying dreams that we can actually try to save it.
Mhm.
Say no instead. Yeah, it'll die, but Sola has a lot of influence. Probably has it. I wouldn't be surprised if they have a Song of Frost. Right, they run 2 in the main and 1 in the side. Cheshire Cat.
Cheshire Cat coming in for 3. Big
Yeah.
kitty.
This is going to be really solid, right? That Nerd Sword being on board, and cool thing about One-Eyed Owl's list is that they are running the Palvor Sword as well. So
Mhm.
if that comes out next turn, that cat swinging for 5 every single turn after that, which is
5/3 Cheshire Cat, that's very
insane.
scary.
Yes, this is very very scary.
So
One of the
do we
coolest
have a
things.
lethal line on the board? I guess a heavy swing now is exactly lethal?
Oh yeah, because they're still spirit. I thought they leveled up. I thought they
Yeah.
were in
Oh,
Daochan
Soul
already.
is still Spirit of Water.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Because
That
it's 6 from the attack, 3 from the sword, 9, and then 2 more from the omen, so
yeah.
11.
It's 1 over
Oh, yeah,
lethal,
so it's
so
1 over.
we just had to figure out, okay, does Sola have a single negate after I
Yeah,
do that?
yeah, absolutely, right? Thinking about the things that he could play that would get negated, right?
Yeah.
Things that would provoke a glimmering refusal. That would probably be it.
I wonder what's going on. Is this ping 3 for? I was gonna say, is it a dungeon guide? And we do see the
Dungeon
dungeon guide.
guide.
So
Okay, yeah, just going up. I mean, this is paying some amount of respect to the
mm,
board that Sola is presenting here, right?
yeah,
Just being like, okay, well, 2 might not be enough with the amount of fractals you have on board. But of course, Glimmering Refusal on the dungeon guide makes a whole lot of sense. Sola does not want to see all of those Umbra cards turned on. Sola definitely doesn't want to see, a foo line that just knocks him out immediately. So this is a smart move, I think, from Sola.
yeah. And now with only 1 left in hand from One Eye Owl, Sola has kind of free reign here. Like just to go, okay, I just need to do my countings and
Hmm.
make sure I add everything up correctly because I should be able to find a lethal line here. Both players have taken 5 damage, so I only need to deal 20. A burst with 7 fractals comes in for 16. So we literally just need 1 kill spell and a burst, and we are definitely set. And I
Yep.
think with the
And
enfeebling orb,
yeah. Sola not willing to take any chances, making sure that
yeah,
One-Eyed Owl not going to be able to interact at all, no matter what he had left in his hand. And this, like you were, I think, about to say, shows that Sola has the line in hand without needing to worry about getting extra card draws.
yeah, just showing the shimmering coming in for 7, and a single burst would be enough here. I think just going through the motions, make sure we're doing everything correct. Oh, I think that
Shimmering in Recollection, yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Extra card
Um,
draw and show me the burst asunder. Let's see it, Sola. We
I think
know you've got it.
I
You've
think it was
definitely
slightly
got it, right?
flash. What one from Zhang, just in case.
Yeah, why not?
Gotta make sure. Uh,
Oh, this could also just be a refracting missile. He has enough.
oh, Paladin.
Still no lethal line? You got to be kidding me.
No, there's a burst in hand. There's a burst in hand. We just saw it.
Sola's just styling on him? Come
Yeah, I
on.
think we're just styling on it a little bit. Uh, you know, just in, just making sure 100% this is lethal no matter what, even if there's something I'm forgetting about. Maybe there's a serene spirit I'm forgetting about. Maybe there's something there that's a recovery herb or something. But
Yep,
that
yep.
will be lethal for Sola.
Yeah, actually, Serene is kind of a good call out there, right? A lot of CLs are Serene these days,
Yeah,
but not this one.
yeah,
So yeah, just a huge amount of overkill for the amount of defense that One Eyed Owl was actually projecting.
I've been there. You know, when you're like, okay, I'm 90% sure this is lethal, but I just really want to make sure this is lethal because I don't want to embarrass myself and mess up here that I just had it plain as you can see on board. I always do it with my like especially in a high tense moment where I'm like, all right, you're not like I'm against like wind allies. I'm like you're not like serene spirit, right? Like
Mhm.
I asked just in case because
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't want to be
yeah.
wrong, man.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense from Solar's perspective as well. It's like, all right, well, I have all these things. I might as well make sure, right? Just be 100%, 110% sure nothing slips through the cracks here. I have this win. Let's make sure I have this win. And yeah,
Exactly.
I respect that. I respect
It's not always just styling on them. It's just
that.
cautious players being cautious.
Yeah, I mean, you can spin that a lot of different ways, I think.
We'll err on the side of compassion from our players here at the online weekly here.
Mhm,
But
mhm.
yeah, we're going into game three. Glad we got a full match. 12 minutes about left in normal time here, and then 5 minutes overtime still.
Yep.
So I'm sure with how these games have been. That second one was a little bit longer, but definitely could have a fast game here, just like we had game one. And Fractals can always have a fast game plan as well, of course.
Yeah, our players have shown a lot of awareness, so I'm sure they're aware of the time. I'm sure they're kind of in that position of like, okay, let's play this one a little bit faster because we know we have to. And
Yeah.
I think both of these players are very capable of that.
Yeah, excited for this. It should be good. Haven't seen the risk at all for like a stalwart or library witch cremation ritual play. I feel like
But
that's
it
kind of
could
scary.
be. Nope, nope.
No, okay. I say it's gonna be really scary to do against fractals, but nice thing about that kind of play when you're going first, when fractals hasn't played a single fractal, is that the glimmering refusal isn't negating for anything. So it would just be that acquiescing where you both get the +1. Maybe you're cool with that depending on what your hand is. It just depend on like what you think the game state is going to go. Solo though says I'm gonna get my own +1 with my own unmake duality.
Yep. And this is about kind of what we expect for the early moves. I would very much expect One-Eyed Owl to have like a creative shock or something in hand here to take advantage of the remaining influence. Maybe just go for the backup charger. Both of them just plussing here, right? Playing their
Yeah.
cards, getting advantages. Sola dropping out two more fractals now, a rain and a refreshment. Looking through his memory, how much is he going to refresh here?
Yeah,
This
I
is
love
interesting.
I love the fractal refreshment here. You have all your whole hands down, and everything that you could get rid of, you might want to get rid of, you can do here. Like this is really nice. It looks like we're getting rid of three, so
Yeah, the
shipping
full complement.
two more refreshments and a burst. So showing that we
Okay.
probably have another burst in hand.
Yeah, that definitely is telegraphing that the damage is there.
Yeah,
Like this shows that Sola's maybe looking for some cheaper some cheaper fractals, or maybe just looking for some of the faster damage, right? Looking for a refracting missile or looking for a shimmering refraction here.
yeah, very very true. Uh, Although when I all going for this the classic, just and
All right,
I
there's
think
the
we did have the
cremation.
creation ritual. Yeah, so we did have the creation ritual probably on turn one here. Maybe we just found it, but
Mhm.
now that we've seen One Eye Owl playing around the negates all game last game, uh, and doing the same thing here, where like, hey, I have an opportunity when Solo's hands down. I know they're not going to have anything to play against me, so I'm just going to get this value right when I can and not wait any longer.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. While
Yeah,
the way is clear, do what you can.
yeah.
Sola immediately going for the card draw in return, Fire Resonance Bauble coming out. So Sola really building up that influence. The Unmake Duality, the Fire Bauble, this is a lot here.
Oh,
One-Eyed Owl. Okay. So the remaining cards in hand going for a Creative Shock, dumping a Liminal Guide into the graveyard. The first
yeah.
Liminal Guide we've seen this game. This has potential.
This has both players with insanely strong starts, right? That
Hmm.
unmake duality into double fractal into like an fractal refreshment to kind of help set up the hand, and then on the opposite side, One Eyed Owl going for the cremation ritual onto the stalwart into a creative shock, discarding a liminal guide. I kind of feel like One Eyed Owl might be slightly ahead with just the starts, but Sola still has a very very good start. Also went first, so they're able to get that draw off the resonance bubble like you're mentioning earlier. So like it's
Hmm.
very very close already in like both influence both in strength. Definitely going to be interesting to see because as soon as One IL gets to go to level one here, they're going to be getting that liminal guide, getting that draw. They get to go level one for free, start getting those omens, and already start putting down pressure. I'm sure as long as we see some kind of ally.
Yeah, so let me ask that question to you, Isaac. With
Yeah.
these powerful starts, right? Both players kind of coming out of the gates roaring. Who do you think has the advantage if everything goes
Mhm.
their way for both players?
Everything goes their way. Right now, I would say One-Eyed Owl, just because Soul's gonna need probably I'm assuming One-Eyed Owl is gonna go level 1 here, and if they have a single Topsy, a single, coronation ceremony or whatever, Soul's gonna need a lot more fractals to try to to go for that lethal play. To have the Glimmering Refusals actually be able to negate the Topsy to create first Spell Shroud, and have the Burst Asunder actually put the lethal put One-Eyed Owl into a lethal range. So I'm going to say right now CL that I can very, very quickly change with the amount of fractals that will be played over the next like 1 or 2 turns here.
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, a lot depends on how aggressive Solo wants to play it for sure. You
Yeah.
know, if he's dropping 2, 3 more fractals here in the next turn, that's indicative of potentially a really, really dangerous line early on. Versus if
Yeah.
he only drops like one and then leaves some more interaction back, indicating the ability and willingness to kind of take a few turns off, then that's a very different pacing for the match. Of course,
Yeah.
One-Eyed Owl going for the extremely aggressive play here, getting the liminal guide out off of this level 1, and then dropping an Undying Dreams on it immediately for the temporary buff and the extra buff counter, coming in for 3 damage with this ephemeral liminal guide.
It's super interesting too because we see that Undying in Recollection onto it and like going down to like one influence, I think it was like going very low on influence, an influence that you could negate the Undying, which would get rid of some damage and also the floating memory. But we don't. I think that would like kind of signify to One Eye Owl that Solo might not have a Glimmering Refusal or maybe a acquiescing rejection. So Solo might have one, might just be playing cautiously, but I personally would be like, okay, I don't think they actually have many negates, and so I'm going to just play anything I want to just to put down pressure as best I can.
Yeah, could very well be. This second liminal guide coming down, an extra point of damage coming through. I've kind of reading a little bit of undeniable truth in One-Eyed Owl's hand here in order to get that liminal guide into the graveyard, but maybe he doesn't
Yeah.
have all of the things all of the time.
I'm
Solo
sure he
going for that
would love to.
yeah, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Solo, meanwhile, going for that card draw, getting the backup charger out here. The power cell token on the field. Ripe for fracturization. Not happening immediately, though. We'll see
And we
what
do
direction
see
Solo.
that.
Oh, there it is! The
uh,
truth!
Yep, you were right, 100%. There's an undeniable truth on the
And this
liminal
is
guide.
absolutely getting. Oh, this is getting rejected.
Oh yeah,
Solo's
this
got the
is
cards. What are we
it's
seeing?
yeah, it's in recollection too, I believe. So
Hmm. Yep.
yeah,
Yeah, it makes sense, right? You trade your card for their card that would otherwise go neutral. And as far as One-Eyed Owl is concerned, he got the value he was looking for. The liminal
exactly.
guide is in the graveyard where it needs to be.
You took out a negate from your opponent's hand, and you also got to get that liminal guide in the graveyard. So when you do level up, you can. Oh my gosh!
Ooh, what a great flom.
Oh my goodness! So that is very strong there. We have an Undying Dreams in graveyard and 2 liminal guides. I think we are leveling up next turn for sure.
Yeah, 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 yeah. That's gonna be such a huge hit too. Getting the extra card draw from the liminal guides, as well as getting 2 more bodies onto the field to just put a little bit more pressure on Sola. Everything is kind of coming up One-Eyed Owl this game. This is really working
Yeah.
out in his favor.
This is a very, very strong start into mid game here. I mean, One Isle is only going to get one, discard and draw from that level 2, but who cares? You're going to draw 2 off those limited guides, get 3 allies on board, and you're probably pretty set from having what's the influence already? 2, 4, 6, 8 influence. We're going to lose 1 and then draw 2 and then draw for turn. So we're
It's
we're going up to
wild.
10 influence on our next turn with 3 allies on board and and at level 2 as well. So I'm pretty sure we're happy with the state of the game from when I
Yeah,
was perspective.
Solo, meanwhile, kind of in a rough position, right? Started off really strong, getting that extra influence, and hasn't really backed it up with anything at this point. We're
Yeah,
seeing a 4th fractal come down, no Zhang Jiao, no additional draws. The Bullfrog here may be a saving grace, an additional defensive thing. So all of the 1/3s or 2/4s that One-Eyed Owl is gonna field, gonna be stopped for at least a little bit. So a little bit of defense here. And the extra floating memory from that's going to be pretty effective. But this isn't really forwarding his game plan. This is a stalling tactic. This is something to give him more time to find more cards because it doesn't seem like he has the cards he wants.
Yeah, I think we're from Solo's perspective. I think it looks like we are a little short on fractals to be able to go for a lethal, just to threaten lethal. Uh, I do want to point out we do see when I did bring in the Regal Inquisition, so just got rid of some dead cards probably in this matchup, cards that we don't think are going to be good enough, and thought maybe Regal might be good enough later on if we get to level 3 and that does come up. I'd rather have that than something like a Resolute Stand. So uh, looks like though when I is remembering all their triggers here, remembering to get our liminal guides, remember to get our draws, get our unenter from level 2 to occur as well, and we are in a very very prominent position. I mean I think at this point, I think we got rid of a Lamentations Tolls too, as well. So looks like we probably have some other attacks in hand as well. So we can, as long as we kill off this Thronekeeper Bullfrog, we can definitely pressure this turn. Undying Dreams, another one onto another Liminal Guide.
Whoa. Oh,
Swinging for
that's
3 with the
huge.
Bullfrog.
What an army. An army of spirits at CL's beck and call. Warlock
This is
CL.
Warlock CL. That's hilarious. This is such. I don't know if I've seen this liminal guide army before, and ones that have been buffed as well at the exact
Right,
same
yeah,
time.
especially having the Undying Dreams at the right point to really go all in on this extra board presence. This is really neat.
Yeah, yeah. It's going to be hard for Sola to come back from this position. You could bring out Terraforming, but that doesn't even feel like it's that great. We do bring it out, so
Yeah,
hoping this
yeah.
is enough to stop us. I mean, if we have a single negate in hand, combining that like a Glimmering Field, combining that with a Terraforming, if they're let's say when I will plays an attack card, doing Glimmer of that, and then they would have to try to pay 2 for the attack to actually go through as well. And so this kind of just buffs that game plan of just trying to survive. Uh, Things now though. I mean,
Yeah,
Solo's
Sola finally finding some card draw, right?
yeah, trying to fix the hand. Right, we're
Yeah.
not in a great position. We recognize that. Trying to build up the board a little bit. Probably just
Mhm.
using this protection.
And
Great with
pretty
terraforming.
necessary protection, right? Like the tariff
Yeah,
makes a lot of sense here for someone who's just looking to buy a little bit more time because he feels like he doesn't have enough time to build up at the moment. And getting the Zheng Zhao into the Frostworn Paladin is kind of exactly the buffer that Sola needs. Getting a few more card draw, getting a big 3/4 on the board, something that he can use to potentially clear out some of these annoying little mobs. And between the Zheng Zhao and the Frostworn, actually able to knock out a 2/4 if he wants to. But leaving the
yeah,
Frostworn back, which makes as much sense as anything else, I think Sola is going to be worried about his health pool here. 6 damage already marked on his champion, still level 0, so not a lot of health buffer right now.
yeah, yeah. And we're going to be dealing 2 unpreventable damage now at our end step every single turn for one IL. Also, something to point out is that now that we are level 3, Awakening Few is dealing 4 damage if we ever need to, like a burst of 4 damage that can't be negated or prevented. So that's also as soon as we get Sola into that range, the Water Fractal player into that range of 4 damage, out of lethal, we can just do that in an instant without it getting negated. We are in overtime, so One Night Owl is going to be that turn 0 player here, and just trying to figure out how much damage we can do. Maybe trying to kill off this Frostborn Paladin on this turn, and then try to on our next turn go for like a lethal line.
Yeah, a bit of a rough position for Sola for sure. This is not really enough time to put anything really aggressive together, especially when he needs to deal 30 damage on only 4 fractals. Just didn't really find what he was looking for this game. So his
Mhm.
best option now is just to survive. I don't think he's going to be trying to build up anything aggressive. I think he's going to be holding off the board. I bet we'll see some damage spells come down on one of these 2/4s because he just needs to live through this next couple of turns.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I 100% agree that Luna Guide there was used to kill off the Frostborn Paladin with the passive effect of level 3 CL, with the Omen dealing 2 damage to it at the end step there. So, um, we're not using that damage to deal damage to our enemy champion. We're just using it to help clear board because we want to hold up some kind of influence. I think we have 4
Mhm.
cards in hand, about looks like maybe 5. So we need the influence in hand to try to help prevent, make sure we're not going to die to some kind of weird breakout or some kind of just yeah, just unique case scenario that we're not sure about.
Hmm.
Or to help maybe save one of these limited guides could also definitely
This
be
is
it as well.
Yeah, so there's refracting missile coming down. Not exactly sure whether it's looks like it's pointed at face. Wow,
Mm,
that is a call out.
that is aggressive.
That
That's
is
aggressive line.
really aggressive. No defense from One-Eyed Owl. I think a Topsy Decree there would not have been amiss, especially getting himself set
Oh,
up as spell shroud for the
abnegation.
whole rest of the turn. Mm, but actually, how much damage have you really dealt to me?
Yes. So now we're sitting at 30 life. Just we have to have this fractal player deal 30 damage to us. We still have a safeguard amulet in our our material deck if we needed to. So we're not dying anytime soon. Our real the real scary part about all this is, can I kill here on my last turn here in overtime?
Right, yeah, and Sola on turn 1 now,
Yeah.
playing a Frostborn Paladin, so One-Eyed Owl going to get exactly 1 more turn at best, depending on how fast we move from here.
I have to assume we're going to bring out a weapon from one IL, probably maybe a Nerd Sword. Getting through a Frostborn Paladin and a Thronekeeper Bullfrog, though, is going to make it difficult for sure.
Yeah, nothing but defense up from Solo, which is exactly what you'd expect in this position. He knows he doesn't have a kill line, especially after that abnegation, just really throwing the deadbolt on that door. He's not battering that down.
Yeah. It's gonna be hard. Something important to note is that coup can redirect an attack, so we might have a coup in hand, but if Sola has like a Song of Frost, it might not matter.
Right.
We do have an some armor, so that's going to represent at least 2 damage. We could go play coup, play it into a get that Lamentations Toll, deal next, go face, and hope that our opponent doesn't have some kind of interaction like that Song of Frost. But we'll have to see here. When I will probably doing some math, trying to figure out how much damage can I do this turn? What can I get through?
Yeah, he only needs to get 7 damage through, and with that makes him Armoire. Fu Awakening is actually like pretty close to lethal on its own.
Yeah, I think
In fact, actually lethal on its
I
own.
think
Yeah.
they're at 6. Yeah, I think I was gonna say I think they're at 6 here.
Oh, okay, okay.
I think it was just because we thought that the 2 damage would have gone to face, but it went to the paladin last turn. So we do see that Thronekeeper Bullfrog has taunt, so we're not going to be able to swing at those with those liminal guides, I don't think.
Mm,
And liminal guide
that's
has
yeah,
4
that's
life.
interesting.
And
Hard to intercept for a taunter.
yeah, yeah, the liminal guide also has 4 life, so we're going to die on the retaliation as well. So I think we're
Yeah,
just
this
gonna
is
say it's cool because we're in overtime. We have 25 seconds left. It's not gonna matter too much here, whether we kill the Thronekeeper Bullfrog or the Frostborn Paladin. But
yeah, I
we
think
have
the end result is gonna be the same either way. There is the coup, though.
there's a Beguiling Coup. So we'll have to see. I think the only out for Sola is the Song of Frost, right? I think that'd be the only.
Or any other negation, like a Glimmering Refusal. I'm not sure if he has enough fractals to actually have Glimmering Refusal negated
That's what I was
here.
wondering. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
he might. I think he only has 4 fractals.
I think he has 4
So
fractals. I think that's correct.
yeah, so I think you can pay for, although I think that is time in the match. Although there is a stack, so we're going to finish the stack. A little bit newer rule for Grand Archive that came out within the past year is that the stack has to complete here. So even though time has been called, they get to completely resolve the stack and make sure that everything. This game will end exactly how they want it to end, essentially. And something important to also know when I say the stack, I just mean like there's a stack of like the Beguiling Coup was played, but Sola can still respond and put other stuff on the stack as well. And it looks like we're just trying to
Yeah,
figure
it
out
doesn't leave him in a position where he's not allowed to respond to what's going on. So,
exactly.
seeing those responses, and there is the Song of
There's
Frost.
a Song of Frost. Yes.
All right, well, he's probably clinched the draw here.
Yeah, I don't think there's
Um,
anything else from one IL that he can do. It'd just be to pass back to Sola, and I guess see, yeah, just would just play Crystallized Destiny to prevent some kind of damage, maybe. But that's going to
mhm,
be it for our match here. Ending in a 1-1, close games though, very very close games, very very well played by both players too.
absolutely, yeah.
That was like I was really happy with how that match felt. Right, it was very like back and forth. It felt very very even. A different version, slightly different version of CL, kind of going a little bit more beatdown gameplay on Fire CL than we normally see. It kind of always goes a little bit beatdown, but this felt definitely like staying lower influence, or lower, not lower influence, lower level, and building up an influence, and then kind of going from that strategy and just trying to put some kind of allies on board with that Cheshire Cat, those Three of Hearts, those liminal guides, all putting down some kind of pressure against Fractals, which I think is how you want to play against Fractals, right? Fractals has a hard time dealing with a bunch of allies. They have to use their kill spells to kill off those allies. So if you can build up a board, you're doing a-okay, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. The more pressure you can put onto the fractals, the less time they have to just sit back, draw cards, build that influence, and build up the board that they need in order to kill you. So
Yeah,
definitely want to keep them on the back foot as much as possible. And the CL player definitely did that for the most
yeah,
part, right?
yeah,
It showed a lot of aggression, weirdly a lot of board presence, like you were saying, from those
yeah,
threes of hearts and the big liminal guides. But
yeah,
I think that's right. I think that's what you need to be doing. And ended up in a draw. Both of them clinching their own game in a
yeah,
pretty pretty satisfactory way, right? Like
yeah,
I
yeah.
think both of them kind of was able to play their game plan the way they wanted to, and just not
Yeah.
quite enough time for game three to finish out.
Yeah, very well played to both players. Congrats to both of them for. Just I like when I see clean gameplay, and that felt very clean. It felt very very good, and I like a little bit back and forth is also always good. But that's it for this round of the online weekly. We will see you guys back very very shortly for round three. Maybe get up, get a drink, stretch your legs, use the restroom, and come back. And round three will probably be starting pretty much right away.
Welcome back to round 3 of the True Champion Gaming Online Weekly. I am Jim the Eternal, and joining me now in the booth, Herman. How are you doing,
Hello.
Herman?
I had a nice 1 hour break watching some more Fractals gameplay. I'm sure you were really excited to see more of that. First
Hmm.
time casting with you too, so that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. All the big names today. Man,
I'm a
I'm
big name.
excited.
Oh no, not like a world's player like Isaac, man. That guy's crazy. I love
uh,
that guy. Yeah.
yeah. But definitely nice to see some of the TCG Online regulars in the booth with me. So
Mhm.
I'm looking forward to this match, and I think we're gonna have a pretty good match here. We've got Seryu versus Nico, and I'm not
Yo,
sure at all how this is gonna play out.
I love this because I think for me personally, like the first deck that kind of put me on like recognized by like internationally at least by a couple people was Nico, because Canadian Nico was a big thing for us back in the day. And actually I think that was also the deck that got me recognized by Serene Balance, because I put out like a little like quick like Nico versus Tristan, um our Ascent winners Enadrail versus Caben VOD review kind of thing. So Nico near like so close to my heart. I love this deck. I love that with Sablemere coming out, it's gone back to like the traditional Nico is
Mhm.
actually very, very viable. Um so as you're a very good fundamental player, so I'm excited to see like a traditional Serene Nico, which is what we're going to be seeing come out and seeing how it does. Like Kilidas, like of course doing really well with this last week, made me so excited. So it's really cool to see how people run it, because there's so many lines to pilot this deck. And there's Dragon.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I think the return to sort of the more traditional Guardian flavor of Nico is very, very cool. You know, for a while there was like the Sylvie into Nico kind of decks that were sort of more like water tamer than Nico, just like a Nico top end. But yeah, now we're seeing kind of the more traditional Nico decks. In fact, the full Nico lineage.
Yeah.
But I think we are moving directly into the gameplay here. So we'll see what ends up happening.
Yeah.
We
So
have
this,
our Nico player up on top, Judas
I
Iscariot.
think Judas is a riot or something. Some
Judas.
pronounced
Oh, could be. It
Juds is a
feels like a
riot.
biblical reference to me, but you could go either way there.
Ah,
Um, and Ferenthian on the bottom, who is a very well-known player. So
yes.
this Judas definitely has a tough mountain to climb here.
Yeah. But I am confident in it because, like I said, like honestly, if you're playing a traditional Nico, it's actually not, in my opinion, it's not a very strong deck unless you yourself are a very fundamental player, like fundamentally like tight player, because it's so flexible in that this is a very jack of all trades, master of none kind of deck. You actually are not better than any other decks at anything. But what makes it really good is that you have an answer to anything and everything all the time. So you just have to know how to pilot it. You have to set yourself up like a couple turns ahead of time to get
Mhm.
ready. This is a really interesting matchup, or like traditional Nico versus Shenju's in general is a really interesting matchup, because once that Shenju flips, it becomes really, really difficult to connect your Ravishing Finale, right?
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
kind of changes your win condition to being like, am I going to do 3-4 beatdown? Am I going to do like a little bit of chip back and forth here and there, and then try to do something cheeky with the Ravishing? Am I just going to commit to just say Ravishing for 12 into your Shenju just to get it out of my face, and then I'm going to hit you again after? It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's interesting that you talk about kind of how Nico needs to have those solid fundamentals because you have an answer to everything. When he's up against this version of Seryu that is more of a not aggressive deck, not the extremely aggro combo, but the influence building kind of deck, the one that sort of sits back and keeps pace with their opponent. So it's definitely up to the Nico player here to set the pace of the match. And depending on how things go here, I think Ferenthian is in a good position to kind of not really jump the gun, but respond to Nico the same way that the Nico is responding to him. So that should set a really, really interesting kind of pacing and tempo for the game. And I'm not sure who has the advantage at the end of the day. It feels like there's a lot of really powerful cards from Seryu, but at the same time, there's a lot of very
Ooh.
powerful answers from Nico.
Right. Already, I think this is starting in Nico's favor, because getting like so as a water deck, being able to go first, play that gentle respite, have it resolve, and because you're going first, not have it get ripped from like a thurible or something, so you can immediately use it for value. Huge for Nico here. especially combined with the fact that there's a baby green slime to do nothing.
Hmm.
So like yeah, there's no cake, there's no like candlelight hourglass to suppress and just get additional influence out of it. You're kind of putting it down probably just to just like do one of these,
Yep.
right? Escape from
Yeah.
wreckage, reclaim something like that. Only downside is I believe that leaves him with not enough cards in hand to be able to like say backup charge or like stay at level 0. So we're expecting a level 1 here soon. Escape used at this time to of course, because everything's tapped out from the water side, they can't negate it. They can't like say refracting missile get rid of it. So you're guaranteed your +1. Pretty solid here.
Yeah, absolutely. And he definitely does have to worry about those kind of interaction pieces from the Nico player. I'm seeing a Cerulean Decree. I'm seeing Acquiescing Rejection. There's all kinds of stuff that that Judas here has in terms of ability to interact. And I'm sure Ferenthian has enough familiarity with kind of the current state of Water Nico to know what he's up against.
Yeah, like we saw this from your last round when you were with Isaac, right? There was a lot of, I will wait until the water player's pre-recollection where they're using things or tapping completely out. And then they're like, okay, now I can play cards because you have nothing left in hand. Except more so, it's even more important in this Nico matchup because Nico matchup definitely plays a lot more interaction than Fractals does. Fractals just trying to kill you. Nico is trying to constantly interact with you.
Hmm.
Interesting, what do you call it? Materialize here. I was not expecting him to stay at level 0 and not gain any cards and just say censor.
Yeah, I mean, that shows a lot of respect for the water player, right? We already saw the Gentle Respite come down, which does show that Judas is kind of relying on some of this floating memory. And Nico, of course, is very floating memory centric, even among water classes, even among the different types of water decks that are around. Ravishing Finale obviously needs a lot of floating memory. And just the Guardian cards in general seem very good at taking advantage of it. So an early censor makes a lot of sense.
Ooh, mandatory target. Yeah, you have to. Like
Mhm.
whether you like it or not, your baby green you play it with only one target on field, like you have to suppress it.
Yep.
In this case, probably not that relevant. It's really relevant if he like let's say materialized a backup charger. Then you have to suppress your own power cell, and you lose the power cell because it's a token.
Yeah, that's
But
definitely not a position that he wants to be in.
So it makes sense how he played that because I'll be real. I believe I saw Ferenthian flash a. Ooh, this is not great. But I saw Ferenthian flash a reclaim in his hand, so we knew that he had access to what do you call it, to. Oh, this is amazing. To
Oh, that's so good.
floating. Yes, but here we're trying
So
to.
denying the fracturize by displacing the baby green and using the baby greens on enter in order to suppress the sensor, making the sensor dodge the fracturize. However, because this is happening in the end step, that means that Judas has access to floating memory for one more turn. So even though the fracturize didn't hit the sensor for good, it did buy Judas another turn of being able to use that float, and better take advantage of it quick while he still
Yeah.
can.
There should be 2 float in his graveyard right now. So it's actually interesting to see if he wants to use both just to get full value of it right now, or just say use the one you can. Because I would be torn between Temptation's Facade or a Vapor Jet Shield or something. Ooh,
Oh, just going
interesting.
for the Crusader's ring. I wonder if that means that he has something in hand to take advantage of the
Another
fling?
removal. It's either another removal or he just doesn't care. In my
Mm,
opinion, even if you don't care, you probably go Temptation's Facade here, just to
for sure.
use one and get your draw one, and your ring can be used later. Um, so I guess this does telegraph that there is another um, way to remove it later, probably another Fracturize. But
Probably another Fracturize.
yeah, what I was going to say, because honestly, Nico used to run like so before Sablemere came out. Nico used to have to run stuff like Mustang just to destroy the sensor because that deck does not function when all your float is just gone, right? You need to do something when your win condition requires float, your scaling requires float, and if there's a sensor on board and you don't have a fracturize, you just need to find more copies of quote unquote a fracturize, which is Mustang. Nowadays, we just say, whatever, man. I have a Sable Mirror. What if I have 10 cards in hand? I just put them all down and I just swing at you 4 times
Yeah.
for 7 damage.
Well, now you have additional ways to close out the game. You don't need to worry too much about it.
Yeah. I
Um,
really like this change to Nico because now, yeah, sure, lose like getting censored and losing access to your float is very like traumatizing and painful in this kind of like gameplay. But at the same time, I can just say Sablemere. put down 7, have an Icebound Slam in my hand, and then Icebound Slam for 14. And I don't need any float for that.
Yeah, well, Judas definitely showing his reliance on the graveyard still, imbuing a Fractal of Rain, showing off 2 floating memory in the imbue, a refracting missile and a spalling cleanse, and passing the turn back to Ferenthian, who goes for a backup charger immediately, and then turbocharge. So just a whole lot of card advantage for our Wind Seru player right now.
And it's for a lot of people who may not have seen this style of Seiryu, because like a lot of people are used to, I'm playing Seiryu, I should level up, I should get my quest counters ASAP, I should get my dragon as soon as I can. Um, Doing like this version of Seiryu came up just to get a million cards, because at the end of the day, like you don't need your dragon as soon as possible, because you can turbo your quest counters very, very quickly just by leveling. And like you get a ton just by leveling naturally, and you can, when you have all these cards in your hand, like if you can find your dungeon guides and just level extra fast and have access to more and more of these cards that stabilize the game, it's also a very safe way to play the game.
Mhm.
Everyone just likes to see more cards.
And
And it's
with all those
really, really
cards
good
in
against
hand,
water. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. And with all those cards in hand, it's easy to go like Dungeon Guide Displace, for example. Immediately launch yourself to 3, get all of those quest counters right off the bat, and just go for it out of almost nowhere, while
Like
also having just like a ton of influence and a ton of answers to whatever your opponent presents.
Yeah, like a dungeon guide displace gives you 4 quest counters from the dungeon guide displace, like two from each dungeon guide effect. You can get 2 more from your level 2 effect, putting you to 6, and you get 3 more from your level 3 effect, putting you to 9. So it does not matter that you sit down here, you at level 0, as long as you're not being threatened, you can sit down here at 0, gain a lot more cards. You'll need 1 additional turn of sitting as Goja level 1 using the end phase trigger 1 time to get 1 quest counter on you, and then you can go from 1 to 10 and instantly flip a Seiryu and go on that turn.
Mhm. Well, Ferenthian dropping a Forest Cake and doing not much else with his turn, getting the extra influence and moving on. Judas, I'm actually interested to hear your take on this, Herman.
Yeah.
Judas using the imbued Fractal of Rain to mill the Seiryu player. What is your take on that?
Oh, dude, anytime I'm against a wind player, and especially if I don't need. Okay, so the big thing is, yes, there's a sensor, but sensor or not, I already have 2 float in my graveyard. I don't need more. Like, it's nice to have more, but I really do not need, especially when you show that you have like refracting missile, if you have like a spalling cleanse, you have more float on command. What you really want is these decks that cannot replenish their win conditions. I want to see your win conditions go to graveyard. I want to count how many I have to answer, because you don't have control over what's being milled from your deck. And on top of that, like it's also Sablemere. I there are some decks that just struggle to get cards in the graveyard. I do want you to have like 3 cards in graveyard, 4 cards in graveyard, so then at any point I can just be like, I'm gonna pay 3 Sablemere because I don't need to do anything else. I have a Tweedle. Is this Tweedledee or Tweedledum? I always get them mixed up. I think it's
uh,
Tweedledee.
this one is Tweedledee. Yes, Tweedledee is the
Yeah.
water one.
Yeah, I was like, I have a Tweedledee just sitting on my board. You're not doing any chip damage to me. I don't need to do chip damage to you because you're playing a draw a lot of cards deck. So if I can land a single Ravishing, I can win a game, kind of thing, right? So might as well make Ravishing easier to land. Mill your opponent. It's a win deck. You're not getting it back. You're not getting any. You're not getting float. You're not getting a liminal guide. Just take it. If I just get lucky and I hit some of your win conditions like this, I hit your Seryu's command. Game's a lot harder.
Yeah, that's a really good point. That's kind of a really cool dynamic between these 2 decks. And there's definitely some merit to being able to activate Sablemere and not needing to spend a full materialize on it, since the materializes from this deck are very, very powerful with what Magebane Lash, Nico level 2, Temptation's Facade, Vapor Jet Shield. So many good cards coming out of this material deck.
I like the scout the land though here, because but I'm just really curious if Ferenthian decided to like stack it in a way assuming that he's going to get milled again from the Fractal of Rain,
Mm.
or if he just. But this is like another strength of the Fractal of Rain, just saying, like, especially against like Switch, if you're playing Nico, you have a Fractal of Rain and you're playing against a Wind deck, there's almost no like risk at all to milling your opponent. Like most of them will play a Reclaim, sure, but most of the like a lot of those decks, that is your only uh like floating memory, only thing that does something in graveyard. So just mill them. And
Mhm.
if they're all like a level 1 deck and they already like went to level 1 and you mill a Reclaim, then who cares?
Well, we are seeing kind of a format-defining play here.
Yeah.
Unmake Duality, followed immediately by an Acquiescing Rejection. Both of those cards getting moved into the discard and banish, respectively. And no value was gained for anybody.
Yeah, I mean, because otherwise it's scout the land, draw your card from scout, draw for turn, and then your unmake immediately rips away the other two, so you get fresh cards.
Mhm.
But here we see, yeah, Goja just gets the one quest counter from the end phase. We call it agility one, honestly. That's kind of how you treat it. I just have one additional card against water now.
Yep. And we also have a little bit of a read here because the card draw from the Unmake Duality didn't go through. There is a sense that Ferenthian maybe wants these cards, right? Digging very hard to try and draw all of the cards that he saw from the scout. So Judas has maybe a little bit more incentive than usual to kind of mill Ferenthian here.
Mhm. Well, it's either a yes and no because it could also, like I said, like unmake. Oh, okay, so he maybe probably protecting one. So a big thing about Fractal is you do have to choose a target. So he can just wait to know that he's going to be milled first, and then say in
Mhm.
response to the targeting, we're gonna swap it around. But I was gonna say like yeah, another thing was like the unmake was really could also just been like saying, I have yeah, there you go, get rid of this ensnaring fumes. Like I have four
Yep.
dead cards on top of it. I just want to unmake, get them out of the way so that my next draw is going to be fresh. And
And
yeah,
Fairy Whisper's very good at doing exactly that.
I don't think he actually added a card to hand though. I think
Yeah,
that
I think you're right. I think he
I think
just
that
flipped one around.
ensnaring, I think that
Oh,
ensnaring is supposed to go to his hand because he revealed a win card. Because ensnaring is a win card,
yeah, yeah, fascinating. All right, yeah,
and
yeah.
then
Okay, so they're taking it back. That's
oh,
going to
oh,
hand,
he
and
flubbed it. Ooh, yeah,
yep.
you would definitely want it the other way around. You know, you really want that windmill engineer in your hand right now,
Ooh.
especially a windmill engineer with an ensnaring fumes.
As I fully understand what's going on here. This is
Yeah,
Ferenthian got ahead of himself. Was like, oh, I'm gonna do this really snappy play. I've been in this
yeah,
exact situation before. It's like
yeah, yeah,
so ready to take advantage of the situation that you forget to go through the appropriate motions.
yeah, yeah. It's just
Really easy
excitement
to
getting the
do.
better of you.
uh, but yeah, now they're moving forward. Not a whole lot of changes to the board. Mostly some interplay between the two characters, between the two players with stuff like Unmake Duality and Acquiescing Rejection. But not a whole lot of advancement yet. We've got that the Bullfrog on Judas's side. We've got the Baby Gray on Ferenthian's side. So not a lot of interaction with allies here, not a lot of attacking going on. Just kind of building up.
I think this is perfectly fine. So there's two dynamics at work here, right? For the Nico side is the first one is I do not want to hit this win deck to 5 or more HP. I do not want to enable the innervate agility until I have an answer for it, or unless I'm going to like overwhelm it with allies. So that like we saw a bulwark come out, but we didn't see a bulwark swing because you don't actually want to hit them for 6 and then leave them at 6 for the entire game. And then when you actually try to go for ravishing, they just say innervate and you can't answer that. And you also don't want to Song of Frost your own ravishing like that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But now that you have allies, changes the game because now you can instead of just hit them for like hit them to 6 and leave them there for the rest of the game, you're gonna hit them slowly and slowly. So that's one of the dynamics. So we're actually pushing the game a little. It's hidden behind 2 taunts, so you're not clearing that.
Yeah, this is
Um,
a very well protected Frostborn Paladin, when usually the Paladin is the one doing the protecting.
yeah,
But in this case, with the Censor on the board, no way to take advantage of the extra buff counter, no way to get that extra draw. Frostborn Paladin, just a 3 reserve 2/3. Hitting for 2, the Bulwark Sword swing coming in for an additional 3, and passing the turn to Ferenthian, who's looking for some extra draws here. Getting the Tengu onto the board, the extra quest counter, and of course the card draw into memory as he moves into his recollection phase.
yeah. So big thing is water hand entirely down. So it is possible to just say, hey, you know what, let's do our dungeon guide, displace or dungeon guide, like play to go to level 3 right now. Just get a
Mhm.
dragon on board. Because a big thing about water is that they really, really struggle to remove Shenju's on the board. So it
Yeah,
is
getting that giant 412 taunter, you can really get through a wall of taunters on the opposing side with that. And it doesn't hurt to start getting your attacks, start building up those arcane blasts when Judas doesn't really look like he's mounting much of an offense right now. We are seeing some chip damage coming through, and if Orinthian doesn't mount up any kind of defense, then being still on spirit level 1, that health is actually going to disappear fairly quickly.
Yeah.
But wouldn't surprise me at all to see him go to level 3 either this turn or next turn and really start building up his own advantages.
So another really big thing about new Nico right now is that yes, we barely saw anything happening for the last couple of turns, but that's actually good for the Nico player because with Sablemir's addition, every additional turn where neither player is doing anything, but you're just drawing an additional card, just means that's another one lash counter you're going to get later on. So it's completely fine for the Nico to just kind of sit there and do like minimal advancement to your board at a time.
Yeah, it does seem like the Nico has a very good late game with the addition of Sablemere. Those really, really big attacks off of the Magebane Lash feel very powerful.
So like you only have to do a certain amount of damage, and then just ravishing with Magebane Lash just ends up doing way too much. Like we have Frenthian at 8. If a ravishing with a Magebane Lash for like let's say 3 lash counters on it connects, I'm gonna put you to what 17. There's a Frostwurm, so I'm really putting you to 19. 19 just mills 38, which is I would be surprised if that's not at least 95% of Frenthian's remaining deck. So you
Yeah,
just gotta
that
win
would
just
be a
off that
huge
immediately.
hit. Uh-huh.
Yeah. So it's like it's completely okay to do like little damage numbers and kind of like this is why I said like what do you call it, Nico is more of a fundamentals deck because you have to feel comfortable doing nothing and understanding where you're getting your like very small advantages, how to plan 2 or 3 turns ahead. So you know that even if you're quote unquote doing nothing this turn, it's helping you in the long run.
Yeah, very much a kind of water-coated mentality to that gameplay. And that seems like the way that this Seiryu deck as well kind of wants to play. It wants to pace its opponent. It doesn't really want to jump the gun unless it sees an opening. But even if there's never an opening, you can build your own opening. You can build up influence. You can regal your opponent, find out exactly what they have, and figure out whether or not you can blow through kind of on your own terms.
Yeah. So it's actually really interesting because without the Seiryu, like without the actual like dragon, the Seiryu itself, the win condition for this Goja deck is supposed to just pick at you with your ones and twos, like your tiny little allies over and over again until you only need like Seiryu plus one swing, like one swing or one bolt or something to connect, and you can win. You don't have to do this huge combo. You can hold enough cards to be like I can do half of a combo, hold a ton of cards to protect this combo, and still kill you. But
Mhm.
8 health worth of taunts on board is not helping.
Yeah, he's really not getting that chip damage that he's looking for with that wall of taunters on Judas's side. Is
It's
building up
actually
quest
good.
counters slowly but surely. So, getting himself into potentially a good position, but a lot of that is going to depend on whether or not he can go to 3, whether or not he can hit that dragon. Especially with the water player on the other side of the board ready to interact with whatever it is he's doing.
Oh, burns a dungeon guide. Yes, I assume there's 2 there. But we do just want to level up and get out there. So we could go to dragon immediately this turn if we wanted to, because yeah, the dungeon guide will give dungeon guide will cause 2 quest counters. The level 3 will cause 3 more quest counters. We could go to 10. Realistically, I think Franthian says draw on this one. Maybe goes to level 3 and says takes the recover, and just slow
Mm.
builds Cesario instead.
Yeah, definitely taking the draw off of Guoja, from Guoja level 2, rather.
Mhm.
Um, and now it looks like he's in his recollection and making some decisions about what's going to happen here. Did you see whether or not he drew the second card for his turn yet, or
I think he did. I'm
okay,
pretty sure
okay.
he did. Yeah. Uh,
Yeah,
I'm just
so
wondering
potentially
if
the
like
dungeon guide here.
yeah.
And just like you were saying, the dungeon guide on top of the level 3 on enter is instant 5 quest counters if he wants it. Could
Mhm.
also, like you were also saying, go for the recovery. And kind of the way the game has been playing out, it sure feels like maybe he might go for a more defensive play here.
I think the play is like if I were in Franthian's position, if I'm doing all this digging, I personally would be trying to look for a Dream Fairy line where I can Dream Fairy one of the taunts. I'm going to have enough like small allies to build up to kill the other taunt because now we have 2 green slimes, right? You know that Nico does not want to attack these with this Frostborn because it's kind of a waste, honestly. As well as you're playing into a win deck with a ton of cards in hand, you're just going to play into like battle tricks. So you really don't
Right.
want to attack into these baby greens. If I can establish another 1/1 on board, and then like let's say I establish a 1/1 on board next turn, and I say Dream Fairy the turn after, I remove one of your taunts. I have 4 bodies that will kill the other taunt, and then I flip my dragon, and my dragon goes straight to face with like a harness lightning or something, and the harness lightning does 8, and I don't have to do any additional comboing. I just do a ton of damage to you in the face once.
Yeah, and he definitely is going to be looking for those openings, but he's going to have to work in order to create them. Judas going for the materialize on Sablemere, not activating it out of the deck,
Mm.
and all of the available influence immediately going down. That looks like 3+4, and then one more from the fractal, so getting 5 lash counters onto his champion, and setting himself up for some potential huge damage. I don't think the Magebane Lash is on the board
Not yet.
yet,
Mhm.
but once it does come down, that's going to be a enormous weapon.
Like that's effectively just trying to tell your opponents, like, listen, I have an Icebound Slam in my hand, and I will have a Lash. This will always be lethal, so you have to, you cannot turtle anymore. And looking at me in front of it, like with this, you've played your 2 baby greens. I sure hope you have a displace or something, because I will
Yeah.
just kill you.
Yeah. I really appreciate that, like, kind of threatening lethal. Just it's really showing off at this point. I mean, I don't mean that like that's the intent. I don't mean that he's like intending to style on his opponent or anything. But it I think goes back to the pace of play thing that you were talking about before. You know, you kind of set yourself up for the win several turns down the road, and this is an important step in setting himself up to be able to have the win in a couple of turns.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is like the threat of the Icebound Slam just forces your opponent to play in a certain way, right? You are now no longer allowed to ever like play to have 0 cards in hand. Like even if you like normally you wouldn't try to, spend everything, right? You do want to hold up, but now this Icebound Slam being confirmed to be in the hand, confirmed to be lethal, just says that you are absolutely not allowed to play. Like if you're going to do some other play, and you were just going to hold 1 displace, for example, for this baby green, now you might have to hold 5 now because you have to do something else. You have to hold displace and pay for a negate. Maybe you have to hold 8 because you want to play displace and negate and another spell for something else. So it
Mhm.
just like kind of it changes the way your opponent's able to play the game because you choke it out there, and you never even have to play the Icebound Slam when you get to this position. You just have to have your opponent know that you have it.
Yeah, and once again, it's kind of a very water-coded way to play, taxing your opponent for plays that you haven't even made yet. Just they have to hold back interaction for something that you might do. And that leaves them in potentially a dangerous position, and definitely in a position where they can't take advantage of all of the resources that they have.
Okay, I really like this because what he's kind of doing right now is just putting. So if this bulwark connects, puts Frentian to 18. What's really important about this is that 18, um, what do you call it? An Icebound Slam without a weapon is still lethal.
Hmm.
So one of the main plays against this like huge play, like against this huge attack, is say like Icebound Slam with the. Oh, that's a really good play. Icebound Slam with the Magebane Lash would do 1,000,000. So let's just let's what do you call it? Let's just say Baby Green remove the Magebane Lash for this attack, so it does a lot less, and we can answer it later. But if you manage to put the Guoja into a range where, let's say, you suppress the weapon and it's still lethal, then all of a sudden you have to have another, like, yet another, like, interaction, or else you just lose.
But yeah, this play, the ensnaring vapors coming down, clearing the board, putting all of those cards back to hand, and giving Ferenthian a lot of room to keep some of that interaction back. Those baby greens potentially really dangerous coming out of Ferenthian's hand and dealing with Judas's weapons on any future swings. Doesn't stop the Icebound Slam, like you were saying, but definitely means that the Magebane Lash or even this Bulwark Sword can't really do quite as much.
Oh, that's a perfect 3 cards to hit to level up. Like 3 useless cards. Unmake's no longer useful. The dungeon guide's no longer useful because you've already gone to level 3. The reclaim's no longer useful because you already ensnared your entire board. Very important that you did it now before you flipped your dragon too. Interesting that he went for 3 more quest counters, so he's definitely just going for it now while Nico has no cards in hand, which makes complete sense, right? That's why you went for the ensnaring fumes here. Get rid of the taunts immediately.
Yeah, what a
Nico's
great way to clear the way for the
Yeah,
Shenju. This is
yeah.
such a like smart pacing of play, waiting for your opportunity and taking this ensnare, which it almost looked like a mistake to get the ensnaring fumes in his hand, but he's definitely taking advantage of it and using it to its full effect.
Yeah, so like Nico currently has 4 cards in hand right now. We know what the 4 are because, well, 3 of them are the allies. The last one is a Song of Frost or not. That's really all we're looking for. And if it's not, oh, there was more. Never mind, I'm crazy. But if I don't see a Summer Frost, I'm just going for it. I don't see a Summer Frost.
Yeah, that looks like a hand that is not going to stop a dragon. So this
That
big
looks
dragon
like
is going to be a big
oh no harness.
problem.
I was like, you can just if you have harness and Byakos, it's game.
Still taking a look at the rest of the cards. Might as well get the information going
Oh,
forward so
there's
you
this.
know what you're
Oh,
up
Summer
against.
Frost was put down actually.
Oh,
He was not expecting.
bummer.
He was not expecting a possible aggressive line here.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't expecting the vapors for sure.
Hmm. But now,
And
yeah.
there's that Byakko's command. Yep. So this is coming in for 9 and 9, 18 damage, bringing that
Wait,
level
was there
1
a harness?
Nico to 20 counters.
Was there a harness? I didn't see a harness.
Isn't
I
that what
think
he
this just
played in the Reco?
no. That was a Serious command. So
Oh,
Serious,
oh, okay, okay,
it's
okay.
regardless. It's 5 and 5, and then because of Serious command, he has enough to empower. And this
Right.
is a 0 cost Arcane Blast.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Yeah,
okay.
it's
Either
more.
way,
Yeah,
whichever
overkill. Super dead.
whichever arcane card he had in recollection, this is definitely
Yeah.
lethal.
Oh, it's just because Harness Lightning is slow, so you cannot play it in Recollection.
Oh,
Yeah.
did I
The
misread
only
when he played it?
no, he did play it. He played a Serious command in Recollection
Oh,
because
oh, oh, I see what you mean. Okay, okay,
Harness
okay. I
Harness
understand.
is not playable in Reco. So
Got
you
it.
did see when he played it, but it was the other way. Yeah. Yeah. So
Okay.
it's like I you might have seen like the harness get banished because he used it as one of his quest counter like end of turn quest counter cycles.
Right.
But that's about it. Yeah. I mean just normal dragon things trying to look
Yeah.
for the one I guess vulnerable turn.
Mhm.
Nico just needed to find some way to if Nico could remove that. Yeah, so really honestly that game came down to the displace protecting the sensor. Because if that sensor's not there, I'm pretty sure. Actually, no, we didn't even see a ravishing, so it doesn't even matter because he regaled. But if there was a
Mhm.
ravishing, game was over.
Yeah, I mean, both of the players in a position where if they get their one big hit, that's the game. So they're trying to sort of outmaneuver the other player and get them to a position where they can't react to their hit. And
Yeah,
both of them know that the hit is coming, and both of them are like kind of jockeying for position, trying
yeah.
to get the other one out of position.
I
So
think the
moving into game 2 here, what do you think of we're going to see coming in from the sideboard for Judas?
I think this is one where, like for example, all Nikos have to run Pure Beyond pretty much almost exclusively for wind decks, just so I can ignore the fact that you have an innervate agility. I can just put damage onto you ASAP and just not care. Seeing how fast Pantheon was willing to pull out a sensor, you're probably putting in the extra Mustang just to really get rid of it. I would personally, honestly, there's so many cards in his sideboard I want to put in because I would personally want to put in the Sinistrals as well, just to play the ally game, so I don't have to run the one big hit, and I'm just gonna like play allies versus allies and see who comes out on top. But I have Storm of Thorns, so I should come out on top.
Yep. Yeah, all of those guardian tricks really really powerful.
Yeah.
From Ferenthian's side, we have a couple of different options. I think Nullifying Lantern makes a lot of sense in the face of that Icebound
For
Slam.
sure. Yep.
Scatter Essence also potentially coming in to deal with the Fractals of Rain, but I don't know how important that is.
I I don't think it's actually that important because the other thing about playing Scatter Essence is that you open yourself up to losing influence when you pull out the sensor that you want to pull out.
Mm,
You do not
True.
get that float back, and sometimes you really like pretty much if you don't scatter it early, scattering the fractal rain doesn't matter at all. As well as if you don't bring out the sensor early, it kind of doesn't matter at all. Because once I've used up my like value out of it, and then all you're doing is turning off a ravishing, I'm like, whatever. I drew like an extra 4 cards because I had floating, so I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
So both of
We
these guys
probably
are
do
broken.
see the second Innervate Agility come in for Ferenthian. And we might also see the Topsy Decrease come in. I'm not sure. He's been really aggressive about trying to deal with Judas's graveyard. So maybe Topsy Decree, not something that matters that much when you're both going up to like 15, 16 influence, especially because he's not really worried about Spell Shroud. We're not seeing a whole lot of spell damage coming out from the water player's deck. But it might
I
be something like kind of going up in the early game, something to interact with the graveyard before you get that Crucible or that Thurible online. So it could go either way, I think.
Topsy's just weird because when you're playing against a float heavy deck, if you ever imbue to do like discard 1 and then banish 2, you can almost always assume they're discarding a float. So you can never really deny them by you can like you want to imbue so that both of you go -1 on influence instead of you objectively just going -1, just hitting 2 float, right? But if there's already 2 float in the bin and you try to imbue this thing, you're still not denying them. They're probably going to discard a third one. So it's a
Yeah, very
really
true.
awkward card to play. I could still see them playing it. Um, the really interesting thing is I wasn't paying attention to how he sideboarded, but the really interesting one is whether you keep the innervate agilities in, knowing that your opponent is going to have pure beyonds, because it is very, very standard and it's expected even for the Nikos to have the pure beyonds here.
Yeah, it's another thing that's like another reason to play Censor, the Ephemerate on the Peer Beyond. You don't want them to mill it and then have that advantage. But I mean, this is not like you have any. It's not like you're short on reasons to want to interact with a Nico player's graveyard.
I love it. Franthian actually not choosing to not even look at his hand until after the Serene was done checking 6 cards. You know,
Mhm.
following the rules to a T. Technically, he can't do that. He wasn't allowed to look at his on enter draw 7 until after. Ooh, another good open though from Nico. Same thing, gentle respite can't be answered. See what we can do on turn 1.
Yeah, always a fantastic start for the water player here. Getting the card draw off of the general respite, getting that floating memory before Ferenthian gets any of his materializes to really start interacting with the graveyard. Very, very nice.
Oh, this is a much better game already. Like instead of a
Yeah.
baby green, we get a windmill. I already saw the backup chart. Not backup. Sorry, reclaim. Flashed in Franthian's hand, so you can always reclaim backup charger if you just want infinite value.
Yep. And showing off a Byaku's command in the memory here. So revealing potentially some of his teeth.
Yeah, but you kind of always have to expect it, you know? If it's not a
Yeah.
Biakos, it's a Serious. If it's not a Serious, it's both. I don't know your experience against Seiryu, but that's my experience, you know? You
Yeah,
you
no,
see
that's
them
about right.
banish yeah, you
They
see them
always have
banish
it.
1 or 2 commands, and you're like, "Here's 2 more." I'm like, "Okay."
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Anytime they level up to level 3 and I'm like, I have no cards in hand, I just ask them, "If you have double command, just show me. We don't have to go through the motions." They show me the double command, I'm like, "Yeah, okay." Ooh,
Well, Judas bringing out that Grand Crusader's ring and then also bringing out a Frostsworn Paladin. So a whole bunch of card draw here, which makes a lot of sense. This is kind of the
yeah.
way that Judas has been playing this game, the kind of pacing that we would expect from how game 1 went is a lot of card draw, a lot of kind of building influence for both players until they find that line, until they find that chink in the opposing armor.
This is I was just curious if you would ever bother to what do you call it? You would ever bother to swing at the windmill engineer here? Probably not when you have like
Probably not, yeah.
a ton of cards in the wind player's hand.
Yeah,
But
they just always have the reclaim, right?
yeah.
Like, why would you deny yourself the point of damage
Well,
by
if you have the
swinging your
refracting
wind
missile right
engineer?
now, you refracting missile this windmill. Refracting
Oh, yeah, okay, so
no,
if
no.
you have a way to interact with the reclaim, then getting the reclaim to happen on your terms definitely potentially,
Oh, no,
like,
no, I was like
continues the play, but
after the backup charger, he only holds 2 cards in hand. So that's when you definitely,
Mm.
like, just say, like, "Why would I refracting missile face for 1?" Because if I just want the refracting missile just for floating memory.
Yeah,
So I would
yeah,
have
yeah.
shot the windmill to deny an Azen as well or something like that, but, yeah. Is this going face? Okay, this is going face, no Azen protector being shown from hand, so good to know. Otherwise, you just kill the Frostborn Paladin. Ooh! Just kept
Yeah.
everything after the turbocharge?
Pretty slow turn, right? So gets the turbocharge, gets the extra influence, goes in with the windmill engineer, no additional plays, so holding back a lot of cards. And Judas again going for the influence play here, bringing out the backup charger before moving on to their main phase.
Both people just like to draw cards, what can I say?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I expected. I think this is what we both expected going into game 1. And, game 1 kind of played out the same way, just a lot of influence gain, a lot of card draw, kind of putting a few things out, feeling out the opponent, bringing up the walls kind of, but not a lot happening until somebody went for the win.
Yeah, this is just the IBS mirror match. It's Icebound IBS Icebound Slam versus IBS Influence Building Seiryu. Hey man, they that's what they told me it was called.
I don't like it, but okay.
I, I didn't like it either, but you know, SoCal is SoCal. Ooh, Okay.
I guess that if you build the deck, you're allowed to name it, but
Yeah.
I'm unconvinced. The Fracture Eyes coming down here, always nice to have. Extra float, and was he using the float for? Oh, for
Oh yeah, the Frostborn.
the
He responded to
Frostworm
the
that
on
is
enter.
also coming down. Yep.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
Fracture Eyes
Frostborn.
on the power cell, the Frostworm drawing a card. A really great board position for Judas here. That's a
Yeah.
lot of damage coming into Ferenthian.
Yeah. You're really just saying now. It's like if you're afraid of my what do you call it? My big hit. Don't be. I'm not going to try to hit you big. I'm just going to say 3/4 beatdown. You got to answer this. What are you going to do? Censor me? You're going to die if you censor. So
Yeah, I mean, if you get 2 Frostworms, you're effectively an ally deck.
yeah, there's 3/4s. They're
They're
huge.
huge. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
monsters.
And protected by Guardian Battle Tricks. You're never killing these things.
So
Ooh,
Ferenthian going to level 1 here, bringing out Goja, bringing out the Azurite Fate Stone,
pretty much
and
go to level
we'll
1
see
because it would
what
have
he
been
has in.
lethal.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to be at 9 damage facing down 2 3/4s and stay on Spirit. That's tempting fate, I think.
Yeah. I also see a Scatter Essence and a Ensnaring Fumes in his hand. So he did side in the Scatter Essence, but also the
Doesn't look like
Ensnaring.
it's doing much though.
No. But the Ensnaring Fumes has come in, so you know he's not dying this turn if he doesn't choose to.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, well, it's destroying the Fracturized Power Cell, so that does work.
Okay. So getting a little bit of value out of it. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Um, but still no sensor, right? Kind of leaving that open. Not that Judas has much in the graveyard. Judas has been really careful about putting down the floating memory right when he actually needs it and not leaving stuff there to be grabbed by a Thurible or to be turned off by a sensor. So any play that Ferenthian makes in terms of like censoring or Thurible is going to be proactive. And he's not going to make that play as long as there's still value that he wants to get out of his own floating memory. So
Well,
the Scatter Essence is a little bit of a double-edged sword here.
well, the big thing is you just look at the board state and you just have to look at when would Frenthian ever be even allowed to bring out the sensor? Like that if it was not his very first materialize where he chose to do like I believe it was a backup charger into turbocharge, right? So that one makes sense. No, there's no pressure on board. You say backup charger, turbocharge, and next turn there's 2 paladins on board, puts you to 9 out of 15. You have to level because you will just die. And then we go to this next turn. You played the Scatter Essence. What are you going to do? Bring out the sensor when you have this float? You have to use the float now as well. So after you use the float, what are you going to do? Censor next turn? But it's also been like 4 turns. Like, does the Nico care anymore if you censor? The timing is just super weird.
Yeah, and this really shows like the value of going first in this match. And
Yeah.
in addition to the value of drawing 2 Frostborn Paladins, but
No,
the value of going first in this match, being able to kind of set the pace and being able to ask your opponent these questions that they then have to answer. And that kind of limits the plays that they can make. There's only so much Ferenthian can do to forward his own game plan while still responding to the threats that Judas is putting on the board.
Yeah, this is why I really wanted to see like the additional 2 Aquafire Seneschals be sided in for Nico because hey, 2 more 3/4s just hit you silly.
Yeah, it seems like a valid game plan looking at where we are now.
Oh, there's another 3/4. It becomes
Yeah,
a
well,
0/4
for a
after,
little
but
bit at
three.
least.
Yeah, but on that's
Temporary
9
support.
damage on board. That puts you 1 from lethal.
That is a respectable amount of damage. Let's
Yeah,
let's be real here.
yeah,
Playing Tweedledee as effectively a 3 damage spell is still really good on this board with the amount of damage and pressure that Judas is throwing.
yeah. I feel like I would have swung the Frost ones first just to see if I can stick the 6 damage, and then play the Tweedle to see if I can stick 3 more. Because you know that Frenthian does not like this, you know? If you're playing
Yeah,
against like a
absolutely.
Veiling Breeze or something like that, or a Calming Breeze, I would not want to swing my Tweedledee into that and lose and have the on hit and just lose value when I'm barely doing any damage. Actually, it doesn't matter for
Yeah.
Calming Breeze because you don't trigger on hit because you do 0 damage. But let's say it's a small Veiling or something. And a Veiling for 2 is actually pretty value here. Damn. Okay, maybe you censored now because
Yeah, well, Judas is just threatening the win here, right? With this Sea
yeah.
Sprite Diver is enough to just completely close the game out.
Yeah,
Um,
so banish a scatter. We know that Frenthia won't die here because he has interaction in his hand.
mhm.
But damn, okay, yeah. that's not a Sinistral, but it is another ally that just says beats you down. So I predict that he also sided in Sinistrals and just said, I'm gonna
This is
beat you
really
silly.
interesting. I wonder what interaction he'll play, because I saw the ensnaring fumes, and that's not good here. That just kills him anyway.
Yeah,
Because
you
giving
put 4
Judas all
cards
his
back
cards
in
back,
hand.
yeah, he just gets to be able to swing with them again.
Yeah, it's exactly 4 cards. So you put 3 cards back down, you play one of these again, and you say, I'm gonna hit you again. Who cares?
Uh-huh.
Interesting. 2 ensnarings, I mean 2 stifles probably. Stifle number 1, and then oh,
Stifle number
just
one in order to cards into memory, in order to be able to build up a big enough Veiling Breeze that you're actually defending yourself.
that's rough. You went -2 to protect yourself.
Yeah,
That
that's real hard.
that's the one card. The one
Yeah.
card he put down, like so he put 2 cards down to play Scatter Essence, and they were both norm. It shows out because he banished a Dungeon Guide, and then the other card he could not reveal because if you could reveal that as wind, you did not have to play Stifle as well. You could just put a second wind card.
Oof. Gosh, that's
Damn.
rough. Yeah, that was a lot of cards to go through, in addition to losing the floating memory from the Scatter Essence. So really just a terrible turn for Ferenthian there.
Oh, and then loses a dungeon. Okay, I'm predicting he probably put 2 dungeon guides down for the Scatter Essence and be like, "There's no way I'm going to lose both of these next turn, right?"
Right.
um, and now I think he has a problem because I think he needs one of them, unless he has a third dungeon
I
guide.
mean,
He has a third
this
dungeon.
is
He has a third
definitely a
dungeon guide.
dungeon guide turn. That's how that feels to me.
Yeah, he has a
Yeah,
third
there it
dungeon
is.
guide.
So I either kept enough back or kept one back while putting two down. However that played out.
So interesting enough, I really can't tell if he's going to go dragon or if he's going to go recover here.
Yeah, that's true. That could kind of go either way. It looks like he's going for the dragon.
Oh, he's just going to
Since
go
Judas
kill
has
you.
everything down, he could potentially do something dangerous here, but he doesn't have a lot of influence to make it happen.
He showed up Biakos already, so he just has to say harness Biakos. That's 2 Seryus in hand. I think he's counting. He's counting for Arcane Blast. I don't recall seeing Arcanes banished, or if there was, it's only 1. So he doesn't. I
Can
think he's honestly short 1 card. If he had
Oh
5 cards in
no.
hand after, so pretty much, if that scatter didn't get removed, he would have 1 additional card, and with 1 additional card, 5 cards means harness and Biakos. I think he can only do one or the other.
That is a rough position. I think instead he has to Oh, nope, going in. Creating the Arcane Blast.
No, he's killing allies.
Oh, okay, he's killing allies. All right,
Yeah,
all right, all right.
yeah,
That makes more sense.
yeah.
And now he's in a position where he's got a decent enough health buffer, and if he really feels like he's in danger, he can always Byakos in order to wake up his Seryu and get the Taunter online.
Yeah, but 4 cards in hand makes it really dangerous because if you're going to Biakos, you kind of have to do it now before Nico recollects.
Yeah, you definitely don't want Judas to be like, okay, I'll Frostbind your Byakos. That would be miserable.
Yeah, Cerulean or Song of Frost or anything. It was like, okay, there's 5 damage on board at the moment. You could just lethal from material deck by pulling out a sword, which is exactly what he's
And
going to
that's
do.
exactly what he's going for. Yeah,
It's
lethal
it's
on
just
board.
it's just easier to just hold your entire hand as an eco player and just say, I will kill you on board. Okay,
So
so
while Judas's hand is down,
you
Ferenthian is
have to Biakos now.
yeah, he's doing a big think right now. Byakos makes a lot of sense unless he's going to find some other way to deal with Judas's incoming damage.
Yeah. It's like all I can see is if it's not Biakos now, it's he's trying to set up some sort of veiling to survive. Um, yeah, okay, Biakos there.
Yeah, there you go.
And Innervate would have been risky to go through as well because you could just get hit like a pure Beyond Ravishing to lose as well.
Hmm. Yeah, but now his hand is completely down. So if Judas has some way around this dragon, it's gonna be over for Ferenthian.
The
But
biggest
a
thing,
513 is kind of a lot to
yeah,
get around.
biggest thing is he waited for the bulwark to be materialized so he doesn't have to see like a smoke bombs, for example.
Mhm.
Because another way to win this, like, so pretty much if Corinthian does not win this next upcoming turn, there's a very easy way for Nico to win this game, which is just materialize as smoke bombs and have a snow fairy in hand. Because Goja level 2 can definitely negate one or the other, can't negate
But not
both.
both. Yep.
And if either of them resolves, you swing face.
Yeah, there are 3 snow fairies in Judas's deck, which it seems like a fairly standard inclusion.
Ooh, there's a Sinistral. He did just
Yeah,
say it's ally time.
I love that for him. Water Allies is a tried and true deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's just this is just the fundamentals, right? Just
Mhm.
like I said, like you recognize fundamentally that the normal Nico game plan, a big hit, do funny thing, probably isn't working in this kind of matchup. So you just pivot. Just say, I'm going to do 18 damage to you before you're ready. Have fun.
Mhm. Yeah, and this 18 is just sitting there, right? Pantheon is now 7 away from death at all times, and if he leaves any opening, that full board comes in for definitely lethal, regardless of anything that Judas has in his hand.
Like,
So, Judas also holding on to potentially lethal in his hand from like a ravishing or something like that. That's icing on the cake at this point.
well, we already see lethal on board. That's the biggest thing.
Mhm.
And the other big thing is that Frenthian cannot on his board at the moment. He cannot remove damage from Nico because there's a 0/4 Tweedledee that has to be attacked before anything else.
Yeah, that's very true. The Yeah, and even aside from that, there's also still one of the. Is there still a Frostborn up, or am I
Frostborn is
misreading?
stand. There is a Frostborn standing,
Okay,
so it's very very hard to kill right now without being able to somehow find a double arcane blast line, which
right.
is possible because he does have the Serius and Byakos in hand. I was able to see it just now. The only thing is if you're making that play, you're just really hoping your water opponent has no interaction whatsoever.
Generating another Arcane Blast off of this attack doesn't really look like he's in a position to be able to play either of those Arcane Blasts this turn.
He only has 5 cards in hand.
Yeah, that looks like 5 cards in hand to me.
Wait, he went Censor to only go to 5? Um, oh, interesting. I would have assumed you would go Incandescent Reliquary instead, so you can go to 6. 6 is very relevant to be able to even threaten the double command. But
Mhm.
if you're only holding 5, you don't threaten double command, and as Nico, I just don't care.
Yeah, and putting out the sensor, I think,
Uh,
makes some amount of sense. Trying to hold off Judas from another potentially threatening use of his resources. But in this situation, it what is Ferenthian's defense here, right? How does Ferenthian survive this next turn? There is a Veiling in his hand. We already saw it.
it's a now it's a matter of also sequencing because we also saw the Byakos, so he could just do the same thing he did last turn, which is to Byakos wake up the taunt. But with the smoke bombs on board, it's a matter of sequencing to make sure that if there's a snow fairy on board, it doesn't cause like you to just lose outright. So yeah, there you go. Nico's doing the exact correct thing to do, which is swing out the lethal on board first. So the thing about
Yeah.
taunt is that it has to be awake. Yeah, there you go. It has to be awake and ready before these declarations. So this is really, really smart. Target, yeah. So pause there. So target the Seiryu to make sure that even if it wakes up, um, there you go. But you do this to bait the lineage release and to make sure that the Seiryu wakes up now, which is important because when the Seiryu wakes up now, Snow Fairy can tap it back down. But if you
Yep.
did this in a different sequence where it's Seiryu was still rested, you cannot play Snow Fairy and stop it because Snow Fairy only stops it from waking up during wake up step, but it will not stop it from
Yeah.
waking up from Byakos.
Yep. That's a really good point. And the Byakos, even in that situation, the Byakos can be used to kind of circumvent the Snow Fairy and wake up for the attack on Ferenthian's turn as well.
Oh, I mean, this also works. Just double negate it. There's only 2 cards left in hand.
That's true. One title lock is clearing the way, and then the next title lock or the Cerulean Decree is going to fully negate that Byakos. And
Well, now
then,
he has to say Veiling with those last 2 cards in hand.
yeah, absolutely has to.
Oh,
Nope. Puts him down.
yeah, I think he's dead. Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't look great. So 3 damage coming in from the Seneschal. We'll see another 3 damage coming in from the Frostborn Paladin. Another 2 damage from the Sea Sprite Diver, and that is full lethal. So that is game 2 to Judas.
Yeah. This was actually a very, very good example of like, this is actually just fundamentals coming into play, knowing the correct sequencing, making sure everything, like honestly changing the game plan from turn one. Very, very big.
Yeah, I just kind of shifting gears here, right? Going in for that aggressive ally strategy, still backed by the sort of fiat end game that Nico has if you let it go for too long.
I really like this because it kind of, whether it was intentional or not, what ended up happening was that Ferentian was baited into playing the same type of game he was playing in game one because he saw that it worked, right? Why
Mhm.
change something that's broken? Well, that's not broken. When your opponent only doesn't even really do anything on turn one, and like, or like only has one Frostworn Paladin or something, and then you're like, whatever, one Frostworn, annoying 3 damage, it's not that big of a deal.
Mhm.
Let's bring out a backup charger. All of a sudden, you're just like, no, it's two Frostworns, and it's a Sea Sprite Diver, and it's a Tweedledee, and it's a Sinistral. And it's like, that came out of nowhere. You get punished for trying to stay low to the ground. Because this is one of those games where, honestly, if Ferentian just went for the hard turbo and just had a dragon that just had clear all of these like 3/4s, probably would have lived. Probably would have won.
Yeah, that's true. Judas doesn't really present any defenses this game. He kind of went all in on these allies while holding enough back to interact, but um really didn't.
Yeah,
I'm
it
trying to
wasn't
figure
like
out like how to phrase
no, but
this.
like
Yeah.
he wasn't like presenting like a storm of thorns. He wasn't presenting like a
Yeah,
diffusive
yeah.
block. He just said, "Here's my naked ally. If you can kill it, you can kill it. I just trust that you won't be able to kill it."
Hmm. And Ferenthian couldn't.
Yeah. You need to find one of those Azen protectors to start being able to kill it. And if it's the same list as was at London, this looks like it's one of the same as London. There's only two Azen protectors.
It's really interesting because the power of this Seiryu deck, kind of the newest iteration of this Seiryu deck, is
Yeah.
that you can just keep pace with your opponent. If your opponent moves
Mhm.
quickly, you can move quickly. If your opponent goes slowly and lets you build, then you can just build. But you have to correctly read what pace your opponent is moving at. You have to understand which direction the game is going and respond appropriately. And Judas moved the game in a direction that Ferenthian wasn't expecting and didn't have the tools on hand to deal with. So
Yeah.
I think it really does speak well to Judas's understanding of the game state, understanding of the interactions between these two decks, and knowing where Ferenthian's game plan was weak.
Like I think it goes back to like for example when I was saying it's like there's no correct time for Ferentian to bring out the sensor
Mhm.
because that's exactly what ended up happening, right? We shifted the game plan, made it move, go way too fast versus this game where we said, okay, now Ferentian's gonna learn. They said, I don't have a backup charger turn. I already got my unmake duality. I'm not gonna try to greed, say backup charger turbocharge. We just need this sensor now because if when he did not do it on turn one, he had no opportunity anymore. He's
Mhm.
going first this time, so he has a little bit more leeway. But just saying, this is like respecting him as a world class player, just understanding that said, what was my mistake last game? How did I lose? Let's adjust for it.
Right.
And the
Yeah,
adjustment is
absolutely.
sensor right now.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to get hit by another couple of Frostborn Paladins. And the early sensor is a much better way of dealing with that than just getting hit in the face.
Now let's see if we opened with a Mustang because a Mustang would be devastating right now. You target the sensor and then you swing at the windmill engineer. You don't have enough cards in hand to be able to protect. You might have enough cards in hand to protect both, but you sure don't want to.
Yeah, both is going to be real rough. I don't know that he has any way to protect the sensor if a Mustang drops out for the board. I guess he might have a Stifling Trap, actually.
It's a stifling. Sometimes there's a Zephyr. I doubt there's a Zephyr, but it's usually a stifle.
Mhm.
Two stiflings, yeah. Or maybe it's a beg your opponent really nicely to say target your power cell instead of my sensor, please.
Well, we are seeing Tweedledee come out, so that is 3 damage in for Ferenthian,
Yeah. Kind
and
of
not a whole lot else happening.
kind of rough because this is actually what happened in game one between them, in that the very first ally that tried to assert pressure was a Tweedledee.
Mhm.
Problem is, yeah, Tweedledee does 3 damage once and stops.
Right. Yeah, not a whole lot of pressure. Ends up being essentially a frog, 0-4 taunt.
Mhm.
But the taunt is only turned on with class
When you're low.
bonuses.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So as long as Judas is level 0 here without Nico 1 on the board, the 0-4 is just an 0-4.
Yeah, it becomes a -2 to hand effectively because to turn it back on, you have to go to level 1. Otherwise, this thing is literally a 0-4 vanilla on board, so it's completely dead.
Yeah, not doing
And
a whole lot. It's kind of a rough play for Judas, I think, which is what you were saying earlier. Is
yeah,
it is 3 damage, and Judas knows that his best bet is to put pressure onto his opponent. But this is not a whole lot of pressure, and it's not a really, it's not a continuous source of
that's
damage.
a lot of Byaku's commands in hand. I think he banished one for end phase and still has 2 more Byaku's in hand.
Yeah, I pulled another one off of the Fairy Whispers.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I'm cooked if that guy gets level 3. But yeah, as you see, this is the very clear adjustment made from Ferenthian. Not even trying to be greedy and wait for like a reclaim or something to go to level 1. Just said, I need to be out of range of allies. I got tricked last game by only taking 3 damage on turn 1, and all of a sudden I took 6 damage on the next turn. No more tricks, no more taking a ton of damage while being stuck at spirit. Just says, I'm taking control of this game now. I will level up first. You answer me.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good move by Ferenthian. If he's trying to keep pace with what he perceives his opponent is doing, and his opponent is kind of, you know, judo tossing him in the other direction, reversing his momentum, that's really, really dangerous. So Ferenthian getting ahead of that and just being like, okay, I'm setting the pace of this game is very, very smart, I think.
So a big thing to know is that both good gameplay for both players, but we only have so they did have a little bit of time extension because they didn't realize that the game had started. But we only have like 3 minutes roughly of regulation time left. Someone's gotta die, you know. This is actually in Sery's favor to kill someone in time, but
That's true.
someone's got to go fast. I don't know if the players know that they're what do you call it? They're approaching time, but they got to go fast.
Yeah, I surely wasn't watching the clock, so just as much of a surprise to me as it is going to be to these players.
Yeah, it was a lot of good. It was a good amount of high level like gameplay going back and forth, so it was really
That's
engaging.
true, yeah.
Yeah,
Understandable. It's a lot to think about for sure.
mhm. But yeah, we can see the power of the early sensor right here because it was effectively almost going to be the same thing where the the 3-4 came in once to try to like make it seem like it was a little bit of a threat, but not quite, and then bam, another 3-4 would have come down and started putting a lot of pressure. Sensor comes down, turns it to 2-3. 2-3 is manageable.
2-3 is more manageable, and the extra not being able to get the card draw out of the
Mm,
Frostborn Paladins is also a huge deal. If Judas is missing that extra 1, 2, maybe even 3 influence from turning floating memory into cards between the Frostborn Paladins and Temptation's Facade and whatever,
mhm.
like that's a much bigger difference in terms of what Ferenthian has to keep track of and what Ferenthian has to fight through.
Yeah, and we can see how good of adjustment this is because at the end of the day, so if we look at like the previous game, first through materializes were backup level 1, level 2 in that order. This
Mhm.
time we said sensor level 1 backup. At the end of the day, like over these 3 turns, he was not pressured into going level 2 ASAP, and he still managed to get his backup charger. Just have to wait a little longer. Like it was just a matter of patience, right? He did
Mhm.
not backup charger on turn 1. Instead, you said, "Oh, I can backup charger later and just keep a more stable game."
Yeah, by dictating the pace of play, you get to dictate the pace of play, right? You get to,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
say that this is the time when I have that extra room, I have that extra buffer to go backup charger, to play Forest Cake here, build some influence. And he's kind of made it that way as a result of making sure that he got everything else down when he needed to.
Mhm. So, I think yeah, now he's able to just kind of chill, do his own thing. This is back to the regular old IBS series kind of like game plan of I'm chipping you down slowly, one at a time. At one point, I'm just gonna say flip and Byaku's and win.
Yep, and that's really all he needs is to get enough damage onto Judas
Mhm.
that he can just flip the dragon and go in sort of whenever he has the right resources available. But that is time in the round. They're moving into overtime, and I think that was turn 0 for Ferenthian, so moving into turn 1 for Judas here.
I think it's
Oh,
turn 0 now because they had
okay.
that little bit of a time extension that we're not reflecting.
Right, right. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So turn 0 now for Judas.
Mhm. But it might be a case of Nico trying to play to not lose instead of trying to play to win because it's very hard to win from this position.
Yeah, he has to get
Especially
what,
because
14 damage in?
Yeah, it's a really rough because Nico level 1 on enter just milled a Fracturize that I'm sure he would rather have been able to draw. Very big downside about Nico 1 is that I can't like those top 2 cards, you absolutely cannot choose to keep them no matter what. One has to go to your graveyard, one has to go to the bottom of your deck. It's really, really rough when they're both cards you really want.
Yeah, that's a bit of a tough situation. I mean, he does get the no, he doesn't get the floating memory because the sensor is out.
Yeah.
So, it makes me wonder what he chose over the Fracturize. Maybe it was this Seneschal. Maybe it was some other
No, no,
kind of
you don't get to keep
aggressive.
you don't get to keep the card. It goes to the bottom of the deck no matter what. So you don't get to
Oh,
keep
I see.
either.
Okay.
So even if they're really, really good, you still mill the Fracturize if it's the
Mm,
one that has floating memory and the other one doesn't.
yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Ooh. Okay.
Well, Tweedledee is now being supplanted by Tweedledeer.
Ooh.
Second Tweedledee coming in, hitting for 3, 2 damage from the Frostworn. Not a lot of damage here. Some, certainly, a little bit of pressure. Maybe setting up for Judas to potentially have a lethal line on the next turn.
Yeah.
But there's only so many more turns for Judas to get this lethal.
Well, I respect this because this is their way of saying I will not play to not lose. Because the not lose play is just sit behind the 0-4 taunt that just turned on because you went to Nico 1.
Right.
But the play to win line is definitely just say, I'm just gonna vomit all my allies and just pretend that you don't have an answer.
Yeah, I mean, and it's possible that works out. I mean, unrealistic, but it's possible. Ferenthian, meanwhile, getting an escape on the Windmill Engineer, so definitely building up that influence. Not a huge board at the moment, but looks like he's shaping up to get like a dungeon guide here with a 6 quest tokens is enough to flip the dragon immediately.
Yeah. I was surprised he windmilled then instead of say level up first and windmill and prereq. But maybe they're trying to protect something and then just hoping for the best.
Mhm.
Get rid of all these places. Yeah. Some just go.
Well,
Yep.
here we go. It's dragon time.
TikTok, it's Dragon O'Clock, and there's multiple. Yep. Okay. There's a series command and multiple Byaku's commands as seen. Yep.
Ooh. Yeah,
It's
that's a big
Dragon
hit.
O'Clock that says 10-10 and then free Arcane Blast for 11. There is a Serene Spirit. Maybe Ferenthian forgot because he's never bothered to lineage release this entire game. This entire match, he's never bothered to lineage release.
And
Technically,
still not bothering now, Judas picking up his cards.
yeah, because 13,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
it
fair.
goes, yeah, because you go to 13, you go to 24, you go to 18, and then Dungeon Guy puts you to 19. You're not dead. So technically, you could have Serene released at 19 health and tried to go for a lethal, but I don't think that was happening with how much damage was left on board.
Yeah, it certainly seemed like Ferenthian had a lot at that point, which I mean is expected of the dragon. That's kind of the way the dragon intends to play, and I think Ferenthian understood understood the assignment at that point, right? With
Yeah,
the way that the Nico player had sort of changed the pace of the game, Ferenthian was like, okay, I can make this adjustment. I can play this kind of game instead. And I mean, Sarah, you can do everything. So
yeah. Well, I mean, a big part of it was just because I respect that from the Nico player, just being like, I do not want to play this into a draw. I would
mhm,
rather just try to take a win because like a draw, yes, you have like I'm pretty sure they could have played to say a 0% chance of losing, but also a 0% chance of winning. Instead
right.
just said, I have a 90% chance of losing next turn, but I have a 10% chance of winning, so might as well go for it. So
Yeah.
I respect that. Sometimes, especially in these kind of locals, you kind of want to limit test anyway. So I understand. I respect it.
Yeah, yeah, no, I think it makes a lot of sense, and like you were saying, it's admirable as
Mhm.
opposed to the sort of defensive, like play for the tie, sort of uh maximum value kind of tournament play. So
Yeah.
this is
If I'm in
good.
an ascent, I definitely don't let you win like that. I just say we're taking the draw, buddy.
Right,
But in this
absolutely.
kind of thing, I was like, yeah, probably it's fine. Well, I'd rather try for the 10% win instead of a 0% win, right?
I feel it. It's sort of this let's see what happens approach. I know what my deck is capable of. Let's see what your deck is capable of. And it turns out Ferenthian was capable of taking the win there. But you know, it was a solid try. It was a good attempt.
Yeah. Uh, anyway, I believe you have another round left in you. Um,
I do, in fact. Yeah, I'm excited for the next round as well. But that is going to be the end of this round. So
yes.
Herman, thank you for casting
Thank
with
you.
me.
I'm
But
excited to go to
I believe
sleep.
this is goodbye.
Yeah, I got work tomorrow. This is now past midnight, so I appreciate it. It was fun to watch, but time to go by.
Yeah,
So
well, this is where my PST advantage really shows. So thank you all for hanging out with us. We appreciate you sticking around for all these great matches, and we've got another great one coming up very shortly. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with round 4 in a few.
take care.
Hello, folks. Welcome back. We are here with round 4 of the True Champion Gaming Online Weekly. Herman is gone, but in his place, we have Team True Isaac. Welcome back, man. I hope you had a good break for the match that you were off, and I hope you're ready for what we have coming up in round 4.
Yeah. No, I enjoyed it. I got to watch the little Sirio Nico action, and yeah, that was a entertaining game. I am back for some more Grand Archive. I'm excited to see this matchup. Kind of a funny matchup, or maybe I should say a funny list. I'm actually excited for, I guess, both, because I haven't seen one in a long time, and one I don't think I've actually seen other people play too often, and that is we have Fiza, which good old classic Fiza, been around forever. I like that list or like that deck type and how it plays and all that kind of stuff. Obviously, it's just like the OG aggro, one of the OG aggros, and then we have Water Diana Astra or Water Astra Diana. Um, Super cool archetype that we don't get to see that much of, but I'm really excited to see how it plays because I got to play it once for fun, like just like trying out the deck and seeing how it played, and I was surprised at how much damage it can do at level 3 with a couple of cards. So
Oh yeah.
pretty excited about this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Water Astra Diana is, as a deck, surprisingly punchy,
Yeah.
although you lose a little bit of consistency by going to the level 3 and kind of
Hmm.
introducing those Astra cards into your deck. And up against Fiza, I think is really interesting. I haven't seen a lot of fire aggro this meta.
Yeah.
It's sort of
Yeah.
been maybe crowded out a little bit, especially with so many people playing fractals, with so many people playing high influence decks, with so many people having like really, really good defense against
Hmm.
sort of these early game plays. So I'm really interested to see what this ends up looking like. Whether we have some neat, cool tech from Fizo, or if it's just the standard, the old reliable. But I
Yeah.
think it'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm excited too. Yeah, obviously, Fire Aggro has been around forever, and I think the couple lists that we have seen has been like a random here or there Fire Fractal Daochan,
Mhm.
Aggro Daochan, and then occasionally a Fire Aetherwing, which can be really strong, but also can be outed by like just their weapon getting destroyed. And so I'm excited for this. FISA list. It looks like to me, just looking at it, it looks like a generic fire list, pretty much.
Mhm.
Uh, Kind of playing with the graveyard a lot. I guess there's two routes I should say that FISA can really go, and one is really utilizing their graveyard, really utilizing all those fire cards and like cycling and putting cards in the graveyard, and or maybe moving away from that and just kind of going for more board control, general focus thing. And yeah, let me be putting some fire cards in the graveyard, but that's not the ultimate goal. But this list definitely seems to be doing that. So we'll see how it actually plays into this water Diana. I think in general, water can be scary, right? Against
Mhm.
in a aggro list, right? If you're in an aggro list and you're against water, you're already thinking about any kind of negates. And you're thinking about fracturize on some important item or weapon that you're bringing out, and you're also thinking about stuff like Song of Frost, or in this case, Tactical Retreat. So we'll see how often that comes up in this match.
I honestly, as someone who has played a fire aggro deck, I don't know that you're thinking about any of that. Uh,
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Sometimes, yeah, you just say, I'll just find out if you have anything, and if you don't, cool. And if you do, cool. I don't care."
Yeah, I mean, just the general idea of fire aggro is I will trade my cards for your life until one of those two runs out.
Yeah.
And if that's your life, then great. And if that's my cards, then GG, go next. And that's, there's only so much you can do with that. But it's such a it's such a freeing philosophy to play into an opponent when your opponent's like, oh well, I guess I can't deal with what you have. And you're just like, yeah, that's right.
I feel like Fire Aethering is the epitome of that. The
Oh,
go
absolutely.
all in and just see if you have it, which I will say I have liked playing that list because it does bring me joy to go, okay, let's just see what happens. Because if you don't have anything, you actually do just die on turn 2. If you
Mhm.
do, oh well, I guess yeah, like you said, GG, go next. But I do want to bring up that Water Diana here, not Fire, Aetherwing Diana, but Water Aetherwing Diana here has a pretty good start. We have that distant into a Prudent Knock, which is draw a card into memory. Then you can load this into an Aetherwing weapon you control. So pretty solid start. We get the Charge of Soul also on top of that here. So we already are swinging for 4 this turn. 2 damage from the Aether charges, 1 from the weapon, and 1 from being distant. So already putting our opponent at 4 and getting to glimpse 5 and setting up the top of our deck with already 2 floating memory also in our graveyard. So setting up really nicely to even go level 2 if we really want to next turn.
Yeah, this is such a fantastic start for the Water Aetherwing Diana player here. Like you were saying with that floating memory, one of which is Weaving Mana Stream, which is the most important card in the
Hmm.
deck in terms of setting up their materializes and getting that extra value while you're going up. Meanwhile, the Fire Aggro player started off with 2 Sable Remnants, which kind of an aggressive start, but no Arthur here, no red hair, none of the plays that really make fire aggro famous. So this is not that much going forward, but it is a floating memory in the yard since one of these Sable
Yes.
Remnants got knocked out by the Charge of the Soul. So we'll see whether or not Twisp takes advantage of that. Wow, that's really hard to say his name while also saying literally anything else.
Yeah, we'll see. I think you'd probably just wait. You're not really worried about the flame memory leaving. You might want to draw. You might want to just go for a little more damage. Maybe just bring out like poison dagger, and you're just going to attempt to get that on board and then level up
Hmm.
next turn because you already have that
Hmm.
float. So, which looks like is probably going to be the play here.
Yeah, and this is the typical Faiza line, right? You bring
Yeah,
out the
yeah.
Poison Dagger, and then on the next turn, you wake up the Poison Dagger, you level up, and you turn on the class bonus for it, and you're ready to just demolish your opponent with a bunch of cheap spells and creatures.
Yeah, yeah, very much so. And I'm sure as the cool thing about the Saber Revenant here, I actually really like this card. It's one of my favorite cards that used to see a lot of play and hasn't seen a lot of play. But the versatility of this card is really cool because no matter what, it is flurry memory. It's not class bonus flurry memory. The class bonus is that it gets +1 power, so it actually becomes this 2/1 and. That plus like an Arthur plus poison dagger, this thing's hitting for 4 and it also has floating memory, so it's like it's going to in a way replace itself later on or give you a resource even after it dies. And I think it's just such a solid card. Here we see the Daochan coming out. Another great ally in fire aggro. Being able to turn on that red hair from being a fire unique human is really really solid. Uh, things are moving fast. So I want to jump back into what the Water Diana player is doing here. They're already leveling up to level 2. Got the Weaving Mana Stream, getting to use this on enter from the level 2 to load 2 Aether Charge cards from hand or memory into their Aether Wing. And if they do, they get to draw those cards back into memory. So getting to load 2, this is already hitting for 5,
Yeah,
6 damage this turn.
this is such a fantastically aggressive play
Yes.
from our Water Diana player because one of those shots I think is an Astra card, so it's going to hit for 2 damage in addition.
Nice.
And then the Weaving Mana Streams get loaded in because they get used to level up to 2. So just by virtue of leveling up to 2, you have materialized 5 damage.
Oh, it's 7 because I forgot that level 2 gets ranged. Yes, you get 2
Yep,
from
and
there.
then the extra range
Yeah.
damage from the Weaving Mana Stream being played during the fire aggro end step. So
Yeah.
this is a huge hit and definitely going to be setting up for something enormous. Hitting for what? 5, 6, 7, 8, which means glimpsing 9. There's no way that Sauce doesn't find a lethal line on his next turn if
Yeah.
he lives that long.
I mean, you
If he lives
could
that long.
Oh, Dungeon Guide here. So we
Whoa!
are. I really like this actually. We're really safe. We're going to go to level 3. We're going to be able to glimpse, like you said, 9, and then most likely, and hopefully hit some Astra calling on top of that. So uh, I'm really excited. This is really good. I mean, this is such a solid play. I didn't think. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of thought that Faiza might just go turbo kill on turn 3 or something like that. But Faiza definitely seemed like it had a little bit of a slower start. So this is going to be a probably a really commanding lead. Even though we only have 2 influence from the Diana player, it's not really going to matter too much. I don't think.
Yeah, no, it's really incredible because the just incredibly aggressive play of getting up to level 2. Level 2 is both defensive and aggressive because you're
Mhm.
getting all those extra cards loaded, building up this shot, building up this way to kind of manipulate your deck. And then the dungeon guide here, really just a defensive play. Getting up to
Yeah.
level 3, turning on all of your Astra cards, which is maybe some additional damage, but mostly giving yourself the extra 3 health and giving yourself the ability to defend yourself using Diana's ability when you become distant to kind of close out a combat phase and really cause problems for his opponent.
Yeah, super cool here. We get to just see that Aether call, I believe it's called.
Mhm.
Uh, pretty sick. That already kind of setting up for lethal, like on our next turn. Like it's already just there, and then of course we're gonna probably set up a little bit more on top of this, since we got to glimpse so much here. I'm sure just milling. It looks like a prudent knock, so not a floating memory. Not that we necessarily need to hit a floating memory, but I'm sure setting up for much more powerful turns. Uh,
Oh yeah, you're right. Like I didn't even think about the extra benefit of going to level 3 before doing that glimpse and turning on
Yes, yes.
all of the ether calling on these ether charges is wild. It's so good. This is
Yeah.
I think this game could not have gone better for Sauce. Like this
Yeah,
seems like
this
an absolute best possible draw. 2 weaving mana streams in the beginning, and now Sauce is at 21 health away from death with the extra health from going to level 3. And Twisp has to be like, okay, how am I dealing you 21 damage off of my what 6 influence here?
yeah,
That's not going to
it's
be that's not going to be very easy to do, and it really
very
feels
much
like
so.
Sauce has the win locked up on his next turn.
Yeah, this will be very hard to even try to attempt it. I mean, what I guess right now on board, let's say hypothetically, we were threatening 1 from the poison dagger, 2 from the Zhao Chao after poison dagger's effect. I guess 2 from like a knife, the Merc blade that we could bring out if we wanted to. So, guess technically we have 5. We popped the poison dagger, so we're definitely going to do something here to try to uh, get this to work. It looks like we did a prepped planet explosive for 5. So, get that was in I think rec. Yeah. So honestly, already doing a decent amount of damage. I mean, it's not nothing for sure.
Mhm.
We can already do 2 more here. Maybe do a couple more from hand. I mean, we could probably put them to close to 20. Although 20
Yeah,
might
that seems
still
like a very achievable goal, and that's still
still
not
not there.
quite enough.
Yeah.
But like, unless there's some double Rococo action or something here, like it
Mm.
feels like the fire aggro player is really trying to reach an insurmountable target.
Yeah, Rococo's or maybe some. We don't have a way to cycle. I was gonna say that's the exact card I was thinking about was the March
The
Hare
March
there.
Hare, yeah. If the March Hare had been in the graveyard, actually, that would have
Yeah,
been a much better situation because setting up for that Kindle, being able to freely bring out the March Hare would have been really, really nice. But uh, there's only so much you can do with the influence you have available.
yeah. I think if we have like a peppered chef here, it's another 5 killing off the March Hare. Then I still don't think we have enough fire cards in graveyard to play like a Korhazi Trapper to bring or not Korhazi Trapper. Sorry, a Korhazi Courier. Nope, Dazzling Courtesan. I'm getting there.
Dazzling. Yep.
It took me a bit. Dazzling Courtesan to even bring it back if like we would want to. So doesn't look
So
like I think
seeing a
that's
little bit more damage come through, getting Sauce all the way up to 16, but Uh,
unfortunately
yeah,
the
maybe with one more materialize if they had been able to bring out a weapon and then blazing throw or something like that. But no, here we go. We're getting the weaving
mm,
mana streams back up. Ranger strides coming out. Um, the player not currently distant, but distant is very very likely given the way that this deck is set up. Oh yeah, and
we
there
just
it is.
see Aether calibration. We're just going to search. We're already setting up even without distant. We're looking really scary. On top of that, we do get to set the yeah Aether call the one of the best cards in the entire deck, the Cosmic Focus. Yeah, that's the right one, right? The deal 4. We're the one that says you get 4, but another one that's really cool is Aether. It is Cosmic Focus. The Star Call is 0 there. Champion is
Mhm.
distant. They gain range 4. Otherwise, they become distant, uh, which we already had the Ranger Strides on board, so we're dealing
Yeah,
4 from that.
more
So
than
lots of
enough.
damage. Yeah.
Tons of damage coming through. Well, that was an incredibly one-sided match. I, this actually feels like maybe Wisp is a little bit of the underdog here in terms of just the deck matchup, since Sauce is almost as aggressive as Wisp is, but is doing
Yeah.
so from a position of level 3, 6 more health. That's
Yeah.
really, really tough to deal with.
I think the thing that really just like was a nail in the coffin, even though it was such a fast game, was finding that dungeon guide, right? Dungeon
Hmm.
guide in
Hmm.
this kind of matchup, and every single time against Fiza, I feel like this is always the case. Every single time I play against Fiza and I'm in a deck that can go to level 3, it's like, did I find the dungeon guide? Because if I did, I probably win the match. If I don't, Fiza might kill me. Like,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
the cool thing about Water Astra Aether Wing is that you get to glimpse so much. So most of these decks are only running 3 dungeon guides. Every single time I've seen the list, it's only 3 DGs because you glimpse and you're like, cool, I'm going to dig for my dungeon guide. And if I already have a dungeon guide, I'm just going to bottom deck that and I don't need it ever because I already have my one. So it's so easy to find them in this deck. It's so easy to find whatever answer you want to find in this deck. So it's really cool to see Aether Wings finally going to level 3, because I think there is just so much strength in how much you are able to glimpse.
Yeah, absolutely. And ooh, yeah, just the amount of setup that goes into it is
Yeah,
really, really strong. It makes your deck seem so consistent. And
yeah,
especially in
yeah,
this matchup, when you're up against a deck that's not really trying to interact with you, both of you just kind of throwing spells at each other, just bypassing any form of interaction or defense completely, then you really feel like you're on top of the world with Water Diana in this kind of situation. Like your opponent doesn't stop you from doing any of the things you want to do, and the power of your deck is that you can always find the things to do.
yeah, yeah. Very true. We'll see how game 2 here goes. I think again, if Sauce finds uh, the right cards, like mainly the DG, it's going to be a hard match.
Mhm.
Although I will say FISA, while it did look that did look like a rough game, FISA also didn't have a great start. So if we see like
Mhm,
a
mhm.
Arthur start into no negates or anything, no response from Sauce here, it could be a completely different game where FISA is able to go fast enough and just run the Water Aether Wing over.
Absolutely. And Wisp does get to go first this turn, and if that's, a Arthur into red hair or Xiao Xiao into red hair
Mhm.
or Arthur into the same kind of poison dagger setup that we saw before, that has the potential to be something that Sauce can't actually deal with, even with 25 health. Of course, moving into game two, sideboarding is fully complete. Not a whole lot, I think, coming in. The water deck could bring in Drown in Ether as kind of a defensive
Mm.
play, but otherwise is mostly focused on dealing with assassins or dealing with some of the high influence decks. And Wisp has decided that every game is game one and
Yes.
neglected to bring a sideboard at all. And you know
Yes.
what? I respect that.
I respect it a lot too, because I'm not gonna lie, I think I did back when this was the Yeti Online League. I believe I played in like a couple weeklies. I didn't do them too often, but when I did, I never had a sideboard. I was like, I'm just going to play this weekly, and I'm just gonna just see how this deck runs, and if it doesn't do great, oh well. I'm not gonna care about worrying about a sideboard here. So uh
Mhm.
uh kind of nostalgic for me in terms of the play style. But we have the game going here. We have FISA opening with a captivating cutthroat, right? It's been a while since I've seen this card actually. It's not always played in FISA, but this is looking like a pretty ally heavy list, and this is, I mean, a great ally to have.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm hoping to see more of the kind of Kindle shenanigans that we didn't really get to take advantage of in the previous
Yeah,
game.
yeah,
But with the Censor of Restful Peace, maybe that's not going to happen so much. But of course, this hurts the water player much more than it hurts your own game plan. So it makes a lot of sense as a materialize here.
yeah. We're not too worried about the floating memory in our graveyard. It's mainly eh, we can still put fire cards in our graveyard. This is a nullifying lantern, right? We can
Mhm.
still use some of the fire effects in there. So we're happy with this decision. It, like you said, slowing down the water aether wing, making sure that they are going to have a slower game plan of staying lower level, which is going a off turn here. I'm sure the FISA
Wow.
is loving.
Yeah, backup charger here is very, very surprising. The deck is normally consistent enough to go distant on turn one and
Mhm.
then use their first materialize to go to Diana pretty much, 95% of the time. But Sauce not looking like he's finding all of the things that he needs. So this is maybe Wisp's game to win or lose.
Yeah, yeah, that is a scary spot to be in for a level 3 deck, a deck that can do some stuff on level 1 like we saw, can hit for like
Mhm.
5 or 6 damage, but primarily, yeah, we are a level 3 deck and we need to get there. So taking a turn off to do so while we also went second is crazy. Charge of
Oh
Soul.
no, needing to charge the soul without being able to load it. That's so frustrating.
Yeah, that is rough. Killing off the Captain Cutthroat, making sure we're not going to take extra damage from that. Just using the deal 1 to a target unit from that. But yeah, not being able to load it, not having an Aether wing weapon out on the board. That's a little brutal.
I mean, to be honest, Wisp doesn't have that aggressive of a start either. You know, Sauce being able to knock out the offensive threats here without too much problem, and finally finding a not even finding a way to go distant. So bringing
Mm,
out Diana without getting the on enter Etherwing materialize. This is really not where Sauce wants to be.
yeah, that's a bummer. You don't. I mean, I get the you do have to level up here, right? You just can't stay, spirit against a
Mhm,
aggro deck for many turns.
mhm. Yeah, yeah,
Usually almost
100%.
no turns. So I get just having to force the level up. It feels bad, but I think it is the right play. You just got to survive, and you can bring out Aether Wing on another turn here. Uh, Unfortunately, if you're doing that, you're also means you're not leveling up still. So uh, sure, is looking closer to Twist game plan, but I mean, like you mentioned, yeah, it's not that crazy of a start for them either. So they are
Yeah.
just trying to figure out how they can set up to gain board control. I'm going to assume is the best. I mean, their deck
Mhm.
is set up for board control, way more allies than you normally would see in a FISA list. I feel like so. Um, I think they're just trying to get those cards right.
Man, it's such a study in like what happens when the game doesn't go your way. Wisp playing a Vermilion Decree here in order to get a little bit of damage and draw a card, moving into their main phase here, but not a whole lot of action, even with banishing the assassins, the poison dagger here. Getting some damage. So I
Mhm.
think this is probably going to work out decently well for them. But like, this isn't an amazing start. This isn't even a great start
Yeah.
for Wisp, and you can see the frustration in Sauce's every single movement with how poorly the start has gone for them, without like the comparison of how poorly it's also going for Wisp, which I think is really interesting.
Yeah. We saw the poison dagger popped on this turn. So
Hmm.
we also saw a unprepped planet explosive happen. So we are this one of the best cards I feel like in Fire Fiza is this Korhazi courier with a poison dagger on on a turn that you can do it. It's amazing, right?
Yep.
It's only saying it's a 3 cost and it says deal 1 damage. Well, poison dagger that means it's going to deal 2 damage, and then the on hit happens. And if you discard a fire card, then you're also going to do another 2 damage on top of that. So there's actually 3 costs to deal 4, and it also has stealth, so it's going to stick around for another turn here, and that's pretty nice. We do see the Rukin Soul Knife come out, so getting to just swing with champion, do an extra 2. We are very close to a lethal line here. Uh, is this a blazing throw for
Oh, that would
attempted
do it.
lethal?
Wait, no, that would be. Oh, are they at 15?
Yeah, they're at 15 right now, so this would be
Yep.
another
Okay.
5
Yep,
on
that would
top of
do
that
it.
with the poison dagger hit. So yeah, that is game 2. Moving on to game 3. We're already on game 3 in 20 minutes. This is what feels like aggro v aggro. Feels like, although it's funny that one deck doesn't feel like it should be aggro, which is the water aether wing, but it almost is. It has the ability to survive longer and gain value that way, but it also is like we saw in the game 1 can go very very fast as well.
Hmm. Yeah, it's a lot of it's definitely a more aggressive build of
Mm,
the Etherwing deck for sure.
yeah.
Against only the only way to build fire aggro is aggressive. So you have two very aggressive decks kind of opposed to each other here. But yeah, that game went really, really poorly for Sauce. Not only did Wisp have an okay start, and Wisp was going first, so Sauce was already a little bit on the back foot, but
Yeah.
then forced to go backup charger with their first materialize, and their second materialize, Diana no distance, so they don't even get the Ether Wing, is just such a rough position to be in. I
Yeah.
fully understand the frustration that they are clearly showing here. But they get to go first this time, so they kind of have that advantage, and they definitely took advantage very well of going first in the first game. So we'll
Yes.
see. This one's probably going to go a little bit better, a little bit more in their favor.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I hope it's a good one here. I mean, okay, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I am partial or biased towards the Water Aether Wing, Astro Aether Wing, because I just like that deck. To me, it's just really fun to play. I do
Hmm.
love a good FISA list too, but I don't know. Maybe it's because it's newer too, right? Like I don't get to see this list too often, so I hope that you're able to pull it out here and maybe have a more interesting game 3. Hopefully, not a dead hand, dead start and or at least like you said a rough start
Hmm.
but that will just be the cards tell giving them that direction, unfortunately. The cards will only tell where they can go from here.
Yeah, I fingers crossed, no bricks for either player. I want to see this
Yes,
game
yes.
go well for both players and see which deck just comes out on top, right? I want to see no handicaps, no no broken legs. Let's just go come out of the gate swinging.
Yeah. And we do see the start here from both players. I'm going to assume if we see a nice quick pass, then that
Yep, there
is
it is.
I feel like Water Aether Wings way is just yeah, I'm not gonna do anything turn one.
No, of course not. It's a lot like Fire Aggro Diana, like the Fire Etherwing Diana. You
Yeah,
still have to
yeah.
have that sort of initial distant play in order to set up your Etherwing, except the Water Etherwing deck gets to set up with huge glimpses, whereas the Fire Etherwing deck is all damage all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. Very, 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 very true. And we have Twist thinking about their play, which I mean, I feel like if you have like the Arthur, you just go, let's just see if they have a negate of some sort, and I'm just gonna drop it and hope for the best here, and hopefully if they don't have a negate, then okay, I'm gonna follow up with my hopefully red hair.
Yeah, doing looks like a little bit of math, trying to figure out which play here is the best one to go into the defenses that Sauce is presenting, the defenses that Sauce is sort of like presumed to have.
Hmm.
We did see an acquiescing rejection out of them in the previous game. So Wisp already knows that there could be something that Sauce wants to interact with here. And if he plays Arthur, that's definitely the kind of thing that Sauce is going to want to interact with.
Yeah. The question is, do you let that Arthur sit? Yeah, or like, do you let them draw two? Because you might be thinking, okay, even if they draw two here, this Arthur's going to represent so much damage, and I don't know if they have an easy way to kill without just using their champion to attack into it.
All
This
right,
case, we do
well,
see
going
just a
for it.
yeah veteran Blaze Bear instead, and just I think it looks like just passing from there. So,
Mhm.
uh, not again, not the like a huge pressure start, but a 3-drop 2/3 ally. I feel like in this matchup, uh, it's actually going to be pretty darn decent.
Yeah,
And
and
we have a distant
which card
maker.
is
We get
this?
that. This is the undercurrent vantage. I'm pretty sure. So.
Oh, okay.
This is Glimpse 3, make your champion distant, and then also has class bonus floating memory. So we do have a distant enabler, uh, which is obviously much better than last game here.
Yeah, definitely putting Sauce in a much better position. Being able to go to Diana on their first materialize, being able to get the Ether Wing with the Diana on enter, like this is a lot closer to the game plan that they want to
Yeah.
have.
And get that prudent knock as well. And it's cool that we got to do undercurrent vantage specifically because we get that glimpse. So we get to set up, know what we're about to draw for turn and or prudent knock, or if we didn't see something we like to bottom deck them, of course. But we get to kind of set the top of our deck as we're going into our power one turn, right? Our turn two power turn of the Aether Wing and start really applying this pressure and most likely trying to find a dungeon guide.
Hmm. Looks like we're potentially setting up for a little bit of interaction from Wisp's side. Sauce has yet to start their recollection.
Yeah, I don't know what could be. I was gonna say I don't know if there's anything that you can do here. I was trying to figure out if they would have like a reduced dash, but they don't.
Nope.
And that has spell shroud anyway,
Yeah,
so
the
I
spell
don't
shroud is
know
a bit
about. As
All
soon as I
right,
said
well,
reduced dash, I was like, "That's I shouldn't be saying that."
well, we've moved on. Sauce has drawn his card and getting that first initial swing. So with the distant, that is 1 damage from the ether charge, 1 damage from the ether wing, and 1 damage from Diana's ranged. A 3 damage hit, which means glimpse for 4. Very standard start for Diana.
Yeah, glimpse before. So we either have like already like our dungeon guide or something like that, or we have like a lot of Aether Astra stuff, and or we because I'm assuming if we had like another Aether charge there, we would have played it if we could.
Mhm.
So we might just have like a very much so like a level 3 type hand, and so I wouldn't be surprised if we just see kind of a almost a turbo level here. Maybe try and play like an acquiescing onto something they're about to play, or anything that's going to generate decent value. Maybe it's another weaving mana stream like we saw from previous games, and trying to get that online so we can just level quickly and get to where we want to be.
Yeah, it's an interesting result from the glimpse on Sauce's side because he left a card on top and also milled Tactical Retreat, one of the better defensive options that exists
Mm,
in the deck. So clearly he's doesn't feel like he needs that in terms of defenses. So maybe
yeah.
he does have the offense that he's looking for and is just waiting to draw it off the top of the deck.
Yeah, it's possible. Wow, just a pass from the FISA player.
Oh boy,
That's unfortunate. That that
that's
that that
really
that
unfortunate.
that shows that we can't set up on board like we really want to. I'm assuming that means no Kurhazi Courier because that would be a great one. Daochan would be another good one. Anything with stealth, so it just can't just be killed off from some random ally that that Sauce might be playing here, or even just like a small champion hitter or something like that. We see double Astra, I believe, Aether Charge
Yeah,
load, so
that's going to be
that's
a
pretty
big hit
good.
too.
Yeah, that is pretty good.
Not distant this turn, so spared that additional indignity. But this is definitely going to be a big hit. And like you were saying, just really unfortunate for Wisp. Only had the one attacker on their first turn, and not really showing anything particularly devastating on their next turn.
Yeah.
The Vermilion Decree now hitting, getting the extra card draw out of it, a little bit of spell damage, but none of this really looking like Wisp is doing anything dramatic.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this is I feel like one of the cards that was first overlooked in Water Aetherwing for a little bit there, and then has definitely started to see play, which is that refreshing charge. Recognizing it's not it feels not great, but in a matchup like this, it's it's feeling real good. So being able to recover 3 here from that Aether charge is really, really solid here.
Yeah, in a race scenario, which when you're playing a deck like Aetherwing Diana, most scenarios are race scenarios. Being able to recover that 3 is almost as good as being able to deal some additional damage to your opponent.
Yeah, yeah. This is huge, and with how slow the start was from the FISA player, just recovering 3 is a lot more than it normally would be. Like, it normally
Yeah.
would feel like. Like, I mean, the pressure that FISA is showing on board is not a lot. Milling the Mana Weaving stream is really, really solid here. I mean, we're already, like, set up for basically our level 3, on our next turn, so, uh, yeah, this is a it looks like gonna be in the Diana's bag here on who is gonna take down this game, but it's FISA. They have a lot of burn. They have a lot of possibilities in their deck, and we'll have to see if they're able to pull something around from pull something from their hat here to make it worth it. And they have the poison dagger up. It's going to
Hmm.
be. I think they have a couple cards in hand. Looks like 3 or 4 cards in hand. So yeah, they there's definitely something they can do here in recollection. And then already having 2 fire cards in the graveyard definitely could do some kindling effects here as well. So definitely not
Yeah,
out
I
for
mean,
sure.
it's definitely possible that knowing they were setting up for the poison dagger turn, they were kind of saving a bunch of action damage, a bunch of fast damage, so that they could use all those extra cards in recollection. This glimpse 2 coming down from Xander's on enter, not finding anything particularly good, both cards going down to the bottom, but definitely a lot of action going to be seen on this, the poison dagger turn.
Yeah,
Starting off with a planted explosives. Um,
unprepped here.
Unprepped. Okay, yeah. I wasn't sure if they were going to be using the prep counter for that. Probably saving the prep counter for something. Oh no, they did prep it. Yeah, okay.
Oh, they did declare it. Oh, yeah, because they were at 3 only. I don't know why I
Mhm.
thought they were at higher life. So yeah, was prepped. 3 fire cards in graveyard, so we can do Farouk Soul Knife if we want to. We could do a courtesan for free. We see a vicious slice, I believe that is. So this is coming in for 3 damage, 4 damage total, I believe, with the poison dagger effect as well. And we do see just a
Yeah,
tactical
there's the
retreat.
tactical retreat. Oh, it's so good. And it makes Diana distant too, which means you're setting up for even more damage on your next turn. Oh,
Yeah. That was
gross.
really solid. It's a floating memory. I think that's the 3rd floating memory in graveyard now too, so we can just level up from float and graveyard. We're distant. We're we saved a little bit of life. I mean, yeah, that was a huge card to have in hand. Like you mentioned earlier, they milled one well just because they had an extra one in hand, and so they didn't think they needed 2.
Yeah, I fully believe that. The Varukan Soul Knife coming out here off of that free banishing cards from the graveyard in order to make it happen. The
Into a
Blazing
blazing
Throw
throw.
coming out, doing another 5 damage, taking Sauce to 13 out of their current 22.
Rococo.
Ooh, Rococo coming in for another 5 here if Sauce lets it. but some interaction happening here.
Just gonna refreshing charge. So we're just gonna recover a little bit, go down to 10, then take up back up to 13, and then take another 2. So putting us to 15, but 15 not quite enough. So now it's up to the Astra player to see if they can go for a lethal. I get the feeling they had a couple Astra cards in hand because of
Oh
just how they were
yeah.
playing. So uh I would be cool. I mean, cosmic focus here is 4 damage because we are distant, so we are already representing because it's 2. Yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage right now on board. We need to do obviously they're already at 6, so we just need to do 8 more. Charge of Soul is 2 technically.
Mm-hmm. One more damage to the face and one more damage into the ether wing. And this is still in um recollection, I think, since
Uh,
leveling up from all of that float.
I don't
Charge of the
remember if
soul
they had,
coming down fast.
I don't
I
remember if
I,
there's
I
a
find it.
main.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just say I don't know if this is the main phase or not. I can't remember
Mm.
because I think they played quite a few cards on their turn. I think they might have gone hands down. Um,
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, probably.
so
Yeah, normally with the power of those Astra cards, not too hard to find like 13 damage. I think that's actually completely reasonable for this deck to just sort of bring out a couple more cards and get those
mm,
extra shots in. But it looks like not going to hit quite that hard. So shooting for what's this? One, two,
should be
three, 4, 5, 6 damage.
yeah.
So a glimpse 7.
Yeah, Glimpse 7. We don't have an Aether Wing anymore. We use all the durability on that guy. So not going to be Aether calling too many things, but we definitely could set up to do so. We could bring out our Pleiades if we want to on our next turn, which obviously I think it will be the play. Obviously, you want to get another Aether Wing weapon on the board as soon as possible so you can start making more plays. And obviously, Pleiades, Celestial Genesis is a very, very solid card. Getting that on enter Glimpse 3. So if we want to, we could set, set where we want to mill and then set some Aether calling cards right underneath that so we can get the instant effect as soon as we bring out that weapon.
Yeah, and I think Sauce is going to be holding back at least a way to become distant on Wisp's turn.
Hmm.
Like, Sauce is at 15 out of 25, and 10 damage is not that hard for Fire Aggro to bring together. Um, Sauce coming in with a Crystalline Archer, so another 4 damage, bringing Wisp to 17 out of 19. And is this card draw going to be enough, or are we holding back here and looking to close the game out on the next turn?
And say, I don't know, 2 damage that costs 1 here. I don't know. I don't think there's anything. I'm saying you do another Charge of Soul, but I don't think it's not going to be enough,
Yeah,
obviously.
one
So,
charge the soul is not going to be enough. All
yeah.
right, yeah,
So we're,
passing the turn. So Wisp moving forward with the next Fire Aggro Assault. No Poison Dagger anymore. So it's going to be a little bit harder to put all that damage together,
yeah.
especially when it's a bunch of small sources of single points of damage. But with another attack, with another Blazing Throw, could potentially get
So,
there,
like,
depending on
Impact
what
Hammer,
Sauce is holding on.
Impact Hammer Blazing Throw would be pretty solid, right? We get that's 2 from the Impact Hammer, 4 from the Blazing Throw, 1 from the Rococo. We just need to do 10 total. Maybe a Peppered Chef would be really solid here too as well. So definitely stuff they can find for a possible lethal. It's just whether or not they have it. I believe we did see when they imbued the Vermilion Decree earlier to Arthur. So I think 2 cards in their hand are Arthur's, unfortunately, or in their
Ooh.
influences Arthur's. So we'll have to see. And we do just see a
Oh,
Terraforming. So we
just
do
going
see a
for the
defensive option.
Terraframe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Wisp kind of saying, all right, I don't have it, but I would like you to not have it on your next turn. And Sauce doesn't have a lot of influence. So it's going to be a little bit difficult to actually put together a Ether Wing attack, but that Crystalline Archer is still on the board. And that
Yes.
would be an
Yes.
easy way for Sauce to make lethal.
Ooh, the Veteran Blazebear does have taunt for a turn here.
Fascinating. One
That
damage
that
coming in.
that could come up here. This Veteran Blazebear, the on enter, you don't get to see this very often in the being of this much importance here in Fire Aggro. But right now, Veteran Blazebear on enter, it gains taunt until the beginning of your next turn.
Ooh, the
So
smoke bombs.
Smoke bomb's
Oh, is that
white.
flash grenade? That's flash grenade. That's flash grenade. My mistake.
That's flash grenade. Yeah.
Okay.
But flash grenade means I'm going to survive another turn, pretty much for sure.
Yeah, both of these very aggressive decks just being like, well, I don't have it. Let's hope you don't have it next turn either.
The Lost Providence, the classic of forgetting on one turn and bring out the next turn. At least we
Uh-huh.
remembered this turn instead of uh, not. I fear playing that card,
Yeah, I've
just
done
for
that
the
so
reason
many
of
times. It's really
forgetting
miserable.
it. Yeah.
Well, are we gonna send good old Krusty the Clown in there? Are we gonna send the damage? We have 1 damage coming from this Charge the
Oh,
Soul.
this is not Charge the Soul. This
Oh,
is this is return a target ally to the top of the owner's deck. Your champion becomes distant, and I don't think you get to see this actual effect of vanishing eclipse too often, but that's hilarious. We get to push through with a 4 from Crystalline. That's game. Vanishing eclipse for allowing the lethal line even through a Terrafring is crazy.
that's really cool. Yeah, showing off the power of these Astra Element cards, right? The top end, the level 3. Look at all this stuff that Diana can do. That's not a card
So
you see
much.
very often. So really, really cool to see the match end kind of on that note.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't even think about that card. I know it's a thing. I'm like, I always just think, hey, it's a deal 2 damage Aether, charge that you can get off from your level 2, or maybe Aether Call or whatever. But
Mhm.
yeah, getting into the actual effect of where you get to remove a taunt or an interceptor or taunt in this case is really, really sick. I mean, that was the highlight of how that power of that deck, and it was like a cherry on top of that match.
Yeah, especially on the heels of the flash grenade materialize, right?
Yeah.
They're like, okay, well, it's a defensive materialize, so he probably doesn't have it. I have to wonder if he top deck
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
Astra card there, and then was like, oh well, Crystalline Archer's on the board, so I guess this is it.
Yeah.
Pretty good, pretty good find.
It's pretty sick to find that card. Yeah, that was really cool. Well done to both players.
Mhm.
Get to see the old OG classic FISA. In this case, unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough to get there, but congrats to both players from doing so well. Both of them ended at least with 3 wins, I believe. 3 wins, 3-1 in their total record. So well done to both
Yeah,
players.
3-1 for both of them.
Uh, Excited that I got to see Water Astra Diana again getting played. It's just such a cool deck, man. I wish that deck got played more. I wish it was maybe I should just take that to LA. I don't know I'm playing in LA, so maybe I should just try that out and I guess practice that deck because I haven't really played it too much.
It really does need a lot of practice. It's one of those
Yeah,
decks where you have a lot of options. You have a lot of
yeah.
ways to make your game plan better, especially with all the glimpses and stuff. You have a lot of ways to
Hmm.
kind of smooth out your own draws, but it also means you need to know kind of exactly what lines you're playing towards, and it leaves
Yeah.
you with a lot of room to make mistakes as well. So you need to have a
Yes.
lot of
Yes.
familiarity with what the deck is doing, what your lines are, what the numbers are in terms of like, oh, I have this much influence, I can get these cards. Like you really
Yeah.
need to know kind of exactly what direction your game plan is going in order to take advantage of it. Very high
Yeah.
skill ceiling on that deck, but very low skill floor.
Yeah, it's a super super cool deck. I think glimpsing in this game. I think the best players do it the best. I mean, I am not great at it, so maybe I may be talking about like you just what things you're saying right now and the things I'm saying right now. Maybe I shouldn't bring it because yeah, I know setting up the top of my deck is not what I like to do. It scares me because I'm not 100% sure what
Oh, sure.
what I'm always like I look at the top cards. I'm like I feel like I need all of these. I feel like all these are good.
Right, yeah, why are
So
these in the deck if they're not all good? Surely they're all good right
exactly.
now, right? No, it's a very fun deck, I think, to bring in locals, and if you bring it to locals enough times, you'll have enough familiarity with it to
Yeah.
take it to a more competitive environment. But it's definitely the kind of deck that rewards practice.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. Yeah. That's it for this online weekly. If you guys are interested in another weekly, come back next week, of course, but also on the 14th. In about 10 days and just over maybe actually now it's 9 or 8 days because hey well at least EST for me uh, as we're into the past midnight here is the NA online regional here on in the Discord. So that's will be up next week. So if you guys want to join that, get your tickets online, truechampiongaming.org, not .org. What am I? Government .com. And we and hopefully you guys will be able to play some more Grand Archive as soon as this the season's coming to an end. Maybe get your last big event in before Los Angeles. I feel like Los Angeles is gonna be a great event. It's sold out. It's
Absolutely.
crazy. I think it's our biggest NA event, I believe. So that will be exciting. Hope to see all y'all there. It will be a good time with
I'll
Pantheon and
definitely be
RDO
there.
premiere. Awesome. Well, I think that's it. Jim, anything else you want to say to the lovely people out here?
No, not a whole lot. It's been a pleasure casting. I'm excited to see kind of what comes forward, what the next evolution in the meta is. I think me and Chromatic just released our podcast episode detailing the meta analysis and breakdown of Ascent London. So very timely
Ooh.
release on that
Yeah.
one. But if you're interested in listening to me yammer on about the meta of the Ascent, then go check that out. We are the Korhazi Outlook, and we talk a lot about the game.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Jim, for casting with me on this last round. Thanks to Herman earlier, and thanks to Once Love behind the scenes, putting all this on for everyone. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.